Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, Nate, are you driving?
Yes. I'm.
Yeah, do you want-
I'm in the passenger seat.
Can you have your driver say hey?
Say hey.
Yo. What's up? Who's this?
It's
Okay,
Dean.
all right, yeah, sounds good. Perfect, man. Well, I mean, if you could roll up the windows, I'd do something for me. I think I hear some people outside, a little bit of background noise. Yeah, but Nate, we need to know.
1 second.
We need to know. Why do you support the worst president of your life? Truly.
Because he's not the worst president of my life. That's why.
Well, that's why we're here to debate. Tell me why. Nate, I can't hear you when you leave the TikTok app. I'm gonna have to ask you to come back, bud.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear
we're
me?
connected to Bluetooth. Can you turn Bluetooth off on your phone?
Can you hear me now?
You still haven't turned Bluetooth off. We could hear you, but we'd hear you better if you disconnected your phone from Bluetooth.
No, because then you can hear like all the background noise.
Okay, whatever. Why do you support Trump, Nate?
Well, I mean, because I think he's the best president of all time.
Okay, all right. So, Idiot Maxine, sure. Tell us.
So-
Well, the
sure.
best president of all time would hopefully have some really good policy. So, since you think he's the best president of all time, I want you to give us the top 3 Trump policies that cement him as the best president ever.
Okay, so I like his policy on illegal immigration.
Which one?
I like the one that keeps illegal immigrants out of our country. And,
Which is?
And I especially like how he enforces it more.
Yeah.
I
What
especially like
is
how he
that
enforces
policy?
it More. I kind of-
What policy is keeping undocumented immigrants
yeah.
out of the country?
What policy exactly?
Yeah, like what is he doing
Well,
to keep
I
them out?
also. I mean, he's having stricter immigration and enforcement.
Stricter immigration enforcement at the border?
Deportation.
Okay,
Deportation.
So deportation. Okay, we've landed
yes,
on
it- and it's
deportation.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Honestly, I'd just prefer to deal with a little bit of that background noise from the road compared to hearing you all splotchy over Bluetooth. If you could turn that off, it'd make me happy. I mean, like I said, we could hear you. It's just like I don't know. I personally find that really garbled noise really obnoxious. But okay, so we landed on mass deportation. So you're arguing that Trump's mass deportation makes him the best president in American history. I'm going to argue that you're an idiot. The reason why is because Trump's mass deportation has only hurt the country. I don't understand why a policy that only hurts us would ever make the person who passed it the best president in the history of this country. From the economy.
I mean, that's kind of.
I was in the middle of my sentence. But what do you have to say? Tell me. I need to know.
I mean, it's kind of silly how you call me a complete idiot just
Yeah.
because of my political opinion.
Well, this is a political opinion. That
just
does make
over my
somebody an
political
idiot.
opinion. I'm in. Oh, so
Yes.
someone's free opinion, free voice makes them an idiot.
It definitely can, like in this circumstance, yes.
So if someone's using their First Amendment, free speech, then they're an idiot.
It definitely can, like in this circumstance, yes.
I don't know. That kind of hurt my feelings.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, this is something you could fix. Like, you don't have to hold to and adhere to the position that a policy that's eroded our checks and balances, attacked the Constitution, deliberately attacked the economy by reducing GDP growth by 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars per year, attacked taxable revenue by reducing it by $100 billion per year, attacked the social and moral fabric of this nation by unconstitutionally deported people to be tortured in other countries, is a policy in which would make the person who passed it the best president in the history of this country. If you just willingly choose to no longer believe this idiotic opinion, then you wouldn't be an idiot. But because you choose to willingly believe this idiotic opinion, you are an idiot. And like the cherry on top is the whole, well, not only do you support this policy, but you think it makes Trump the best president in history of the country. Like I'm just being honest and I'm trying to be fair here. I don't just call like every single Trump supporter ever an idiot, right? I'm not unfair, but it definitely applies in this circumstance for sure.
I mean, I would argue that I'm not an idiot for just voicing my opinion.
Yeah, well,
my political opinion.
the contents of your opinion are just so redundantly false that it makes whoever would bear that opinion not too smart. But I mean, tell us, what is one positive quantifiable material outcome of mass deportation on America? Like, tell us, what is its positive consequence on this country that makes it the best policy ever passed?
Okay, so the illegal immigrants broke a law coming into our country, right? Oh, you're using your anxiety pin over there, I see.
Yes,
So why don't you just do like in camera?
because TikTok bans me for it.
Oh, so wait, I'm pretty sure it's
You got distracted there. I didn't mute you, but you seem to be getting distracted because the debate is not about the anxiety pen. The debate is about politics. Now, you're in the middle of telling us what the quantifiable
Well,
positive
I mean,
outcome
like,
of
I
Trump's
would
mass
rather-
deportation has been, and you haven't told me. You were saying that they broke a law coming into the
I would
country.
rather have
Now get around to the positive quantifiable outcome.
I would rather have a quote idiotic Trump opinion than
Yeah.
be addicted to an anxiety pin like you.
Yeah, okay. And that's the issue. Right? Like, I mean, I don't think anybody should be
So-
addicted to an anxiety
so
pin, including
you say-
myself.
you
I hope
say-
it's a habit I could kick to the curb one day, but I will absolutely take an addiction to an anxiety pin compared to, I don't know, idiocracy rooted within supporting a policy that destroys this country and harms the lives of real humans just like you and me, and then to label the person who passed it
Okay,
the best
so
president
hold-
ever. Like, yikes, okay?
You-
But
okay,
I did
so
ask you, what was
you
what was
mentioned-
one quantifiable positive outcome of mass deportation on America? You
you
started to
mentioned
tell
the
me, but then you
words.
interrupted yourself and just kind of stopped midway through. So we're going to go back to that. What is the quantifiable positive outcome of of Donald Trump's mass deportation on this country?
Okay, so like I said, just so they broke a law when they come into our country, and I think that's the easiest way to deal with someone who came into our country illegally is to remove them.
Okay. But what's the positive quantifiable outcome on this country that we yield from removing them?
Upholding our system, keeping our laws strong.
Oh, okay.
Showing
So you're
that
arguing
America
here
is
that it's
not
just like
a weak country.
upholding the system of our legislation and criminal justice. So I wouldn't say that that is intrinsically a good thing. Okay, like for instance, would we argue here that it was good to kick Rosa Parks off the bus because she broke the law? No, it wasn't a good thing to kick Rosa Parks off the bus because she broke the law, because the law in which forced her to sit in one place of the bus that she didn't was a bad law that in consideration of everything was incredibly detrimental to the country and the people inside it. All right, because it yielded very significant negative outcomes. All right. Now, I would say something similar for mass deportation. I think that it yields incredibly significant negative outcomes for the country as well as the people. I've already went through quite a few of them insofar as how it really damages our economy. I even told you that it's a threat to the law in of itself via the attack on the Constitution that we've seen downstream of the deportation, like Trump trying to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants, which is illegal. Trump deporting people like Abrigo Garcia de Sicat, which was illegal. Trump deporting 300 Venezuelan immigrants with no due process, which is illegal. So, in all things considered, because of all these significantly negative effects that we see downstream of mass deportation, it doesn't make our country stronger, look better, or benefit us to enforce it as we are. I think that it's something we need to change.
Well, I mean, like, there's been multiple cases where illegal immigrants have committed very dangerous crimes like
Yeah.
murder, robbery, rape.
Mhm.
If we just had stronger borders, especially under the Biden and the Harris administration, those many deaths would not have been death, and we could have still had living Americans in our country.
Yeah, for sure. So, hey, point number one, you don't care about violent
like
crime
Laken
because
Riley,
sure.
Kate Steeney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my first point is
Sir,
that you don't care about violent crime. You only talk about it when it's convenient to your narrative. Donald Trump raped a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll, and he was found guilty of it in a civil court of law. You decided to ignore that and make him president. So I think you're a hypocrite. Second of all, for every murder that's committed by an undocumented immigrant, there's over 120 murders committed by U.S. citizens, particularly U.S. men, and you haven't spent a day in your life talking about that because you just waste your life away talking about cortisol maxing on the internet and how we need to deport black and brown people. Third of all, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes in America American soil compared to U.S. citizens. So our primary focus should be on who the citizens, but that's not the case for you. Fifth of all, because of the destructive economic effects of mass deportation, when you do it, you increase poverty. And when you see an increase in poverty, you also see an increase in crime. So mass deportation would only cause crime to go up. And then fifth of all, and this is my last point, I agree with you that there has been undocumented immigrants that have committed bad crimes. I agree with you that that's a problem because bad crimes are always a problem. And I agree with you that undocumented immigrants who do commit bad crimes should either be thrown in jail for them or deported for them. And I agree with you that we should be trying to fix the legal means of entry into this country to disincentivize undocumented entry to a 99.9999% so we could ensure the people who are coming into this country are vetted and do not have violent crimes on their record. Go ahead.
Okay, so back to immigration. I mean, that was a bunch of yapping and a bunch of insults. I mean, I don't know what exactly your sources were, but I'm just going to keep on going. Let's say
sure, my
there's a
source for the
guy-
claim that they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes is PNAS. My source for the claim that for every murder that is occurred by an undocumented immigrant, there's over 120 by U.S. citizens would be the FBI. My source for the claim that, well, when we do mass deportation, it'd be destructive to the economy is the American Immigration Institute, is alongside the IRS, alongside the CBO and the CRBF. Okay, my source that poverty causes crime would also be the FBI. We just see a causal relationship between those two factors, but that should be common sense. And my source that you don't care about violent crime because you're a hypocrite due to the fact that you elected a rapist would be NewYorkCourts.gov and the Trump v. E. Jean Carroll court case that concluded in 2023. So there's all my sources.
Okay, nice. That was a lot, but I'll take your word for it. Anyways, let's say there's a guy going into Walmart, right? And he's hungry, all right? And he goes over to, hitting the anxiety pin again, I see. So relaxing. The feeling of addiction. Anyways, so let's say Bobby's going over to Walmart. He's in Walmart and he's hungry. He reaches into a food aisle, grabs a bag of snacks, grabs maybe some water, grabs a drink, walks out. What crime did he break? Or what law did he break?
He stole?
He stole. Okay? And do you think that he should be held accountable for that?
I mean, I don't really think it's too wrong to steal a water from a Walmart if you're thirsty and need it. They're a multi-billion-dollar company, so, yeah.
So, okay, but still, it's still a law and it still should be followed. Just because someone feels like it should be one way, just because someone's hungry or someone's
Yeah.
thirsty,
Yeah,
doesn't mean they can bypass the law.
I'll tell you. So when I hear a scenario of somebody stealing a water from a Walmart because they're thirsty, like the first place my head goes to isn't how should we punish this person, but rather the first place. I'm almost done. But rather the first place that my head goes is, well, what can we do to fix the social systems that exist in this country to ensure that somebody doesn't need to steal water in order to not be thirsty?
Can you say it again? Sorry.
The first place that my head goes when I hear a story about somebody stealing water to quench their thirst from a Walmart isn't how do we punish this person, but rather what social systems should exist in this country to ensure that people don't have to steal water to not go thirsty.
Well, I'm just saying, like, there's still laws. I said water, but let's say, like,
I don't know.
chips,
That's
a
just
bag
like
of- a bag-
jaywalking.
a bag
Yeah,
of
sure,
candy.
technically breaks the law. I don't care. I don't think anyone does.
It's still laws.
Yeah. I mean, if Walmart wants to report that,
Be held,
I mean,
and we should be.
they can, but maybe the punishment should be slap on the wrist, pay them the money back. If you don't have the money, then give them the candy bag back, and if they don't have the money or the candy bag because they ate the candy, tell them not to do it again, trespass them from the location, and then they continue on with their day. Boom, law and order, baby.
Well, what happens when it's not just one person? See, one person gets away with stealing this, stealing this. Then the next person comes in and sees that they can do it, and the next and the next and the next. When is there ever put to a stop to it until everything is ran up?
Well, I mean, this is actually like included within the annual operative costs of major companies like Walmart. They account for the fact that some of their goods will ultimately be stolen and asset protection will fail, and then they factor that into the goods of everything else. Now, maybe what we could do is Well, I don't know. Give Walmart the right to implement asset protection if they want. Like, nope, nobody's going to, condemn Walmart for implementing asset protection. I don't think anybody would even really condemn Walmart for like trespassing people that happen to steal these things from them. But I think the real way to like fix the issue of people stealing candy from Walmart isn't to send them to jail for the rest of their life. I mean, we haven't even done that for the rapists and the Epstein files, but rather to ensure that people just have their bare essentials met outside of, theft from major corporations. But I mean, it's funny that you're the one talking about crime, considering the fact that your idol and president is a 34-count felon adjudicated rapist that's boasted about sexual exploitation and in the Epstein files over 1 million times.
What happened to illegal immigrants? I mean, they're kind of changing the subject. I mean,
well,
I'm
you
just saying,
changed
we
the
have these
subject by
laws in
bringing
our
up an
country.
example of stealing water and candy from Walmart. What's worse, stealing water and candy from Walmart or raping a woman, committing 34 felonies, and having a best friend that was a notorious child sex trafficker and being credibly accused by Jane Doe number 4 who won millions in a lawsuit from Epstein's estate, right? Like, I think that our priorities are really out of whack here, all right? Let's have a conversation about, the kids stealing candy from Walmart, sure, but I just think that that conversation is of a lower level of importance than ensuring that we don't have a tyrant in the White House with a criminal record worse than stealing candy from a Walmart that happens to break the law every day with another infringement on the Constitution, another bend of the checks and balances of this nation, or another appeal to criminality through illegal orders to the DHS to arrest people without judicial warrants. Where's the accountability for that? He's faced no accountability for his felonies. He was let off with no punishment because they didn't want to send the president to jail because he won the election because you voted for him. Okay. To this point, he's faced no accountability for raping E. Jean Carroll because he's just pleading to SCOTUS to appeal it once again, pushing that can down the road. He hasn't signed the check yet. He's faced no accountability for infringing on the Constitution because when he is caught for infringing on the Constitution, judges just shoot the orders down. They don't hold him criminally responsible because SCOTUS determined that presidents have immunity for their presidential actions. He's faced no legal accountability for authorizing the DHS to arrest people with no warrants because even though that's been ruled as illegal, ultimately the accountability will be seen through a lawsuit from the ACLU that ultimately takes money from the American people, i.e. what the taxpayers pay, nothing personal against the president that gave that authorization to the DHS. Right? There's been no accountability for any of Trump's crimes. It's ridiculous how this lawless monster is able to do whatever he wants, and then we have you as number one fan over here asking me about kids stealing candy from Walmart.
I'm just talking about legal immigration. I mean, I know you like to rant about Trump and this and that, but I'm saying, like, we have laws in our country, and you can see in 2021, 1.7 million illegal immigrants, border encounters. 2022, 2.7, 2.8. 2023, 3.2, and 2024 even more. So it just keeps on going up. So like when people realize that they can break a certain rule just because it seems like just because it seems, what's the right word, suitable or comfortable for them to do that, then there's just no rules and everyone just keeps on breaking the same rule.
Yeah.
And then our America turns into a country with laws.
You just made a big blunder. You just made a really big blunder because you cited border encounters every year for examples of how we're not enforcing the law. Did you know that a border encounter is when ICE apprehends or expels somebody from America at the border that they catch coming into this country with the use of undocumented means? So what the data that you should have used was border crossings, not border encounters, because border encounters are examples of law and order and people being held accountable for attempting to come into this country with the use of undocumented means, being caught and turned around. So that was a blunder on your part. Second thing here is, I agree that if we were to offer all undocumented immigrants in this country a pathway to residency or citizenship, well, then more people would want to enter into this country with the use of undocumented means because they'd be faster than the legal means. So let's fix that. Let's make the legal means of entry into this country just as fast as amnesty for the undocumented immigrants that are already here. And then at that point, the only undocumented immigrants that we'd have left, would be those that wouldn't qualify for the legal means of entry, which would be those with bad crimes on their records. So then let's pour some money into a new department to identify them because they're legitimately bad people that shouldn't exist in any free or fair society, prosecute them for their crimes and throw them in jail. That sounds good. All right, that's a way to go about things that works, but you don't want to hear it because you don't want solutions. You want problems that you can talk about, i.e. undocumented immigration, to then misrepresent, i.e. they're all violent criminals that destroy our economy, even though they're significantly less likely to commit violent crimes and they actively contribute and build this country, to then rally your support around a tyrant who's legitimately representative of all the false misrepresentations that you just threw on undocumented immigrants, i.e. rapists, i.e. felon, i.e. Epstein's best friend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm. You said I made a there, but 6.7. So the numbers. Oh,
You're cutting out. You're cutting out. You're gonna have to start from the top. You're gonna have to start from the top, buddy.
Okay, so I did not make a blunder, and maybe I used the wrong word, but still same numbers. 6.7 million illegal immigrants entrance from 2021 to 2023. So the numbers still add up.
Yeah, well, and then what did the Biden-Harris administration try to do? What did the Biden-Harris administration try to do? They tried to pass a bipartisan border bill to prevent undocumented entry by expediting illegal means, and then Donald Trump turned around and told the Republicans in Congress to vote against it. Right? Like, a big part of the problem, why we had so much undocumented entry under the Biden-Harris administration, was Trump going on Fox News, Newsmax, Truth Social, X, every platform he could get on top of, and then he'd scream and shout about how the border is wide and open and anybody could come wide on through, incentivizing so much more undocumented immigration. And then when the Biden-Harris administration tried to respond to that undocumented immigration by passing a bipartisan border bill, he then told the Republicans to shoot it down. Trump plays a massive role for manufacturing the issue that we saw under Biden for undocumented immigration into America, and you're not ready for that conversation because it would completely debunk your view. A lot of people aren't ready for that conversation because it seems radical, it seems extreme, but I mean, it's super self-explanatory, and it's easy to see why and how it happened in less than a minute or two.
I'll go so. Okay. I think you mentioned Epstein files somewhere in there, and Epstein in there.
Weren't you the one that wanted to stock on undocumented immigration?
Yeah, do. And I'll keep going.
No, you're welcome to completely change the topic. I'm fine with that.
So did you. You changed it too.
No, I didn't change the topic. Easy blunder. No, easy blunder. I'll explain to you how I didn't change the topic. Because I didn't bring up Donald Trump's rape case or Epstein or crimes for no reason to change the topic and pivot away from undocumented immigration, but rather I brought up those points specifically in reference to your own hypocrisy, right? Because you're making the point that everybody needs to be held accountable for the times they break the law. You gave an analogy through the example of somebody stealing a water from a Walmart, and this is why we need to go hard on enforcement of deportation for undocumented immigrants. So clearly I brought up all of Donald Trump's criminal accounts of breaking the law, being a felon, raping people, best friends with Epstein, credible accusations from the files, so on and so forth, as an example of how you actually don't support holding everybody accountable for their crimes when they break the law, specifically in response to the argument that you made about undocumented immigrants. So, no, I didn't pivot. It was the use of an example to demonstrate a point of hypocrisy within your own view.
Man, I guess, bro.
So what do you want to talk about to do with the files? Do you want to talk about how, according to Jamie Raskin, Trump had his own name illegally redacted over 1 million times? Do you want to talk about how Jane Doe number 4, that the FBI deemed as a credible accuser of Epstein's, then went on to win money from her, also accused Trump? Do you want to talk about how they were forced to release all the files by December, but they still have 2 million more to go, and they've vowed to not release any more? Do you want to talk about how they concealed the identities of co-conspirators of Epstein's when, according to the Epstein Files Transparency Act, that was illegal to do? What do you want to talk about specifically?
So Epstein had many connections through many powerful people, now with Democrats and Republicans, and a lot of people who would get vape and call it an anxiety thing. Anyway, so, I mean, he just had connections everywhere, right? So it wasn't just Trump. I mean, you got plenty of Democrats in the Epstein files, plenty of Republicans in the Epstein files, plenty of other powerful rulers, So
and every single one of them is a vermin that we need to kick out of any position of power and throw under the jail.
So you would say that everyone mentioned in the Epstein files should be thrown in jail?
Everybody incriminated by the Epstein files should be thrown in jail.
Define incriminated.
Sufficiently indicated of wrongdoing with good evidence should be put on trial for their crimes because we have probable cause that they committed them, and when found guilty should be thrown in jail.
I mean, I actually sort of agree with you on that. I think. Wait, can I ask you a question? Actually,
Yeah.
what do you really think happened to Epstein?
I don't know.
Do you actually have an opinion and you don't want to say, or do you actually don't know?
I just legit don't know. I'm really not one for conspiracy theories, so you know, the default position would be that he's self-unalived. But I think the missing minute from the jail's like that's just hard to make sense of. So for that reason, I don't know. But why do you support somebody that is incriminated to sexual violence as president?
Because he runs our country decently well.
Wow. Okay. Shit. So you don't care about somebody being guilty of sexual violence? If you think their policy is good, you'll make them president. Question. So if Epstein was still alive and ran for president with his past, but on Trump's policy, would you vote for him? Because although he's incriminated to sexual violence, he'd run the country well, according to you?
Name one accomplishment of Kamala Harris.
Okay, sure. After you answer my question. Eric, thank you for the motorcycle. What a pivot. Holy. Pivot Maxine.
No, I would not.
Okay, all right. So you just told us,
yeah.
even though quote unquote Epstein would quote unquote run the country well because he'd be running on Trump's policy, which you think is good for the nation, you still inevitably wouldn't vote for him because his character is sufficiently bad to never endorse as president. So the question would be, well, then why is the things in which Trump has done not sufficiently bad for you to stop supporting him as president? Looking at the rape case, looking at his admission to sexual violence, looking at the incrimination from the files, looking at his 30,000 lies, looking at his attack on our democracy on J6, looking at his attack on our Constitution today, looking at the weird comments he's made about his daughter, looking at him sexualizing a 10-year-old girl in the 90s. I mean, looking at the letter that he sent to Epstein depicting the naked body of a girl, talking about some great secrets that they both share together that's more important than money and fame. Okay? Looking at the other 40-plus accusations. Looking at everything. Okay, why would you say, oh, looking at the threat of genocide of the 90 million Iranian people. Looking at the comparison to God. Looking at the delusional rants about everything, A to Z. Looking at him baselessly calling the outcome of any election that he doesn't like rigged, like the one in Virginia yesterday. Right? Why is this character not sufficiently bad to never endorse in the Oval Office? He's clearly violent, he's clearly incompetent, and he's clearly lost his damn mind.
Yeah, good job. Anyway, so can you name one accomplishment of Kamala Harris?
Sure, after you answer the question. He left. Okay. All right. Well, I guess that was a little bit too much for Nate. I was really drilling him there. I'm locked in today. I'm fucking locked in today. I'm not gonna lie. I'm on lock. I'm on fucking lock, folks. You know what I notice is when I go to the gym before I go live and I have like a really good workout, I am locked the fuck in. Okay, I just have to get a really good workout. I have to drink a decent amount of water and I have to eat a decent amount of food. Okay, but if I'm watered, fed, and worked out, dude, I'm ready to go. Holy shit. All right, yeah, guys, we're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the box. Woo, we're on one today. Holy shit. Who will it be? Who will it be? By the way, if you want to support the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YT, and right there, Dean Withers without the E. Blue Girl, it's really good to see you today. Thank you for the meteor shower. This is like, what, the 4th or the 5th day in a row you've been here? I really appreciate you. Just, folks, make sure that you are following the rules. I'd really appreciate it. I think that this is a Trump supporter. Their bio says God first and Nicki Minaj. Oh, this will be a good one. Please load in. Oh, they did. Let's go. Roman, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, yeah, and I believe you because of your bio, yeah. Nicki Minaj, yeah, she's terrible. Thank you for the Vikings hammer. I appreciate that. Thank you. I have a couple people to thank.
How is she terrible?
Yeah, don't worry. I'll answer that question after I thank a couple people. I just need to thank a couple people, then we'll be good to go. Are you patient?
Yes, I am patient.
DB, thank you for the level ship. All right, appreciate you. Peter, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Says, yo, Dean, big fan. Was curious if you think Kirk is alive today. Would he still be MAGA? Yeah, probably still be MAGA. He was a grifter, dude. But he did say a lot against what Trump would be doing today in Iran. I just think that he'd be putting pushback on him for it. Caroline, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. You were the very first donation of the day over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Caroline. Gabe, thank you for the $5. Chandler, thank you for the $15. I appreciate you, Chandler. Good to see you today, my friend. Let's get 150 Chandler W's. Thank you. Then Abby, thank you for the $15. Who says, day one of the Withers Parker presidency, what are we changing the national anthem to? I don't know. I appreciate you for the $15, Abby. It's good to see you today. I hope that you enjoy this stream. And then Clayton with the $5 who says, not to be pedantic, but the VA election was 2 days ago. So true. Sorry. My days just kind of blend together since I do the same thing every day. On PayPal, thank you, Fasi, for the $10. I appreciate you. I meant to ask you this a couple days ago, but did you see that post that went viral about the IDF smashing a statue of Jesus in Lebanon? Yes, I did, bro. Oh my God. Dude, all right, listen. Man, the IDF has just been, they're so gross. Did you, today there's some new reporting that came in from CNN journalists, boots on the ground, that there was like IDF insurgents just straight up like shooting 14-year-olds in schools in the West Bank. It's so gross, dude. Cammy, thank you for the $24 donation, who says, you're helping me survive my 7-hour layover in North Carolina on my way to Omaha. Love you. Cammy, damn! 7-hour layover? I wish you the best of luck because I would not be able to do it. Thank you so much. We're caught up on Venmo. We're caught up on PayPal. I think that we have like 1 or 2 people to thank on Super Chat. KM, thank you for the $10, who says, are there any real Trump supporters left? Unfortunately. Thank you for the $10. Lord T with the $10, who says, freedom of speech doesn't absolve you from consequences. Hashtag DNC bot. DNC bot said it best. Thank you. Then Lord T with another $10. Thank you so much. You are awesome. And then the greenest, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars. Show some love to all the donors down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you guys so much. Like I said, if you want to support the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YT, then Dean Withers without the E right there. Now, I want to ask you a question real quick, Relman. What are your pronouns?
He, him, his.
Okay, so I just didn't want to assume, so I thought I'd ask. All right, Rel, so tell us, why the fuck do you support the worst president of your life?
So I've been a Barb since I was 8 years old. My mom went to her Pink Print tour. Long story short, Nikki had recently spoke out about her political views, and which is okay, everybody should. But, you know, I don't get into politics, but I've been following her and, you know, seeing the things that, you know, she does. It's, you know, beneficial, and she wouldn't do it if Trump didn't support the LGBT plus community, or if, you know, he was against black women rights. So I'm just behind what she thinks. I mean, I am not old enough to be into politics because I don't really
how old are you?
with it. I'm 20, but I don't, you know, see.
You are old
myself
enough to be
getting
into politics. Don't give me that.
I'm not, though, because, you know, I'm still.
I'm 21. And listen, I've been doing this for quite a while. I don't know if you've seen it. No, a bunch of people have. I did a 1v20 on Jubilee, where I debated 20 Trump supporters at the same time with ages ranging from 18 to 65. When I filmed that video, I was 18. All right? Age isn't an excuse. It is not an excuse. But listen. Okay, first and foremost, you're telling me that you've been following Nikki for a long time. Since you were 8 years old. Probably the last time she had a good song. All right? Sorry. Not sorry. Just because you like her music, okay, doesn't mean that she has reliable cognitive faculties to dictate what is best fit for this country. All right? I think that Nicki Minaj should stay in her lane of making music. Okay, but as soon as she leaves that band camp, all right, she has no fucking clue what she's talking about. All right? She could hit those high notes, okay, but she can't realistically hit the ballot box with a thought in between her eyes. And the reason why is because we know her mind is already just gone. She's married to a registered sex offender. Who the fuck does that? She's defended her brother who's a registered sex offender. Who the fuck does that? She's campaigning for a registered sex offender's presidency. Who the fuck does that? All right? she's unreliable. We can't trust her political opinions. And I mean, you told us here that in no way would she ever associate herself with somebody who is detrimental to the LGBTQ plus community or detrimental to black women because she's a black woman that is maybe a part of the LGBTQ plus community. I don't know. All right. But regardless of that, well, we actually do know that she would support people in which would be detrimental to her or facts of her, such as her race or her gender, because like I just went over, she's married to a registered sex offender, defends her brother who's a registered sex offender, has been campaigning for a registered sex offender, when all of these registered sex offenders have been detrimental to the lives of women and girls just like her. And I'm sorry if I'm coming off hostile. I should cool it down. I'll take a breath.
I just, I can't speak on the political side because I'm not on that side yet. And, I see a lot and I, just stay back and learn and read it. I don't publicly state anything about my political view. I do support Trump. And, there's some things that I don't like. There's some things that I do like,
What are the things that you like? Okay, he left too. All right, take care. How are you?
I'm inferentially, I'm 20.
Oh, wait. Stop being an analyst. I'm sorry. I heard the word inferentially. Just no analysts here. This is an analyst-free live.
What are you talking about, Dean? Is this like a dodge? Holy fucking shit!
How old are you?
He's already dodging, and I have.
No. I'm just simply telling you. No analysts here.
I have no idea what that means.
Okay. Now, how do you?
Yeah, so I'm inferentially justified in believing that you're like a slow boy, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'll let you like read
What
out your
inference rule?
donations.
What inference rule?
Huh?
What
Yeah,
inference rule?
that wasn't an argument, so it doesn't have an inference rule, you dummy.
You said that you're inferentially
fucking shit,
justified.
You're based on ass up taking my dick right now. This is like bad for you. Anyways,
Less than
so
50 seconds in and talking about my ass and your cock. Whoa, dude, slow your roll.
it's rhetorical. Dummy.
Dude, what a
Holy
blunder!
fucking
Holy shit,
That's
dude!
blunder
This
number
is
two.
listen. This is not X videos. This is a TikTok debate live. What are we doing?
Yeah, so I've come here for a meaningful good faith dialectic. Are you like ready to engage in that?
Why do you support Trump, bro?
Yeah, so what's going to be like the normative driver that underlays your like descriptive worldview that binds these like rational epistemic totalities to like accept an anti-Trump worldview?
Dodge?
What?
Dodge?
No, these
Holy.
epistemic sets range from like non-cognitivists, right, to like moral realists. Go
The
ahead.
question is, why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so to even answer this question, I'm going to need like your epistemic basis for these like prescriptive claims, right?
Why?
Yeah, okay, so if someone like didn't have a concept of a question, do you think that they could like ask questions?
Well, I do think that you could answer questions.
Yeah, why would I take someone seriously if they can't even like logically answer, like give a question, right?
Well, I mean, you don't have to take me seriously, but you have to answer the question insofar as why you support Trump if you're on the live.
No, I wouldn't. Like, if you're logical, right, I'm not going to engage
Okay,
in like a
alright.
good faith dialectic.
All right.
Because
Well,
good
I mean,
faith dialectic.
yeah.
is
If you don't think that I'm
reserved for
capable of good faith
logical,
dialectic,
boy.
feel free to
Holy
leave.
fucking
But if
shit.
you do think I'm capable of good faith dialectic, feel free to stay and tell
So-
us why you support Trump. But I mean, the
just
first
stated
question
that
of the
you can't
live
answer the
is
question.
and
You
will
can't even,
always be, why do you
justify
support
your
Trump?
worldview.
Yeah, unfortunately, my
so-
friend. Unfortunately, my friend, the first question is and will always be, why do you support Trump? If you can't answer that question, I'm just going to move on.
Yeah, so I just take it that you can't justify your worldview, slow boy.
Okay. And I take it that you can answer the question on top of my head.
I mean, yeah, for that question that even be asked, I need to know if you're even like a logical, rational interlocutor. Do you like understand that?
Okay. Well, I guess, that could be discovered with furtherance of the debate following your answer to
No,
this
it's not.
question. If this is going to be the last opportunity for you to tell us why you support Trump. If you don't, I'm going to move on.
Yeah, I just take it as like a dodge. You can't even justify your rationality to me. That's pretty bad.
Seems like you wasted the last opportunity. You take care. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Peter loaded up into the box. Only up inside of that cube. You happen to be MAGA. Folks, only up inside of that cube. You happen to be MAGA. Hey, over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Wondering, for the $20 for Dean's anxiety pin and for Nate's anxiety blanket. I really appreciate you so much for that love. Please show some love to Nate down below in that comment section for the $20 on Super Chat. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, we just got a restriction, so the live is not shooting out to any new people. We're going to go ahead and give it around 10 to 15 minutes. Unfortunate Santana. Also, man, I got to talk to you later. We're going to give it around 10 to 15 minutes to see if that ban is overturned. If it is inevitably overturned, then we won't have to restart. But if it's not overturned in the next 10 to 15 minutes, then unfortunately we will have to restart. But no worries. Welcome in, Peter. I sent you an invite to turn your mic on. And also, by the way, thank you so much for the little cute Leon, the kid. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, Peter's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Johnny Boy loading up into the queue. Here we go, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I appreciate you guys so much for being here. Make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out that live. Welcome in, John. Do you support Trump?
Hey, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
I don't know anymore, man.
Okay, John. Well, I mean, hey, if you're in a position of feeling disillusioned and you don't know what to believe, I think that the live is a great place for you to start, just to hear me out for my opinion. But unfortunately, insofar as the type of people that we're looking to debate on live, we're going to be looking strictly and specifically for Trump supporters who do know that they are MAGA. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Guys, only hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump. If you hop inside of that queue representing any other values, I'm going to go ahead and ban you. I hate to be that guy, but we're looking for debates and debates only. It's been really hard to find them as of recently. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you're MAGA. We got reaction edits loading in. We got a couple people loading in here. Reaction edits, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Reaction edits, you have, I'm just gonna kick you now because you're clearly not here. User, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, I'm gonna kick you because you're not here. David, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I want to be inside you.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you because you're weird. We got Spill loading up into the box. We got 5 loading up into the box. Yeah, welcome in. What's going on, Spill? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump.
How do you? Spill, could you please answer my question?
Yeah, what was your question?
It is, how old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. I'm gonna thank a couple people, then I'll pass you that mic. Thank you for the $20, Anthony, over on Super Chat. I appreciate you. Anthony with the $20 says, supporting my favorite grifter. Anthony, I really appreciate you for supporting the grift. Guys, we are grift maxing so hard today. Grift maxing so unbelievably hard. On PayPal, thank you so much, Brooklyn, for the $5. I appreciate you. On Venmo, thank you so much, Jaden, for the $25. He says, I got paid today, so do you. Here every day. Thank you, sir, for the reminder that we have a voice for giving me help every day. You're great at keep up the good work. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Jaden. That is so kind of you. I want to see 250 Jaden W's in that chat while we start up this next conversation. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Jaden. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump.
I support Trump because he is the greatest president of all time.
Okay, is this a troll?
No, that's not a troll.
Okay, have you lost your mind?
No, I have not lost my mind. Have you lost your mind?
No. I think you have, my friend. All right, so tell us why you're idiot Maxine. Why do you support Trump? Take it away.
I support Trump because he is actively trying to fix the border, the big bill. Oh, what's that act called?
The Big Beautiful Bill.
Yeah, Big Beautiful Bill Act.
Oh, you like that bill? Why? No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Is that why?
Yeah, I don't think we deserve tax.
Okay, you don't think that we deserve tax. Okay, well then you should have supported the Big Beautiful Bill because it only effectively increases taxes on the average American. Holy shit.
No, I think the wages should stay wages.
What's that?
I think the poor should stay poor and the rich should get richer.
And let me guess, you're poor as shit? That you just have like this pipe dream that like one day you'll be rich? It's not even like hate on them once I'm up. It's like hate on them while I'm down. So hopefully one day I will be up. You're trying to just separate yourself from everybody else when in all reality you're the average American.
And how would you conclude that I'm poor?
Well, I don't know. Just based upon the argument that you gave, saying, well, I want the poor to stay poor and I want the rich to stay rich. Sure, we hear a lot of rich people say it, but they don't say it so explicitly, because they know if they do say it explicitly, we could have some social revolution and uprising against the ruling elite. So they more so just don't say it out loud, but they just implement it through, regressive tax structures, increasing price on the working class, so on and so forth. I think the only people that we hear say, I want the rich to stay rich and I want the poor to stay poor are like poor people because, the rich people do it. They don't say it.
They said it, so I think.
So why do you want the poor to stay poor?
I think it's just better that they know their place in this world.
Okay, why is it their place to be poor?
Because They didn't put in the work to be rich.
Okay, they didn't put in the work to be rich. So you think the harder you work, the richer you'll be? Who works harder, Barron Trump or an average
No,
school
I think
teacher?
I think the smarter you are, the richer you'll be.
Okay, so you think that Elon Musk is the smartest person that's ever lived?
No. I think that.
Oh, but he's the
has-
richest person.
That's debatable. That's debatable.
Okay, so okay, what about
Richest person on paper.
yeah? What about Trump? He's worth a couple billion. Do you think that Trump is smarter than me? Because I'm not worth a couple billion.
No, but I think he has people under him that work for him that are smarter.
Wait! But he's worth significantly more than I am. You just said the smarter you
Yeah.
work, the richer you become. Okay, but clearly Trump is much richer than myself. So you would have to hold to the conclusion that you think that Trump is smarter than myself, or else your argument falls to crumbs.
Yeah, yes, Trump is smarter than yourself.
Okay, but I'm the only one out of the two that could pass a middle school math test. Today he said that you could actually reduce the price of a good by over 600%. So that's literally impossible because 100% of a number would be the full number, i.e. if you were to reduce the price of a good from $600 to $100, you're not reducing the price of that good from 600%. You'd be reducing the price of the good by around 83%. It's physically impossible to reduce a number by over 100%.
It is possible.
So no, it's not. That's just how math
It,
works.
it literally is possible
No.
because Trump said it's possible.
Okay, you're trolling. Want to hop out?
Wait, yeah, I'm literally trolling. But yo, do you remember me though?
No, bro, get out of here.
When I
Moving on to the next guest. What are we doing, bro? What are we doing? All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. What the fuck are we doing, man? Holy shit, he's wasting his day. Yo, Frey, I appreciate you for that Galaxy, man. I appreciate you so much. Welcome in. What's going on, Clip FX? Do you support Trump?
What's up?
You good, dude?
Yeah, I was stretching. Long day.
Okay, how old are you?
25.
Do you support, the
Greatest president of all time. Yes, I do.
greatest president of all time? So true.
Took the
So
word
true.
out.
He's the greatest president of all time. At this point, we should just stop calling him president and we should start calling him God, right? I mean,
No,
that's at least
actually,
what
because
seemingly he wants us
I'm
to do. Have you
Christian
seen
and
this pic? Oh, wait, sorry.
Yeah,
wait.
actually, no.
What are your
Actually, I'm
thoughts on this
Christian and
picture?
I don't agree with that one picture he did post the other day.
Okay, but the greatest president of all time is guilty of the one unforgivable sin.
Well, you can post things, but I mean, you can always repent your sins. I mean, that's what being a Christian is.
Not blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, buddy. You haven't read your Bible. Jesus says so himself in Mark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I told you I didn't agree with it from the start. So.
Okay, well, if it's if it's God's red line against Trump, then why is it not your red line against Trump?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Okay, all right. Well, dog walked. Holy.
Oh, okay. Because I agreed. Like what?
Yeah, you agreed with the position that ultimately entails that you shouldn't support Trump because there's red lines in which you should hold against him.
Well, I agree with the things he does for and stuff like that. So
I mean, every foreign policy decision he's made has been shit. From being Putin's lapdog to starting war in the Middle East,
I like
it's all
how
been a
in
mess.
47 years he's the only president that's had the balls to do what he's doing to Iran. What?
Okay. Well, guess what happened the last time we tried to take out Iran's leader? It led to a violent revolution that was overtaken by Islamic extremists that then led to the regime that we have today. And now, what exactly is he doing to Iran that we should applaud? I just don't really see that
Changing the regime?
But he hasn't.
Can you say, how do you unalive? He unalived how many leaders now?
Well, I mean, out of the top leaders of the regime, he only unalived one, which was the Ayatollah. So yeah, you're right. We no longer have Khomeini. We just have Khomeini's son, Khomeini Jr. But that's not a regime change.
So it's like the JFK effect. One goes down, the other goes down. It's like you should probably get the memo before you go down.
Okay, so you're saying, well, I guess here's the first question. Could you please tell me what a regime is?
Why?
That's important. What is a regime?
A culture, I would say, right?
No. So the regime of Iran would be the IRGC, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a regime change in Iran would mean getting rid of the IRGC and replacing them with something else,
Just
right?
like the regime changed in Venezuela.
No, actually, the regime didn't change in Venezuela because we still have Maduro's regime in place. In fact, now his VP is just serving as the P. But answer the question.
His VP is
if you
also
agreed that
listening to
you're
Trump,
pivoting,
unlike Maduro.
you're interrupting to pivot.
You're right, I am pivoting, my bad.
Now, we agreed that the regime is the IRGC, so a regime change would be changing the IRGC to something else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is the IRGC still in power in Iran today?
No.
Okay, you're an idiot. Who the hell is blocking the Strait of Hormuz?
Dude, if that's
Tell me, who the hell is blocking the Strait of Hormuz?
not Iran.
Not Iran? Then who's doing it? Because we know somebody's blocking the Strait. They're saying that they're the IRGC, and the IRGC is saying that, they're them. Okay.
Do you disagree that we could just blow the Strait of Hormuz right open?
Can you please tell me why you disagree with what I just said?
I never said I disagreed.
Yeah, well, you said that you said that
Is
Iran
this
is
where
not,
you like put words in my
blocking the Strait
mouth
of
and then
Hormuz.
try to like say clocked when you just put words in my mouth?
I'm not putting words in your mouth. You said that Iran is not blocking the Strait of Hormuz. I'm saying
never
that
said
Iran
that
is
either.
blocking
So
the Strait
there,
of Hormuz.
another word put in my mouth that I never
No, you
said.
did. I asked you who's blocking the Strait of Hormuz, and you said, and I quote, not Iran.
Yeah, not Iran.
So then you did say that Iran's not blocking the Strait of Hormuz. Holy, get a load of this fool.
Yeah, like I said, long day.
Okay, so then who's blocking the Strait of Hormuz if it's not Iran?
I guess Iran, but that shit
Okay.
could be open.
So the IRGC.
Like, that
so
shit's
we just
open
agreed
and
that the
closed every
IRGC is still in
fucking
power.
day.
Wait.
That
So we
shit
just
is-
so we just agreed that the IRGC is still in power.
For now, I mean.
Okay,
we're
so then the
blowing them
regime
to
hasn't been
pieces.
changed, right?
You know how? You know how?
So I just want to clarify. Can we agree that therefore the regime has not been changed?
Well, the regime is actually smarter talking to Donald Trump and his his team.
Oh, okay. But is it still the
JD,
IRGC?
Marco Rubio, all them.
But is it still the IRGC?
I guess you could say it is a little bit.
Oh, okay. So then he hasn't done a regime change. So then what has he accomplished?
He's gotten people in the regime to listen to him at least.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that people
all
in
the
the
guy
IRGC.
wants is Iran to have no nukes, and like who could disagree with that?
No, that's not true.
Who could disagree with that? Like you're
Trump
actually
disagrees with
certifiably
that.
insane if you disagree with that.
So you just said that Trump's certifiably insane because he pulled us out of a peace agreement which greenlit them to build nukes.
Do you even know what was in that peace agreement?
Yes.
Okay, and when was Iran going to be able to build nukes again?
I don't know. Like, I think that a couple of the requirements sundown like 15 years from now. But by that time, they just re-agree to the agreement with a further extension.
I'm pretty sure it was more like 5 or 10, but we'll say.
There were 15-year sundown agreements. But now you're saying... So do you agree that Trump pulled us out of that deal?
Yeah, to get a better one. Like
wait. To get a better one. So first and foremost, I want to call this out. Okay, you don't get a better deal.
Pieces and they fuck.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute because you're an idiot that's attempting to interrupt the only smart person on the panel speaking. So first and foremost, you don't pull out of a deal to get a better deal. You renegotiate the deal that you're already in. Okay, that's going to be geopolitics 101 because when you pull out of a deal, you give the suggestion as if you're an unreliable negotiator, and which then sets the premise to other countries that no matter what you negotiate at the table, ultimately your party is still going to disavow that agreement. All right,
Wrong.
Which is why you don't pull out of deals to renegotiate deals. Now, the second point that I'll make here is you said that Trump pulled out of the deal to make a better one. Well, that's not true, okay? Because did he make a better one by the end of his first term? No. Did he know that he was going to get reelected or lose the election? No. Did he know that after he lost the election that he was going to win again in 2024? No. All right, so we know that's clearly not what happened, and that's exactly why we're in the situation that we are today. All right, we are in the situation that we are today because Trump pulled us outside of the JCPOA, then giving Iran, 7 years to start re-enriching their uranium because Trump gave them the green light to, and then your cope is to respond by saying, well, he pulled us out to make a better one, but then never renegotiated a better one. He just sounds like an idiot. You sound like you're brainwashed, and he sounds like an incompetent businessman unable to negotiate.
So never mind, that's besides the point. I just can't believe you would be okay with someone like Iran having nukes.
Okay, straw man number one. Quite a blunder. Can you please respond to the argument I just gave you?
I mean, it was all pointless, though.
Okay, straw man number two. What a blunder. You can't just call it pointless. Argue that it's false.
It's not, though.
Okay, straw man number three. You can't just say it's false. You have to prove it with a position. You have to prove it with an argument.
He quite literally pulled us out of a deal to blow him to pieces to get what he wants.
Wait, and what he wants is what? What we had from that deal? Got it.
He wants them to have, quite simply, no nukes, and he wants a little bit of oil.
Wait. Did they have any nukes under the JCPOA?
How do you know?
Oh, well, because of the IAEA. Good question.
And they know how? You think
because of 300 in-person visits per year for every nuclear facility and 24/7 access to surveillance video footage in every site that's tamper-proof, as well as satellite imagery of the trucks and shipping containers going in and out of the uranium enrichment sites? Second good question.
You don't think other countries, let alone Iran, a country that has caves out the ass, doesn't show them some stuff they don't want them to see?
Well, yeah, because we have U.S. the U.S. intelligence community alongside the intelligence community from the EU, UN, and NATO. Okay, tasked with finding all of their enrichment sites, which is exactly why Donald Trump was able to destroy them like 5 months ago, then claim that their nuclear enrichment program is completely destroyed. Another good question.
You're quite literally insane. You're okay with Iran.
All right. So you ran out of arguments because I was able to answer every question that you asked, and then your final response was to call me insane. You can call me insane all you want, but what you can't let me clarify here. Let me clarify here. You could call me insane all you want, but what you can't call me is wrong.
No, I can't call you wrong.
Then prove it.
Because you think you know what other countries have.
Not an argument, another straw man.
That kind of is an argument.
Okay, I'll defeat the argument. The U.S. intelligence community claims to know what other countries have.
Okay, then our claims are wrong.
Okay, how do you know that?
Just like the same way you know that,
Let's just trust me, bro?
Exactly, just like you. Trust me, bro.
Wait, what claim could I only substantiate with my own emotions?
That the U.S. knows everything. Nobody knows anything. Nobody knows everything.
Okay. So you're claiming that the U.S. intelligence community was wrong.
If we knew everything,
so that is a positive claim. Wait. So that is a positive claim in which you are making. In order for you to hold to a positive claim, you must have good reason to believe in said positive claim. Yeah, you don't have good reason to believe in said positive claim, so ultimately you can't hold to it, right?
Yeah.
The entire premise, okay, that underlies your position here is that the U.S. intelligence community was wrong about Iran's nuclear enrichment program while Trump was president. Your argument here is that the IAEA was wrong about Iran's nuclear enrichment program while Trump was president. That NATO was wrong. That the UN was wrong. That the EU was wrong. That everybody was wrong about their nuclear enrichment program while Trump was president under his first term, including Trump because he's the one that signed off on the U.S. intelligence, reaffirming that they were not developing nuclear weapons. But then when I ask you, why do you believe that NATO was wrong, the UN was wrong, the IAEA was wrong, the EU was wrong, the IAEA was wrong, the US was wrong, and Trump was wrong? You ultimately have no reason to believe that whatsoever. I'd actually argue here, in fact, that you are the one that is insane because you want to pull us outside of a peace agreement that ensured Iran couldn't develop nuclear weapons, just to then greenlight them to do so then we could kill their innocent civilians, take the lives of 160 girls, deploy troops in the region to be killed and tortured, okay, and just destroy their civilian infrastructure, so then the millions of innocent Iranian civilians living in their capital, Tehran, okay, are living with thick oil smoke that's flammable, catching their streets on fire and killing them from carcinogens at the young age of 35. That is insane. That is an insane belief for you to hold with no reason whatsoever, okay, that they were enriching uranium or building nukes while the JCPOA was in place. So the question remains, can you provide any evidence whatsoever that Iran was building nukes while the JCPOA was in place? Yes or no?
You're talking for like 5 minutes, and like you expect me to like remember everything you fucking said. Ask one fucking question or two, and then let me answer.
Can you provide any evidence that Iran violated the JCPOA?
You said what?
Can you provide any evidence that that Iran violated the JCPOA before Trump pulled us out of it?
No, they didn't violate it, but Trump said they has nukes, so they're nukes.
Oh, okay. So you believe Trump when he said that they had nukes?
Yeah, because I believe him. He did good in his first term. He's going to do good in the second term. Rome wasn't built overnight, buddy.
Why do you believe Trump when he says that Iran is an imminent nuclear threat? What evidence exists to suggest that claim is true?
They're like the #1 terror group in the world, and you can't trust them? Like the fuck?
Oh, okay. No, I'm not asking you why you don't trust Iran. I'm asking you why you do trust Trump.
Oh, because he's the greatest president of all time.
Oh, okay. All right.
He puts money into people's pockets, and he is a peacemaker. Yeah. I mean, what else could you want?
Yeah, so here's his Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testifying under penalty to perjury in front of Congress that they were not an imminent nuclear threat because we destroyed their nuclear program last June, and they haven't even tried to start rebuilding it yet.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, "There has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability," end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
Perfect. So not only did you make a massive blunder there because you just lied and we've not proven that.
Can you do one thing for me? Can you tell me what assess like what they're meaning as an assessment? Like, is that like facts or is that just
so that's the
alleged?
So that's the concluded fact of the U.S. intelligence community.
Well, then I guess I should believe the country who spends billions of dollars on, intelligence every year,
I definitely do think that you should believe the U.S. intelligence community when you can't identify a reason why they would lie, especially when they're testifying under penalty of perjury in front of Congress under oath, where if they can, in front of congressmen and women who have access to the classified intel to verify and fact check what she was saying. Go ahead.
Like I said, I just feel like if Trump said they had nukes, they had nukes. When is a president really ever wrong?
When does a president lie?
No, I didn't say that. I said, when is a president really ever wrong?
Very frequently.
Yeah.
Wait, if I could give you like another example of Trump being wrong, then you'd concede the argument that Trump is always right, correct?
Trump says a lot of stupid things, so I don't know about that.
Wait. So if I could give you an example, If I could give you an example of Trump being wrong, you will still believe that Trump is always right? That's contradictory.
He says
Trump can't possibly always be right if I could identify examples of him being wrong.
No, because he says stupid shit like that. The wind turbines are killing whales. You don't always listen to him.
So then he said some stupid shit like saying that Iran was an imminent nuclear threat.
Well, we don't know that for sure.
We do, because that's what the U.S. intelligence community says. All right.
Yeah,
and by the way, I just want to clarify here that you have the burden of proof to demonstrate evidence that Donald Trump was telling the truth when he said that Iran is an imminent nuclear threat. And you cannot demonstrate evidence. For that reason, you cannot believe Donald Trump's claim. All right, okay.
Maybe when they were
but even outside of the fact that I've been able to describe to you how you have no evidence for what you believe in, thereby you're engaging in inherent irrationality by believing him with no good reason. On top of that, I'm also giving you the testimony of the Director of National Intelligence under oath in front of Congress under penalty of perjury, testifying to the fact that the U.S. intelligence community has concluded that they don't have nukes.
You want me to tell you why I believe they have nukes?
I just want you to tell me why you believe that Donald Trump's telling the truth when you have no evidence, and all of the evidence indicates, including the consensus of the U.S. intelligence community. Okay.
Maybe they didn't have nukes that day.
You can't just get nukes overnight. You're trolling.
No, I mean, you can build this shit and keep it a secret. Like I said, you act like you know what other countries are doing.
Wait. First, you said that they didn't have nukes that day. Okay, then they weren't an imminent nuclear threat.
They still had ballistic missiles that could reach fucking the UK countries and Israel.
He didn't claim that they're a ballistic missile imminent threat. He claimed that they're a nuclear imminent threat.
Well, they're still a missile threat too. I mean, a threat is a threat.
Okay, well, a nuclear threat is only a nuclear threat, not a ballistic missile threat.
Okay, so we're still gonna let the people who chant death to America and death to Israel.
Why are you pivoting?
Have missiles? I'm not pivoting.
You are pivoting, but no, it's not, because the claim that we're litigating here is the fact that Donald Trump lied when he said that Iran's an imminent nuclear threat.
Well, then he probably just wasn't informed. I don't want to say Trump.
Oh, wait. So Donald Trump started a war over something that he knew nothing about? That's a really compelling reason to not... But you just said that the reason he started the war is something that he wasn't informed about.
He actually promised since 2016 that he'd never let Iran...
You just said the reason why Trump started the war is something that Trump wasn't informed about. Because you do understand that they're an imminent nuclear threat claims from the official announcement from the White House insofar as why Donald Trump started this war on February 28th. So just to clarify, your claim is that the best president in the history of the United States of America started a war in which has resulted in the deaths of innocent children over a claim that he was wrong about because he knew nothing about it. Correct or incorrect?
Well, saying correct would mean you're right, and I'm not going to let you be right. So.
Oh, okay. So you're just going to say that it's incorrect even though you know I'm right because you don't want to lose a debate because of your ego.
No, because it's false, Dean. And you act like those kids,
so precisely, I want you to quote the part of my sentence that was false.
And you act like those kids just are going to have it peachy. They live in Iran. Yeah, they're going to...
Oh, yeah, therefore they don't have a right to life and we need to kill them. Okay, can you please tell me what part of my sentence was wrong?
I mean, it really wasn't, but like... like I said, I can't say you're right.
Well, you just did.
No, I didn't. I didn't say anything.
You said that nothing in which I said was wrong, therefore necessarily everything in which I said was right.
I said it really wasn't wrong.
Due to the law of the excluded middle.
I just don't see how you're okay with Iran having missiles.
I just don't see how you're okay with dodging so clearly.
I believe Trump. I'm sorry.
Wait, but you just admitted that Trump was wrong.
You can believe stuff and also disagree on stuff. I hope you know that.
Well, actually, no. You can't believe something to be true while also believing something to be false. That is contradictory. You can't. Just
I believe in my whole heart that Iran is a threat. So,
Okay, and I believe that in my whole heart that you don't have a brain.
You might be right.
Get out of here, bruh. Get out of here. All right, folks. I told you guys that we got a restriction on the stream about 20 minutes ago. We did get the result from the appeal back on TikTok moments ago. The appeal was rejected, so unfortunately, I do have to restart the stream. But listen, this is an appeal directly, not towards anybody watching on YouTube. Y'all don't go anywhere. You are fine. This is specifically and directly only for those watching on TikTok. Come back. We have another 3 hours of debates coming your way. The restarts take less, okay, than 10 seconds. And unfortunately, it is sometimes a necessary evil for us to do these restarts because TikTok loves to restrict these streams, okay? What we talk about here is not something that the TikTok higher-ups like. Larry, Oracle, Larry, the CEO of Oracle, is one of Donald Trump's best friends, all right? And TikTok has a large ability to just randomly restrict these live streams that we run to reduce the amount of people that could possibly come into them. So I kindly appeal to you, the viewer on TikTok, to come back following the restart. Here's how to do it. Hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner of the phone screen. It looks like a red button. Even if you don't like me and you just want to listen or you're a Trump supporter, you could always unfollow when you are back from the restart. Nobody's going to shame you for that. Second of all, when the live stream ends, it'll say live has ended and it will show you my profile picture. If you click on that profile picture, you will be on my account page. Now the restarts take 5 seconds, but it probably takes another 5 seconds on top of that to show you that I'm live again, meaning that in total, if you just let my account page rest for 10 seconds, refresh it, you will see a new glowing red live orb around my profile picture. And if you don't see that orb with your first refresh, wait a couple seconds and refresh again, and then you'll be able to click into the new live. I'll see you all in less than 10 seconds. Here we go.
You're not fit to find out what somebody's finances is soon as you meet them. They could be rich.
Way to get the word out, okay? Like, by far, they have the best algorithm for getting more people engaged with a live stream than any other platform. Okay, that's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. Welcome back in, everybody. Welcome back in, folks. Make sure that you are spamming that chat, saying what's good, sharing that live, reposting it too, dropping a like on that live stream. We need to do everything and anything in our ability to get that live stream back out on that For You page, so I really appreciate you guys so much for being here. Also, hop inside of the queue if you're following the rules. I do want it to be known, though, that if you join that queue and you break the rules, you will be banned. Hate to be that guy, but unfortunately got it today. Let's go ahead and try to get that very first guest of the day loaded up into the box. We got the first guest, Freddy27, connecting right now. Here we go. By the way, we do have access to the main account back. It was something that was taken from us last night, but TikTok gave it back to me after I reached out to them. Welcome in, Freddy. Do you support Trump?
Oranges! Yeah, that's me!
What the hell is that? I heard a little bit of like Bohemian Rhapsody in there. I heard some other shit. Dude, what was that? That was a bunch of nonsense. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. All the up inside of the queue. If you're MAGA, follow the rules. Holy moly, please and thank you. We do have a couple people to thank on the VE and MO and the PAL. We're going to go to do that here in a moment. I have to, like, unfortunately spell those things out or else TikTok will get me for it. Welcome into eSport Trump. All right, they're not here, so we're going to go to kick them. Moving on to the next guest, John Boy and FJ. On the VENMO, Harrison, thank you for the 5, who says, MAGA will continue to deny evidence and fact because they feel their identity is being attacked psychologically, being controlled by fear. Yup. Isabella, thank you for the 1. Stella, thank you for the 1. Ben, thank you for the 1. And then Joseph, thank you for the 10. I appreciate you. DB, good to see you, man. I appreciate you so much for the love and support. On the PAYPAL, Alexa, thank you for the 15. Let's get to 150 Alexa W's down below. Alexa with a 15 says, Dean, thank you for the advocacy you do. As a female Marine with a limited voice, it's nice to see, to know that someone is in our corner when it comes to this admin. I wish you the very best of luck, and I really hope that you don't get deployed. Thank you so much for what you do, and thank you for supporting the stream. You are awesome. And then Jayla, thank you for the 5, and Brooklyn, thank you for the 5. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
How old are you?
34.
Can you come a lot closer to your mic there?
34.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, so why was Donald Trump claiming to be God, not your red line?
Well, actually, you picked me for the live before, and I said that I wasn't sure if I still support him because of things like that. and that I think that was my line, but I still believe that he's one of the greatest presidents just because of
Why is everybody claiming that Trump is the greatest president today? Like, you know that you don't have to say that, all right? Because it's so clearly false. The economy's in the shitter, all right? Americans are being executed in broad daylight, all right? People are being deported with no due process to get tortured in CCOT, all right? Our transatlantic partnerships are failing us because of Trump, all right? He's threatening to invade our allies. He's starting new wars in the Middle East after promising not to. He's a rapist. He's threatening genocide. You don't have to call him one of the best presidents ever. You don't have to.
one of the best.
But why?
Well, you know, you've got like Nixon, and there's been some like the start of NASA. You know, is founded on a lie.
Oh my God!
You know, there's every president.
Start of NASA was founded on the lie.
Yeah, Werner von Braun. He was a Nazi scientist that was brought in to find one of our first rockets to go to low Earth orbit.
Okay. Do you believe the Earth is round?
Man, there's no proof. There's
no proof the Earth is round?
Other than them saying, trust me, bro, and then showing us CGI.
Okay. No, first and foremost, that is just abundantly incorrect. I mean, I would say that the pictures and the videos filmed on iPhone, not CGI, iPhone, is definitely really condemning evidence, compelling evidence that the Earth is round. Maybe that's a good thought. What are your thoughts on the videos of the Earth's shape being filmed on an iPhone?
Well, I only saw a still photo from that iPhone. I didn't see video.
Okay, well, you could find the video on NASA, any social media platform. But okay, still photo. Why don't you trust the still photo?
Well, I did photo analysis, and the 60s pictures of the Earth has the same cloud pattern as some of that iPhone images.
Show me it.
Right here?
Yeah.
How do I do that?
So you can't give evidence. Okay.
Well, no. How do I? Because I have the pictures saved, but I don't know how to post them here.
You have to use a green screen effect.
Oh, I don't know.
So you think the Earth is flat?
I don't know.
How do you explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
That's Have you ever seen the drop effect with the lights that the flat earthers do? So they put a drop of water in a petri dish, and they've got a artificial illumination that kind of mimics the sun and Earth. It's pretty crazy. I mean,
I'm asking you, how do you explain the 24-hour sun? Okay, in Antarctica. That's what refutes a flat Earth model, because it's impossible to have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica while like other places, like essentially the rest of the world, goes in and out of darkness during the same 24-hour span. That continued illumination occurs in Antarctica. So how do you explain the 24-hour sun?
There's facts on each side that are very compelling, I have to admit.
But this fact completely dismisses the notion that the Earth is flat. There's no way to explain flat Earth with a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Unless the Earth and Moon are stage props, you know? Kind of like the that movie with Jim Carrey.
No, even if we assume that the sun is is a stage prop controlled by the ultra wealthy and it's local, okay, even with that local spotlight of the sun, you cannot explain why that local spotlight will illuminate Antarctica while not illuminating any of the other places by Antarctica, and the rest of the world goes in and out of daylight. Like, unironically, the only way that you could possibly describe the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is to posit that we have more than one sun, or concede that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
So which one is it? Do we have two suns, or is the Earth not flat?
Or it might be a perspective. You know, like when an ant.
Okay.
The argument though, on both sides.
This guy will be fun. So why do you support Trump? Oh God.
So in 2016, I think we all supported Trump for one reason or another. But the Trump we're looking at
Hillary
today,
Clinton won the popular vote. More people didn't support Trump than those that did.
Yeah, but she was doing like some crazy stuff with her laptop, and she knew people in Benghazi were.
Nothing about Benghazi or the laptop changes the fact that in 2016 more people supported Hillary Clinton than Trump.
Well, I think the popular vote isn't really the smartest vote. We know.
Nothing about you not thinking that the popular vote is the smartest vote changes the fact that more people supported Hillary Clinton than Trump.
Well, Trump won the popular vote in his second term around.
Nothing about Trump winning the popular vote in 2024 changes the fact that more people supported Hillary than Trump in 2016. Strawman after strawman after strawman after strawman and strawman and strawman. You got nothing. So why do you support Trump?
Honestly, like I was, you picked me before, but you kicked me really quick when I said I wasn't sure. But I don't know that if I do anymore. I don't agree that children should die for any reason, and a school was leveled, and the bomb that knocked that school down can hit a bullseye on the map. So it was very deliberate. So I'd have to say that like the himself depicting himself as Jesus, I think that's a very strong line in the sand.
Okay, I appreciate you for coming up. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you are MAGA. All right, what a way to get there. Here we go. Only up inside of the queue if you're a Trump supporter. Follow the rules of the live stream, please and thank you. Follow the rules of the live stream, please and thank you. We're explicitly looking for some Trump supporters to debates. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Yo, Fam Cam, thank you for the 50 on chat. Super, dude, that is so kind of you, Fam Cam. Thank you. Thank you so very much for the love. That is nuts. Thank you so much, Fam Cam. I want to see 500 Fam Cam W's down below. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Fam Cam with the 50 says, I live on the West Coast. It took me 10 to 11 hours to fly to the east to the UK and 13 to fly west to New Zealand. That's not possible on the flat earth with the world map. Even flat earthers accept to be accurate. Well, I know. Don't worry. Don't worry. Just because it's impossible doesn't mean it's false, Fam Cam. You can't use your brain. Thank you for the $50. I appreciate you. Then AA, thank you for the $5 as well. Dean. I appreciate you so much. Welcome in, bro. Pipe down, little bro. I just appreciate if you could give me a second to thank a couple people. Pipe down. Over on the VENMO, Jose. Thank you so much for the $65 donation. Jose the GOAT is back. Thank you so much, Jose. Goat. I want to get 650 Jose. In the statue of Jesus, atrocious. Yeah, they've already come up with a lot of excuses for Israel. Thank you for the $65, Jose, as well as Carissa. Thank you for the $50. I appreciate you so much, Carissa. Let's get 500 Carissa W's. Thank you. Carissa with the 50 says, thank you for all that you do. W's, I love all that you do. You are straight up killing it today. I appreciate you so much, Carissa. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. I hope that you enjoyed today's live. On the PAYPAL, thank you, Anna, for the 15 who says this is a full moon or something. Why is everybody so weird today? Dude, straight up everybody today has been really fucking weird. No, I understand exactly where you're coming from, Anna. Then Gary, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Gary. And then Macy with a 5 as well. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. You guys are awesome. We're all caught up. And then Madeline, thank you for the Leon to get in. You are fantastic. Thank you guys so much.
Dean, why don't you tell them to do like 600 W's in the chat?
Why don't we just get 3 trillion W's for all the donors?
There we go.
Okay, what did you join for? Did you join to tell us why you support Trump? Did you join to like moan and complain about how you're a real doctor even though you're just a chiropractor? Did you join the live to tell us you hit this flat?
No, Dean, I want to ask you. So I have 2 questions, and I do want to get to the Trump conversation, but I have 2 questions for you. First question is, why'd you move away from debates about if God is real? Or God exists.
Yeah, because I find debates on politics to be significantly more consequential to the world around us.
Or do you get more views from politics?
I debate politics because it's significantly more consequential to the world around us. And because it's significantly more consequential to the world around us, it gets more views.
I think that could be debated. That's for sure. But it's just a question I have for you. Second question is, how much do you pay to promote your lives?
$0.
And then we can get in. Oh, do you want to go to your promotion? Like, can you share your screen and like show your chat?
How do I do that?
Yeah, I know you have a second device with you.
On my phone?
Right there. There we go.
Where do I go on the phone?
Yeah, you go to your page and you find your promotion.
Where? Like, is it in like the account settings of the account, or is it within the live settings?
If you say you don't, then okay. I asked a question.
Oh, yeah, here it is.
But if you want to show it, go ahead. Just put it closer. What does it say?
It says 0.
The videos underneath. How many are you promoting?
All of this is from 2020 and 2021. Okay. 0. How about we go from the last 28 days to the last?
No, I just wanted to know. I don't care.
60 days. 60 days is the most that I can do.
Somebody's promoting you. Somebody's
0.
pushing your lives.
No, buddy, you're just no. All right, you're just trying to cope with the fact that we get views here. You're just trying to cope with the fact that we get views here. Somebody's angry. Somebody's angry.
You want to be.
I think, buddy, listen, you're just upset at the motion, my friend.
No, you're not.
Okay, then prove it. No, then prove it.
No, there's no proof, dude.
Oh, so you believe in things without proof? What happened to your platform?
I don't give a shit to give any proof. Okay.
I
just asked a question.
Whine, cope, and cry.
So who do I vote for, Dean?
Well, I mean,
you care so much about your donors and the politics and these world issues, and you talk about ICE and all of these things that are happening in America. Yet, how often are you talking about like the mass genocide happening in Gaza or like the wars that are happening around the world? Why did you stop talking about the Russian-Ukraine war?
We've talked about Gaza literally 2 times today, and we've only been live for an hour and a half.
You're trying to pull people in through Trump. It's like, what are you going to do when Trump's gone?
I'm going to do the same thing, but probably at a higher level because I'll be a bit further into my career, just with other people that aren't Trump.
So why shouldn't I vote for Trump?
Well, because he sucks.
So you think that the government would allow us to vote? So you think the government allows society to vote because we have a say in voting?
Yeah.
You don't think the government wouldn't allow us to vote, considering they control everything?
The only person in the government that wouldn't allow us to vote is Trump. Right now, at least.
So you think voting matters?
Yeah.
You don't think numbers are pulled in and faked and from all parties?
No,
which was proven in like multiple elections already?
No, it hasn't been, quite frankly.
Quite frankly, there's been multiple elections throughout history that have been completely, numbers have been completely thrown in randomly. Wasn't there one in like the before 2000s, I believe? There was a president. No, do you know? I'm here to have a conversation with you. I'm not here to have a point proving. Do you not? Is that not
You're not
true?
here to have a debate?
No, I'm here to have a debate, but I'm not really here to like. Pull
So then prove your point.
My only point is, Dean, is our vote doesn't really matter, and you guys try to you act like it does.
Then what's your point of being on this live stream?
Because I want everyone to vote independent. That's what I want.
Wait, if our vote doesn't matter, then why do you want everybody to vote independent?
Because you want everyone to vote Democrat. Like, Democratic Party is so much better than the Republican Party.
Yeah, I would definitely argue that the Democratic Party is much better than the Republican Party.
In what ways? There's literally there's
women's reproductive health care, economic policy, although the Democratic foreign policy still sucks.
They're
it's still significantly
unaliving
better
how many babies
compared to
allowing how many babies to be unalived a year? The Democratic Party?
Oh yeah, at least like 3 trillion.
So
many, my
right?
girlfriend has gotten
and then we look at the Republican Party and they're allowing all of this Jeffrey Epstein crap, right?
We're trying to get to 50. She's trying to get to 50 abortions in the next week. Do you think
so?
that
What's
she could
better
do that?
about the Democratic Party compared to the Republican Party?
Well, I was trying to tell you, but then you interrupted me.
Oh, go ahead.
Domestic policy, foreign policy, even if it's not, perfect foreign policy, by the way, there's still a lot of issues there. That's why we need more progressive voices in the DNC. Okay, women's rights, reproductive health care, rights for marginalized communities, egalitarianism, economic policy.
Boy, we got rights so long ago. Do you not realize how long ago we've had how long we've had rights as citizens of the United States? Long time, buddy. And the fact is you sit up here and talk about these rights because you act like an advocate, but you're literally, Dean, just trying to pull in views. It's like you don't care about these people's rights. I don't see you. What do you like? Do you care about babies' rights?
Yeah, I care about babies' rights. Sure.
Do you care about fetuses' rights?
Well, I mean, I can't care about something that I don't think exists. That
Do you care about a bunny's? Do you care about a bunny's baby's rights?
I mean, to a particular threshold.
So if a bunny was pregnant, would you be okay with someone unaliving that bunny?
If a bunny was pregnant, would I be okay with somebody unaliving that bunny? No, because it's pretty cute.
You sound stupid, bro.
Says a guy that says we shouldn't vote.
You're just mad because it's facts and you know it and you hate to hear it.
What I asked you for evidence to demonstrate that the support for your claim was true, you said you couldn't give it to me.
No, this is what kills your streams, is like when someone comes up here and tells you you shouldn't vote, because it's like, what does our vote even matter?
Okay, I just think that you're experiencing like an existential crisis where you just think
crisis. I'm doing great, brother. I'm doing great.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Clearly, there's something up here.
No, what I'm just trying to figure out what you and Parker have going. That's like you think that is like worthwhile. Like what?
Yeah,
are you
changing people's society. Minds. Sure. Do you want me to give you specific examples of like the reason why I do this?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, for sure. There was a 16-year-old girl who was raped and impregnated, and her parents would not allow her to access abortion because they're pro-life even in circumstances of rape. However, she shared my live stream with her parents, and my live stream and what we do here is able to change her parents' minds to be pro-life with an exception for rape, and then she was able to access abortion. So I saved a child from getting tortured.
You saved a child from getting tortured, or you just put the worst mortal sin on a person because you thought that you were helping somebody. You have no idea what you're doing.
Okay, so you actually don't think that was a positive change because you think that child deserved to be tortured.
No, is that what I said? Is that the words that came out of my mouth?
Well, I mean, you responded by telling me that Dean, that's actually a bad thing because you imposed a terrible sin onto the 16-year-old.
You come in superhero Dean to one of the sad situations.
I never said I was a superhero. I just said that I was able to save a child from not a woman. 16-year-olds are not women; they're children.
A 16-year-old child was raped, and you try to come in as superhero through your live streams and say this, that, and a third, yet you don't know the repercussions of anything because you're only how old? 22?
21. What is this argument? Is it an argument? Is this just
the argument is that's not, to me, that's not positive. Superhero Dean, that's like, who do you think you are? Like,
why is that not a positive?
Because you don't know the consequences of what you're doing.
What are the consequences that are so bad of a victim of rape that's a child getting an abortion? You're cutting out? I think that he forgot to pay his MAGA mobile bill last month. Oh no, never mind, he's back. Yeah, what are the negative consequences of a child victim of rape accessing an abortion?
This is not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the negative
Dude, you won't talk about anything.
Dean.
You legit won't debate on anything.
Because I want to talk about you, Dean.
Okay, you know what I want to do? I want to thank Jack for the 20 over on the VENMO. Jack, thank you so much for the love and support. Let's get to it in Jack W's down below in the comment section. Pipe down, quite frankly.
You don't want me on a podcast.
I just want to pipe. I just want you to pipe down while I thank Jack for the 20, who says, "Hey, Dean, I love your streams and you've helped me become more educated on topics, and you are a major component in political education and helping people wake up. Love you, man. I love you too, Jack. Thank you for the kind words, and I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Show some love to the GOAT Jack down below. Same thing to you, Joseph. Thank you for the 25. Well, you got a flag for misinformation, so I got to kick you. Joseph, thank you for the 25, who says, "You're on fire today. Keep up the good work. Again, after a news cycle, you are a breath of fresh air. Every day I appreciate what you do." Joseph, it is so good to see you today. I hope everything's going well out there in North Carolina. I think that's where you told me that you live. Hope you're having a good day. Show some love to Jack down below. Sorry, Joseph and Jack down below in that comment section. We're going to get that next guest up in here, folks. I just want to clarify that we're explicitly looking for American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. If you're not an American, if you're not an adult, if you don't support Trump as president, I'll politely ask you to stay out of that queue, especially if you're a vegan that wants to tell me I'm a hypocrite for eating meat. Now, anyways, welcome in, next guest, Earthling. Good to meet you. Do you support Trump?
Hey, for the animals, it's an eternal Treblinka. Do you know who Isaac Bashevis Singer is, Dean? How are you doing today, anyway?
Wait. Are you a vegan that wants to call me a hypocrite for eating meat?
Do you know who Isaac Bashevis Singer is? For the animals, it's an eternal Treblinka.
Wait.
He's a Holocaust survivor.
But I thought I just said.
It's not a joke.
But I thought I just said
It's
that
not
I
a
just
joke.
wanted to
He's
talk
a
to Trump
Holocaust
supporters.
survivor.
And specifically
But
non-vegans
animals
who want to call me a
eternal
hypocrite for eating
drinker.
meat. Oh, this is crazy.
Hey, I'm not here to
Whoa.
call you a hypocrite for eating meat. I have
Whoa.
insight. Stop MAGA. Do you want help or not?
Oh, insight into Stop MAGA?
Yes.
Tell me. I need to know.
Well, we talked a little bit about the blueprint of exploitation in Davenport, right?
I don't remember that.
We talked a little bit. You don't remember it?
No.
Okay. Well, I need to talk about some concerning parallels, Dean.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're seeing
Can-
the livestock logic of the 1930s.
This just
return.
in, I'm hearing that you're a rapper. Can you rap for us?
Dean, can we talk about important things? Okay. You can't fight authoritarianism while funding the system that perfected it. It's the same plumbing, Dean. The patriarchy teaches that power is the ability to dominate, to take what you want from those who can't fight back. Whether it's a drone strike on a village or a bolt gun to a cow's head, the root is the same, the belief that might makes right, and that some lives are just units to be processed. If you hate the bomb, you must hate the blade. It's the same hand holding both. Even Trump looks at his own disabled nephew as a unit not worth the expense, telling Fred Trump III maybe they should just die. This is a literal eugenics fitness test. Like I said, Isaac Bashevis Singer, a survivor of the Holocaust, said for the animals, it's an eternal Treblinka. When will you go vegan, Dean?
Okay, I appreciate you. So I asked you to rap and you said no. Then you started rapping. That was crazy, dude. All right. So first and foremost, nice AI script.
Yeah, rap for free.
Second of all, so I don't think that killing children in an elementary school in Iran is similar to me paying to eat bacon. Third of all, well, it seems like if you think that all authoritarianism is identical,
So are you
including meat
disagreeing with a
eaters,
Holocaust survivor? Are you disagreeing with a Holocaust survivor who said for the animals it's an eternal Treblinka?
yeah. So
Is that what
I
you're
would,
doing?
yeah, I would be disagreeing with that particular belief held to
You're
be true by
disagreeing with the
Holocaust
Holocaust
survivor.
survivor. Okay, I just want it on record. That's fine, Dean. And do you think it's a joke still?
What I think
Like,
that
it's
the
a-
only joke here is you, but not
Can
the
we
Holocaust
look at the recognition
survivor.
phase? Before the Nazis, Weimar Germany was the center for LGBTQ liberation. They issued transvestite passes, official paperwork from the Institute for Sexual Research they thought was a shield. But the Nazis used those
You're
archives
muffling
as a
your mic,
resume.
low, bro.
Today in Kansas, SB 244 is the same move.
Now you're comparing the Holocaust and the Nazis to eating meat?
Well, can I finish? By revoking legal identity, they force you into a legal grey area where you're a target. It's the same loop in Milan a couple of months ago during the Olympics.
So what's the
That
bill
was
in
the first time
Kentucky?
ICE acted as international militia for the new management. Patel, Rubio, and Vance. Protesters charged the police.
Tina, I
at
really
Piazza
appreciate you for the Falcon.
di
It's good to
Aprile.
see you today. Thank you so much for the love and support, Tina.
Are you listening?
Thank you so much.
Think about that name. It's named
Well,
for
I'm
the
just-
day the
I'm trying to
Partisans
follow,
defeated the
but
Nazis.
You're just put in like, you
Can
know,
you
random...
stop talking over me? And right there in the square
Okay.
named for liberation, the protesters were smashing into the police to get to the ICE agents, the modern day Gestapo. For the animals, it's an eternal Treblinka. The cattle cars are on the tracks, Dean. It's time to wake up.
So you understand... Okay, here's what I'll share with you. I think if you want
I'm
to
worried
convince...
about my allies, Dean. It's not a joke. I'm worried. The cattle cars are on the tracks. It's not a joke.
I think if you want to convince people to be vegan, you just can't like seem so crazy. All right, like I understand that like clearly the reason why you're coming off as crazy is because you're very passionate about veganism. But I think what you have to understand is like a lot of other people, including myself, aren't as passionate about veganism as you. So I mean, even though you think like the meat industry is like the greatest genocide ever, right? You just can't act like that because it just automatically turns people
disregard what a
off.
Holocaust survivor said. You don't even know who he is, Dean.
Well, I mean,
Do you know
you're acting as if
Do you
the
know
fact
who
that somebody is a Holocaust survivor means that means they're necessarily
You
right
can just
about the
mute me
beliefs
while
in which they hold, in which
mute me
are
while-
outside and irrelevant to the fact that they're a Holocaust survivor. You know, like and honestly, I would say that like
Can you
this line of
accept it?
dialogue where you're like forcing me to tell you that I disagree with a Holocaust survivor is very like demeaning on your part, right? You know, just that suggestion is like is such a virtue signal.
Finish what I was saying. I
And then
haven't finished,
B,
Dean.
like ultimately, like I don't like to say that I disagree with a
haven't
Holocaust
finished.
survivor, but you know, like we as rational people could
You did.
absolutely conclude that you know, like just
You
because
did,
somebody's a
just-
Holocaust survivor doesn't mean that they're right about everything, right? But it's kind of shitty to
Can
say
I
out
finish?
loud. Like I don't want to demean Holocaust survivors. I want to uplift
Can I
them.
finish?
So I think that we should only have conversations about Holocaust survivors that uplifts them.
Okay, can I finish what I was saying?
You were still saying
When a
something?
society is trained to view sentient beings as inventory or production units, it builds a cognitive muscle for indifference. If we can collectively ignore the industrial erasure of billions of lives at the dinner table, we have already successfully trained our brains to ignore the erasure of civilians on the news. This devaluation is a contaminant. It cannot be contained to one species or group. It leaks into our communities and as transactional relationships into our politics, our cold demographic calculations. Have you heard of PITS? Do you know what PITS is? Perpetrator-induced traumatic stress. You know, the people you pay to kill animals are mostly people of color and immigrants that don't have much choice for employment, and they get perpetrator-induced traumatic stress, which makes them have disassociative, crazy nightmares where the animals ask them why they killed them. And during the day, they even see eyes of the animals that haunt them. These are the people you claim to protect, people of color and immigrants, who then suffer because you pay them to kill animals. How does that make you feel, Dean?
Well, it makes me feel like you're quite the virtue signaler, because following your logic, we'd seemingly conclude here.
It's just a fact.
Can you let me finish?
I don't pay for direct kills. You do. Why do you do that?
Okay. Well, I was in the middle of a statement. Can I finish the statement I was speaking?
But do you understand what PITS is now?
Do you understand that it's like really ironic and hypocritical when you like beg and like plead to let you speak?
Know what it is.
Then when I do let you speak and then you're done speaking, then you don't let me say
Let's
more
try
than
to
3
avoid
words.
World War III. America imported eugenics to Nazis last time. Let's not do it again. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's my mic now. Perfect. So first and foremost, I'm going to stand 10 toes down on the suggestion that I already made. Using Holocaust survivors and marginalized communities to attempt to get a point across that we shouldn't be eating beef is really ill-willed of you, and I bet many Holocaust survivors and members of marginalized communities would have the same thing to say to you, right? I feel like if we want to focus on uplifting members of marginalized communities, we should be trying to fix the issue that like in 84% of exonerations in our criminal justice system account for 14% of the population, i.e. black people. We should be fixing the fact that, the Veil of Darkness study concluded that black people are like 5 times more likely to get pulled over in the middle of the day compared at night when people can't see inside of the window. We should be trying to deal with the fact. Okay, you're still interrupting me. If you interrupt me again, I'm just going to kick you. That's a very fair boundary that I'm asserting now, because conversation otherwise will continue to be unproductive. Now, if you want to save the animals, I'd recommend staying on the live, because you have me on the live. I'm just about vegan. Like, quite frankly, if you interrupt me again, break that boundary, making me kick you, you are culpable for the genocide of innocent animals. You are culpable for the marginalization of black and brown people by further supporting their inducement of PITS, right? You are culpable for not changing the mind of somebody with a platform worth of like 10 million followers across all social media, because you have me right here. I'm about to be convinced, but if you interrupt me again, I'm going to kick you, then you won't be able to convince me. So how does it feel knowing that you are fucking culpable for authoritarianism in practice, genocide as we see it historically and today, and the oppression of marginalized black and brown people? How does that make you feel?
So are you considering going vegan?
Well, yeah, you have me on the line, but quite frankly, if you interrupt me again, it all goes straight out the window.
Go for it. I'll listen. Go for it.
Okay. Okay, that just tells me that he actually believes what he's saying. That guy hasn't like given me the mic to speak ever, when he's ever been on my live stream. But then I just regurgitate whatever the fuck he was saying back to him. Well, then all of a sudden he was like down to let me speak. Like, he wasn't even virtue signaling. That's like genuinely just what he believed. God damn. All right, we're gonna go get that next guest loaded up into the box. On the opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be MAGA. Dude, unreal. By the way, if you want to endorse veganism and try to convince more people to be vegan, I'd highly recommend using means in which are more effective than just telling people that they're like Nazis. Like, yeah, I would, that's just what I'd recommend. Like, I saw a couple people in the chat saying, oh, he has a point. No, he doesn't have a point if you want veganism to flourish. Okay, because just like calling people that aren't vegans Nazis is really ineffective. Sammy, thank you for the Desert Blitzy. I appreciate you. Welcome in. What's going on, Charlie? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. I just wanted to ask you a question. What's going on with Obama's birth certificate?
Nothing is going on with Obama's birth certificate. Nothing.
Did you not see anything about that yesterday?
No. What did you see?
Look it up. Look it up and read it to me really quick.
Obama's birth certificate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about that. It was
fraudulent. It was fraudulent, they said.
Okay, so that's not what any news source says. Should I show you? Yeah, check it
Sure.
out. Check it out. I typed in Obama's birth certificate. I went to news. You have something from a month ago saying that Trump has gone crazy. Then you just have like reporting from like 2016 and 2011 when the issue first came up. So this definitely isn't something that you got from any reputable source of information. I'd assume that you saw a post on Twitter?
No, I don't get on Twitter. I saw it on the news yesterday.
Oh, what news source?
Fox News.
What did Fox say?
They said that it was fraudulent and that I think they said that he was originally from like Africa or something like that, and that he wasn't born in Hawaii or something like that.
Can you tell me what I looked up on Google here?
What does it say?
Obama's birth certificate, Fox News. Go to
Damn.
tools here. Search by date. Okay, we don't even get anything from Fox News. What if we like put it in like parentheses, like in quotation marks here, so it like has to be included within the search? Okay, we see something from a month ago from AOL. We see something. Trump promises big announcement on whether he believes President Obama born in the U.S. Yeah, nothing from yesterday. Are you okay?
Yeah, I thought it was from yesterday. My mistake.
Okay, so what's the evidence that Obama's birth certificate was fraudulent?
I just seen like a little diagram. They like
Solid
circle like
diagram.
things on his birth. Yeah, like
A
of his, birth
diagram with
certificate.
with a circle.
No, it wasn't a diagram. It was literally his birth certificate, and they circled some of the stuff on there that looked fraudulent.
Yeah, can you tell me one of the things that they circled?
Like his birthplace, his name, his age. all
Hey,
that.
wait, why did his name seem fraudulent?
I don't know.
So you just, dude. All right, so you're just telling me that you saw a random fucking post on the internet, just with like random circles and random like arrows pointing at random fucking shit on the birth certificate, saying fraudulent. Yeah. So
it was
that's
live
just
on TV.
they circled it live. What did they got the mad scientist out of the basement. He like has a beard down to his fucking gut. He kind of looks like he hasn't eaten in quite a while too, or slept either. His bags are huge. He just starts like losing it. Guys, and we just circle this like Alex Jones on METH, but times 3. Is that what you saw?
Yeah, I'm guessing so. Maybe so.
Why do you support Trump?
Well, I say I support Trump. I did vote for him, but I ain't gonna disagree with what he's doing to Iran or nothing like that. But I mean, he did say that he wasn't going to bring up no new wars, and he is. But I don't disagree with what he's doing to Iran at all, because it was okay for them to fly into the Twin Towers, and there's people still dying from that. Firefighters that were there, and they all have a disease from being on the roads during the day of 9/11. And if you look I looked on Shark Tank a couple days ago, and one of the girls that went on there, her father died last year because of 9/11. And I just don't disagree with what he's doing to Iran because of what they did do to the Twin Towers. But I mean, like, he did say that he wasn't going to bring us into no new wars, and he is. So.
Okay. So did you know that Iran didn't do 9/11?
Who did?
Not Iran, Al-Qaeda?
Okay. Well, I mean, where's Al-Qaeda at?
Not Iran.
Where they at?
Not Iran. What's the evidence that there's a link between Iran and Al-Qaeda?
Tell me where. If you know they're not from Iran, then tell me where they're at.
There's going to be other people out there that know so much more than me. There's going to be links to like Saudi Arabia, Iraq, right? Like I said, I'm 21, never really researched this. There's going to be a bunch of other people out there with much more information on the subject matter than me. The thing is that the one thing I have researched, because I've heard this claim before, is that Iran did 9/11, and that's just simply false. After 9/11, the Iranian government came out and strongly condemned the attacks. They held candlelight vigils in Tehran, the capital of Iran, for it. So there's just no evidence to blame it on Iran. Listen, this is ultimately something you believe for the same reason you think that Obama was born in Africa. It's because of your racism. Because Obama's black. all Middle Eastern countries and all Middle Eastern people to be one another. And you think if, Saudi Arabia does something that reflects on everybody else in the Middle East. You think if Iraq does something that reflects on everybody else in the Middle East. You think if Afghanistan does something that reflects on everybody else in the Middle East. And that inevitably reduces down to your xenophobia and racism, not any level of fact.
But they are wishing death on America, and I'm not one of them fucking people that are going to come here and attack you, and I'm not going to lie.
You just justified Iran nuking America, because now you're saying that because yes, you did. I could tell you how, because you're telling us that because Iran has said death to America, that therefore Trump is justified in destroying their country. So because Donald Trump, threatened to genocide the 90 million Iranians that live in Iran, Iran is justified in destroying our country. You just justified the urgency.
No, let me explain. I'm not going to be one of those people that come on here and attack you. I'm going to listen to what you have to say, but. Kamala, Obama, Biden, and Hillary all said the same exact thing, that Iran cannot have a nuke.
Saying that Iran can't have a nuke is not the same as starting a war, killing their girls, and threatening to genocide all Iranians. When Obama said that Iran can't be a nuke, what did he do? He negotiated with Iran to achieve a peace agreement that prevented them from building nukes. He didn't start another senseless war in the Middle East.
Why did Hillary say the same thing afterwards, is my question.
Likely
After
because
Obama's presidency, why was she saying that?
What did she say?
She said the same thing. What Trump is doing right now, Trump is acting on it. That's the thing. He came onto live TV a couple weeks ago and said that they cannot have a nuke. That is what this is all starting over. Mm-hmm. And he mentioned that 1,000 times in his speech, that they cannot have a nuke. They cannot have a nuke.
And why did he allow them to start building nukes?
He didn't allow them to start building nukes.
He did.
They started building nukes. What do you mean?
Yeah, he pulled us outside of the agreement with them that prevented them from building nukes. Then they started trying to build nukes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. But I mean, he's enforcing it though.
It's called the JCPOA, right? I'll clarify once again. I'm repeating myself now. That Obama, Hillary Clinton, Secretary of State, did say that Iran cannot have nukes. Okay, but their response to the fact that Iran can't have nukes wasn't to go start a war with Iran, wasn't to kill their girls, destroy their infrastructure, threaten to genocide them and send them back to the Stone Ages, because there were stronger, more competent people. They negotiated with Iran, they were willing to give them back the money that we scammed from them in the 80s, kind of apologized for the whole Operation Ajax thing by coming out about it publicly in August of 2013. And then we entered into this agreement with them where they could not enrich uranium. They had to sell all of their uranium to other countries. They had to completely deconstruct all of the mechanisms required to further enrich it and turn it into weapons, and gave us 24/7 access to surveillance footage of all enrichment sites to confirm independently that they were not violating the agreement. That's what a strong leader did. Now, what did a weak leader do? Donald Trump? Well, first, he pulled us outside of that agreement because he was too good. It made Obama exit his presidency with prestige, because he was able to do something really, really important. And once he pulled us outside of that agreement because it had Obama's signature on it, what did Iran do? Well, they said, okay, fuck this. All right, we were given this promise of sanction relief. We were given this promise of money back from what they scammed us in the 80s, and we were given this deal that everybody agreed to. And then Donald Trump pulled us out of it. We're going to go ahead and just start enriching our uranium again. I mean, it doesn't seem like the U.S. wants to stop us because they pulled us out of the agreement that did stop us. And then Donald Trump loses in 2020, gets reelected in 2024. Next big thing is the Epstein files. He's incriminated. His administration is a mess. His DOJ is culpable for breaking the law and defying Congress. And Israel wants to start another war in the Middle East. So then what did Donald Trump do? Bombed Iran on February 28th, lied, falsely claimed that they're an imminent nuclear threat when they weren't, through Operation Epic Fury, to also distract us from the Epstein files. And then all of a sudden, we're going through all this commotion of how Iran can't have a nuke, and the only president who could ever prevent them from having a nuke is Donald Trump, even though he's the one that pulled us out of the agreement signed into effect by Obama that got it done in the first place. Make it make sense. Oh, wait, it doesn't make sense.
Oh, okay. I'm clearly not as smart as you. No, I mean, you say that Trump's over there, or Trump's bombing them and they're killing their women.
I said
women and children.
Real quick. I said Israel, and then I got a flag that says share responsibly on live, confirm sources before sharing and engage into the content. All I had to do is say Israel. That's crazy. Go for it.
You fucked me up. I forgot what I was saying. All right, I'm gonna hop off of this. I'm not gonna leave like a bitch. I'm just gonna ask you one thing. Can I ask you one thing?
What do you want to know, bro?
What do you think about Palm Beach Pete?
A man who seems to not care too much about much and is capitalizing and making money off of a surge of attention because he happens to look like Epstein. That's what I think of Palm Beach Pete.
Did you see his lie detector test?
I did. I saw clips of it. I saw clips of it. It's not Epstein, but I will admit he looks a lot like Epstein. Very comfortable. Parker, welcome in. How we doing?
What's good? How the debate's been, bro?
Everybody today's been a little bit off the rocker. I mean,
dude, my live was unhinged, bro. I feel like I had the most insane people today.
Yeah, they're pretty unhinged today. I'll be honest. Yo, Mezza, what's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, we're gonna go to kick you because it doesn't seem like you're here. Folks, only hop inside of that queue if you're a Trump supporter who's down to come up here and debate me and Parker. Baby doll, do you support Trump?
This is very important for either me to win this or somebody
Okay, doesn't
really
seem like they're here to debate. My Royne, do you support Trump?
I still fuck more bitches than your age.
Okay, doesn't seem like they mean to join. Jesus. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Xander?
Such the sky in the back.
Xander also didn't mean to join. What is going on, bro? Horror Nights fan, do you support Trump?
No, I don't.
Okay, goodbye. Just looking for Trump supporters. We got Matthew loading in. Matthew, hello. Do you support Trump?
Have you always been a lame asshole?
Fetus, Jeremiah, do you support Trump?
Of course I do, 100%.
And how old are you, Jeremiah?
I am 21 years old. I was born in 2004.
Sounds good. I'm going to go to thank a couple people, then I'll pass that mic off to you. This is over on the chat. Super Ibuprofen. Thank you for the $50 saying I don't like him. Yeah, that last guy was a little bit of a mess. Ibuprofen. Thank you so very much for the love and support. $50 is a lot, and I'm so very grateful for you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so very much for the love and support, man. Show some of the Ibuprofen down below. Thank you.
Ibuprofen.
Thank you. On the VENMO, Allison, thank you for the $10 who says, hey, I love you, Santana and Parker. I tried to debate Santana on white women loving white supremacy and will say, obviously, I do not support that at all. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate you for the $10, Allison. Nicole, thank you for the $1. Ben, thank you so much for the $1. And then Stacy, thank you for the $3. And then Christina with a 10 who says, Dean, thank you for getting me through my dental cleaning today. Focusing on you helped me keep my anxiety down. Let's go, Christina. I'm happy I can help. Thank you so much. Megan, thank you for the 15 who says, hey, Dean, can't stop thinking about how bro's bunny baby comment. I work at a vet hospital and wait until he finds out how commonplace spay abortions are. Thank you for doing what you do. Well, thank you for the $15, Megan. You were awesome. Thank you so much for the love and support. Abby, thank you for the $25. Show some love to Abby down below. Thank you so very much for the love and support, Abby, who says your next cortisol cart is on me. Glad to see Dean and Co thriving today. Oh yeah, we're having fun, Abby. Thank you so much for the $25 for the next cortisol cart. That's a good one. I like that more than anxiety pin. Then Tass, thank you for the $20 who says updated my my LinkedIn to top DNC money Schiller. Oh, we got all the DNC bucks. Thank you for the $20, Tass, straight from the DNC and George Soros. Thank you, Tass. Let's get 200 Tass W's. And then Tyler, thank you so much for the 15 who says thoughts on Steer versus Borussia. Don't even know who they are, Tyler, but I appreciate you for the $15. On PAYPAL, thank you, Lucille, for the $50 donation. Yo, Lucille, let's fucking go. Holy crap. Thank you so much for the love and support. My God. Lucille with the 50 says, on a plane back from Jamaica, miss the hell out of you and Parker. Cook on Youngbloods. This army vet loves you. I thank you so very much for the $50 donation. I hope that plane ride goes right all right, and I'm very, very grateful for an unprecedented level of kindness. $50 is a shit ton of money. I'm so very grateful. Thank you. Jackson, thank you for the $20 who says, have you seen the Ellie Stefanik interview with Jake Taffer on CNN yet? I have not. Thank you for the $20, Jackson. Let's get 200 Jackson W's. Senna with a 10 who says, thank you for pretending to care about my rights as a woman. Well, it's definitely not pretend, but I appreciate you for the 10. Macy, thank you for the 5. And then let's see here. Jenny, thank you for the $5 as well. We have one last person to thank that we're going to go to pass the mic off to Jeremiah down here, and this just came in from Mr. fucking Anthony on Super Chat. Dude, thank you so much for the $100. Oh my god, that's insane. I don't deserve that. Not a bone in my body does. That's so fucking nuts, dude. Thank you so much, Anthony. Anthony with the big hundo says, Dean, you are putting in that work. You are at war against MAGA. No doubt you need military support. I mess with you. You already know. Anthony, dude, you're the GOAT. That is like seriously fucking kind. I don't know what I've ever done to ever deserve such a level of generosity. I'm beyond grateful for you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please show some love to Anthony down below. I want to see 1,000 Anthony W's in that chat, because holy based. If you want to support, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and Dean Withers without the E. Go ahead and take it away, Jeremiah. Tell us why you support Mr. Sexual Violence Perpetuator Donald Trump as president.
Well, first of all, Dean, Parker, how are you guys doing today? I'm doing great. Let's jump into this. If you strip down to outcomes instead of rhetoric, the case hinges on priorities and measurable shifts. My first argument would be border control. The administration has pushed hard enforcement and, by its own data, has reduced crossings significantly. If your baseline is that a sovereign state should control inflows, then achieving a sharp decline is, in my opinion, a clear success on its own terms. My second point would have to be industrial policy. Tariffs and pressure campaigns were used to push manufacturing back into the United States. People call that distortion. I would say it's more of like a strategic correction after decades of offshoring. Key point is directional change. I would say capital and supply chains moving domestically rather than outward is a good thing. However, some people would disagree with that. My third point would be energy. The administration declared an emergency, energy emergency, started expanding domestic production, and that's just a straightforward play to lower dependency and higher our resilience. Whether you like fossil fuels or not is secondary. What's so funny?
Oh, your AI script, but no, continue reading that.
My AI script?
Yes.
What makes you think I'm using AI?
Yeah, it's the if this, then that, or the it's not this, it's that. You should care about this because
I use
of
a
this,
lot of analogies.
and that.
I use a lot of analogies.
No, you just so happen to use them in the same way ChatGPT does.
Because I am a college-educated individual.
Yeah, stop fucking capping. Okay, are you at least actually a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right. So I don't care that. Listen, I'll debunk the AI argument. Give me the rest of the AI argument.
All right. Now this, before I even asked ChatGPT, I thought about this. I like what he's I like what he's doing with pharmaceutical pricing. You know, like more forcing negotiations and like leveraging international price comparisons, more stuff like that. And I mean, there's a few more things, but I think you have enough to, take the floor for a few minutes.
Yeah, you said that the fact that they were able to reduce undocumented entry is a clear success, not necessarily because of what caused that outcome. What caused that outcome was human rights abuse, downfall of the Constitution, and violation of the natural rights of humans. The reason why there's less crossings today is because we're once again violating all those things to be true of immigrants today by sending them with no due process to be tortured in CCOT, supporting the execution of American citizens that stand up for marginalized communities and stand against ICE, ripping naked children out of their beds at 3 a.m. in Chicago, like what was reported on 3 months ago, or like blackbagging college students with plainclothes ICE agents and taking them to ICE detention centers 1,000 miles away outside of the 45-mile radius allowed by federal judges. For the same reason that undocumented entry has gone down, because they're scared of it, tourism has too. Debunked. Your second argument was tariffs and pressure control pushing manufacturing back into America. Then you said like more capital and supply chain in America here is good. Okay, well, if you just go on Google, you type in FRED, which stands for the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, real private fixed investment into manufacturing, you'll see that it's actually gone down every single financial quarter under Trump when it only went up under Biden. Tariffs are not driving more manufacturing back into America. And in fact, they are only upsetting manufacturing into America because now we see the highest level of manufacturing layoffs since 2010 and the most most bankruptcies since 2010 and most layoffs since the pandemic. Why? Because investors are too scared to invest in new manufacturing because the future's uncertain. With these illegal tariffs being implemented one day on all other countries in the world, the next day being revoked, and the next day on our allies, then being repealed because one of the prime ministers of one of our allies spoke nice to Trump over the phone, it creates an uncertain market where investors are very, unsure of what the future holds. That's why they're now investing less, all right? And that's why manufacturers are going bankrupt. That's why capital is no longer going into manufacturers, and that's why supply chains are folding. Debunked. The last one was expanded domestic production of energy. So you could actually go to the EIA, that is the Energy Information Administration. You could look at the graph that they have on their website of domestic production of crude oil in America. It is actually increasing slower today under Trump in his second term than it was at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. So debunked. Then your last point was the price of pharmaceuticals. Trump RX didn't reduce the price of pharmaceuticals any more than private companies like GoodRx that have already existed for 15 years. Debunked.
Well, first of all, the first point that you made about the immigration and, the human rights things, I mean, first of all, due process doesn't even apply to them because they're not citizens of our nation. The Constitution only applies to people who are citizens of our nation.
False. What is the Bill of Rights?
The Bill of Rights would be the original amendments and the original constitutions and stuff.
How many? How many amendments comprises the Bill of Rights?
Off the top of my head, 12 or 13. I honestly can't remember.
Wrong. 10. And what does the Bill of Rights protect? Yeah. Specifically, do you know?
The human rights, like
human.
Your right to bear arms.
You're actually right about the human, right? It's called the natural rights. All right. And see, the thing is that natural rights are applied to all people, regardless of their ethnicity, race, gender, or citizenship status, because they are inalienable to humans. All right. So when we read the Fourth Amendment that grants the right to due process, it doesn't say that before a citizen's life, property, or liberty can be abridged upon by the state, they must first be given due process. It says before a person's life, property, or liberty could be abridged upon, they first must be given due process. So if we just read the clear text of the Constitution, we can surely conclude that it applies to undocumented immigrants. But this has also been litigated in many court cases. In fact, expedited removal for undocumented immigrants made its way all the way up to the Supreme Court in 2021. And the outcome of that court decision was that expedited removal is legal, but not because undocumented immigrants don't have due process. In fact, they ruled that they do have due process, but due process was not infringed on by expedited removal. So you could learn the fact that undocumented immigrants have due process not only by reading the clear text of the Constitution, but also reading the rulings of the law of the land, in which is tasked with interpreting the Constitution.
Well, you made a lot of good points there that I think I'm going to take into consideration looking forward. But I still think that we need to secure our borders. We need to do more for immigration. I live in a part of the country where I live in Rochester, Minnesota, and we have a lot of immigrants here. And I not necessarily have a problem with them. A lot of people that I've ran into, I've had a lot of great experiences with. Recently, last week, I went to the Somali-owned cafe, got some food. I tried some Somalian food for the first time. I'm going to be honest with you. It's really good. However, when we hear about them, taking dogs off of people's yards and eating the dogs and doing this and that and all these different crimes. I mean, you hear about Lake and Riley and that Ukrainian woman on the train. All these people, what does
Irina Zakuska have to do with immigrants?
Well, it doesn't have much to do with immigrants. It more has to do with criminals. That guy, he should have been in prison, just like the illegal immigrants who were coming into our country.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny how you only talk about crimes from black people and undocumented immigrants, but you don't talk about the fact that our president is a rapist, concealing the identities of other rapists in the Epstein files, who's personally named in it over 1 million times, or the fact that nearly every mass shooting I could think of that's occurred at a school in the last 25 years has been perpetuated
was committed by a transgender person?
No, according to the FBI, trans people are only culpable for 4 of the over 4,000 mass shootings in America in the last 10 years. When they represent 1% of the population, they're actually less likely compared to cis people to engage in mass shootings. But that must mean that a vast majority of mass shootings are committed by cis people, and a vast majority of school shootings are committed by white men. And a vast majority of the people named in the Epstein files are also white men, which is why you didn't talk about mass shootings, which is why you didn't talk about school shootings, and which is why you didn't talk about the Epstein files. You want to suggest a narrative that America is a white country and we need to uphold the quote-unquote white culture of this country, because when we let non-white people come into this country, they erode that culture, they kill people, they hurt people, and they commit violent crimes. When in all reality, A, our systems, our institutions that we have in this country are violent against non-white people, and B, in many senses, they're not disproportionately more likely to engage in these violent offenses. Like specifically for undocumented immigrants, PNAS, which is an institution of research, tells us that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely than you, a natural U.S.-born citizen, to commit a violent crime. But guess what? You don't care because you want to continue to peddle the myth that, well, they're all violent criminals.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, I thought you were still talking and cut yourself off. No, well, you mentioned Trump being a rapist. I mean, I disagree with that. Eugene Carroll's very clearly lied.
So then you don't trust the courts?
The Democrat courts.
Okay, all right. The Democrat courts? Well, I mean, hey, Donald Trump's attorney signed off on the fact that that jury didn't have a political bias against Trump.
Well,
Eugene Carroll's lawyer tried to get one of the jurors ejected for saying that they loved Tim Pool, that they'd watch him every day and thought he was a very reasonable person.
Who the hell is Tim Pool?
MAGA influencer. All right.
All right.
So then when Eugene Carroll's lawyers tried to get them ejected from the jury, Trump's lawyers turned around and filed a motion to the judge requesting that he wasn't ejected because he signified no bias. And the judge agreed with Donald Trump's representation. So we know that a Trump supporter was on that jury, and we know that Donald Trump's legal representation didn't think the jury was biased. So how do you know that they're all Democrats? Oh my goodness. Please show some love to Marianne in that chat. David, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. Me and you've talked before, Dean. I've actually talked to Parker too. I'm 53. Y'all are a lot younger than me. You come from a different generation. You know, you've got different mindsets, and that's all right, man. We don't agree on everything, and that's perfectly fine. But I would love to hear the younger people's, what do you really think about what is taking place in Iran? Is it good for America? Is it bad for America? Is it good for the world, or is it bad for the world?
There's nothing good about war, first and foremost. Went into the Middle East, it's been a disaster. Fourth of all, we already know that this is a disaster because Trump has lied about achieving regime change when he hasn't, lied about achieving all objectives when he's achieved none, and lied about the reason why he started it because they weren't an imminent nuclear threat.
Yeah, and you know, this is one of my biggest things with Trump. When Dean, what was that guy's name? He resigned like the day, just a few days after that, when he actually started bombing Iran. Joe Kent. Yeah, and when that dude come out on Joe Rogan and he said what he did on Joe Rogan, and it really, I'm gonna be honest with you, it really gave me doubts about our government and this administration.
Yeah, it should.
I really did, but really.
Then why is this an admin that you still support even with those doubts?
Well, Dean, there's a lot of things that the Democratic Party as a base that they support that I just cannot get behind.
Okay.
Yeah,
I could change your mind on those things, but I want it to be known here that just because you don't like the Dems doesn't mean that you have to like Trump. Look at Thomas Massey. Doesn't like the Dems but hates Trump.
Yeah, I get that. There's just a lot of their policy. And when I look at Democrat and Republican, I look at the platform as what they support as a whole. Whether it be, I don't have an issue with anybody that's homosexual, LGBTQ. I don't have none of my biggest sticking point. I have a huge sticking point on abortion issues. And the reason why is because I have a Christian background. A lot of the younger generation do not have that same type of Christian that was put into my mind as a young kid, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. I mean, all the way up as I grew up. I mean, to me, that's just where I cannot back the Democratic Party.
Okay, doesn't God tell you to love everybody?
And I do love everybody, Dean.
Well, sometimes when you love somebody, you got to let them go. Maybe the women just had to let them go because they loved them so much.
Well, you know, you may be right. I still just don't think. I just don't believe. Here's how I look at it, Dean.
So listen, my friend. We don't live in a theocracy. I think that you're entitled to your religious beliefs, but you're not entitled to superimpose those religious beliefs on other people.
No,
I don't think that you should be able to tell, anybody what they are allowed to or not allowed to do with their body because your religious book says it's wrong. And like I said, even when we read your religious book, it doesn't necessarily say it's wrong. We see that the punishment for taking a life in Exodus is to be killed in response, but the punishment for forcing the miscarriage of a woman is a fine, meaning that fetuses don't seem to have full personhood, like you and I would. We see that in Numbers 5, verses 15 through 35. God actually thinks that women who cheat on their husbands and get pregnant should be forced to get abortions. Okay? And generally, okay, most Christians believe that all sins are viewed identically in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy. That's just a common interpretation of the scripture. And if that's the case, well, if we're going to ban one sin, i.e. abortion, then we should ban all of them, i.e. lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus. But all of this goes to say that I don't think it's your place to superimpose your religious beliefs on everybody else. And it's also not fair that you're such a hypocrite with it, because the greatest sin, according to Jesus in Mark, is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. God, was what Donald Trump represented himself to be in his blasphemous post depicting himself as Jesus. And you still support him as president. Why don't you think that should be illegal, just like abortion?
I totally agree with what you just said. What he done there was wrong. And look, Dean, I think
should he be legally punished for it? So then why should women be legally punished for abortions? Because it's a sin? Oh wait, blasphemy is too, but it's worse.
Dean, as always, you make, to be as young as you are, sir, you have got such a valid argument about a lot of different things. As when Trump supporters come in and people, I don't support him like I did when I initially voted for him this last time. I don't have the faith in him. I see things in him that I wished I would have seen before. Not saying I would have voted for Harris, but I see things in him now that I would have not voted for him.
Okay. What's the conclusion of that last argument? Do you understand why you shouldn't support the criminalization of abortion, or do you still support the criminalization of abortion?
I don't want it to be a criminal. I don't want it to be a criminal issue, Dean. I just think we need to come as a culture. We need to decide when is that really a baby?
Okay. All right. So if you think it should be legal, okay, then you agree with the Dems. And I feel like maybe there's some deeper reservation that you hold against people on the left because you feel like they praise abortion. No, nobody loves abortion. Nobody gets excited about abortion. Nobody praises abortion. But what everybody should love and praise and get excited about is individualistic rights, liberties, and freedoms, particularly a woman's right to choose when it's being infringed on, right? You know, like the actual process of abortion, it's not fun, all right? It's not fun, all right? But the notion that women should have rights is very fun. That's very fun. So when you hear a bunch of people on the left chanting about how important abortion is, they're saying that the right to access it and to be able to make that choice is something to celebrate. Okay? And we're just kind of indifferent to the actual procedure, you know?
Yep. Dean, I agree. Man, look, I'm gonna give you and Parker something. I'm just an old 53-year-old country boy from Tennessee. But I want to tell you two young men something. Your points that y'all make on these lives that you do, your points are so valid and on point. You both are so smart about what you're doing and what you're saying. And people do watch, just like me. I hopped in the queue. I wanted to, talk about Iran, and we kind of got to talking about abortion. But I want to applaud both of you for what you do. I think it's a good thing for America that people like you are out there, because it's different. Me and you may not agree on everything, Dean. I don't agree with Parker on everything, but you know what? That's okay. We're all human beings, and would it not be a boring world if everybody thought like Dean or if everybody thought like Parker? It would be such a boring damn place because nobody had a difference of opinion.
But everybody would have rights.
I would love to see our country get past of having a difference of opinion, of being hateful toward one another, to just say, hey, we've got a difference opinion on that. Shake hands. Still love you, brother. But, I think that's where our country needs to head. And, Dean, I appreciate the time for letting me come in, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. I don't agree with everything you do, but I do respect you.
Here's the last thing I'll say, then I'll move on. I, like you, want to get to a position in politics where we could shake hands over disagreements of opinion. Okay? But in order to get to a place to shake hands over a disagreement in opinion, that disagreement can't be over a human right. Okay? That disagreement can't be over exploitation or oppression. That disagreement should be over minuscule changes in tax code. And honestly, it should be boring as fuck. And in order for us to get there, all right, okay, we have to be able to agree on all the things that aren't optional. And that's predominantly the things that we talk about. The things that I talk about on this live are those in which aren't optional. Okay, that I can't shake your hand over. So I hope by watching the live stream, acknowledging that maybe some of the things that I say have some facts behind them, that you could change your mind. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. Okay, David?
Hey, thank you, Dean. Have a good one, brother.
And take care.
Appreciate you.
We're gonna move on to the next guest. You know, what a great. How much would you love that, Parker, if we could just live in a world where we could shake hands over disagreement of political opinion? I can't wait until we're there. Okay, and hopefully we're there in our life.
Or we just
Hopefully
disagree on like how much infrastructure should we do? You know what I mean? Like, or like what is the type of infrastructure, or like what is the best way of addressing these problems? You know, like I feel like that those types of conversations are just so much better, and I wish that we could, as a society, be able to get to that point. You know.
Yeah, hopefully we will in our lifetime. IIVYELXZ5SP. I accepted your invitation to join the live. I would assume that maybe you have me on speaker and you're just not looking at your phone. So if you hear me, take a look at that phone. Oh, never mind. You just dropped. All right, guys, let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you are a Trump supporter, folks. Please do follow my rules. I'd really appreciate it. Please do follow my rules. I'd really appreciate it. By the way, Parker, I've been talking a lot. If there's ever a point in which you want to make a point, feel free to hop in. All right?
I got you, bro. No, I've had a conversation with him, so I was just going to leave it to you for a second, and it went well, so.
Cool, perfect, no worries. I have a couple of people to thank here. Mackenzie, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. I really do appreciate you. Thank you, Mackenzie. Show some love to Mackenzie. Same thing to Aaron, that is ERINN. Thank you for the $10, who says, Doged black single mom that has lost everything. Watch often. We need ya. What's your opinion on how debating may have changed your view on U.S. education, how dumbing down of America brought us Trump? Thanks, Dean. Well, I think that these streams have just brought me to a little bit more of a critical analysis of our education system. I think that we need to update it a shit ton. And yeah, I think that, the more stupid Americans are, the more people like Trump will have to lead us. I mean, dude doesn't even know middle school math. I'm not even joking. That was the breaking news of the day. Ali, I appreciate you for the Galaxy. And welcome in, Harry. Do you support Trump? Okay, it doesn't sound like Harry is here. Maybe he's driving. I also appreciate you, Wobby. That is WOBBY. This came in 18 minutes ago. Thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Wobby. Who says, Dean, I just want to say that you have an insane aura, and watching you destroy Megachods always makes my day. Love your content. Please keep up the great work, and you deserve every dollar you make. Most aren't brave enough to do what you do. I appreciate you, Wobby. First time I've ever been told I have insane aura. Thank you, Wobby. Shout out to Wobby. Same thing to you, Matthew. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Matthew. Matthew with the 25 says, love you. Keep up the good work. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Let's get 250 Matthew W's down below. I really do appreciate you so much. Show some love to Matthew, folks. Then Sunny, thank you for the 15, who says, I was a Trump supporter, quote unquote, sadly, until I started watching your stream and Parker's stream over a year ago. Thank you so much for all the education you both provide. You've changed more lives than you realize. Oh, thank you, Sunny. I'm so happy to hear that the live streams here have been able to help you change your mind. You are a goddamn patriot for caring about the world around us. Thank you so much. You're cool. You're awesome. Thank you so much for that love and support. Same thing to Nicole. Thank you for the 1. Welcome in. Proud Republican. Do you support Trump?
Yo, Dean, Parker, let's hit a blinker together.
It's the blinker
3,
guy.
2, 1.
Get out of here, bruh. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do and I don't at the same time.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
If the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, knowing everything that you do now, who'd you vote for?
I don't think I would know enough to vote knowing that it would be tomorrow, but I think I would probably have to go with Trump.
All right, then you're in the right place. Let me thank a couple people on PayPal, then we'll pass you that mic. Let's see here. Avery, thank you for the $13, who says these Trump supporters have no reasons left. That last guy had to ask ChatGPT. They all say he's the best president of all time because Trump lets them be openly racist. You're killing it today. Your debate opponents inspire me to take education seriously, lol. Thank you, Avery. I appreciate you for the $13. Yeah, a lot of the people that we've spoken with today have just been nuts. Okay, so why would you vote for Trump tomorrow? Tell us.
His policies, I think, have a more like focus on America in itself, and they're more like he's just more focused on our country than I feel like others are.
More focused on destroying the country? I mean, we just got the largest increase in the price of gas in a given month since the Vietnam War. Most layoffs since the pandemic, most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010, the worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions. He was focusing on helping our country so much. We have either one of the following two things would need to be true. He is focusing on helping America, and he's good intentioned, like you posit he is, but he's so fucking stupid that he can't actually do it, and he's only hurting us. Disqualifying, throw him out, can't support him. Then the second option is, well, maybe he's actually not focusing on helping America. He's just focusing on furthering his agenda, which is not helping America due to all of the empirical outcomes in which I just said.
No, I agree. Honestly, a lot of the things you just said, I can obviously tell you know more than me. I'm not going to sit there and say that you're dumb or anything. You obviously know more than me about it. You're obviously more focused on me than I am about it. My stance on things is that I'm in full agreement that every single politician that we have most likely ever had is a terrible person, and they only care about themselves. That would be the same for Trump. That would be the same for anyone. I mean, I think anyone could agree on that. But from what I've seen with Trump being in office, I think there's been a betterment for the country, because I do believe there does need to be, I do believe the border is a big, an important issue, and I think that does need to be focused on. I think the process for getting into America should be 10 times easier, because everybody deserves safety.
Has he ever even said he wants to make the process easier?
No, he hasn't, but I mean,
so then what is he
also,
doing for the border to make things better? Tell me.
I think that the border should still be, I think there should still be a border.
Okay, but what has he done for the border in the last year and a half?
I honestly could not tell you exactly.
Neither
I know
could
that he's focused more on it and made it more of a, supervised thing, though.
What I will say is I don't think he really has done anything for the border, and the reason why crossings are down is because he's scaring it away by being a tyrannical idiot and infringing on the human, natural, and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants who are already here.
I could see that. I don't know, this is hard because I'm looking in between your beliefs and other people's beliefs. I'm in
Well,
full
how about
belief
this?
that
Would you stop
everybody-
supporting Trump as president if you knew with certainty that he was guilty of sexual violence, like sexual exploitation?
I don't support him as a person. I don't like him as a person, but at the end of the day, it's if I have to vote between one person and another person, and they both said and done terrible things.
Well, what if one candidate has said and done significantly worse things than the other? Significantly worse.
But I don't think we should vote based on. I don't think we should vote on the future of our country based on what someone's done.
Well, I think we
in
should
their
because what they've done tells us who they are as a person, and if who he is as a person is somebody that doesn't care about the consent of a woman or girl, how could he care about the bank account of the average American?
But how can we say that that's not the same with plenty of other politicians that we've had? I think most politicians.
Well, I mean, what's the evidence that we can say Kamala Harris didn't care about the consent of a woman, girl, man, or boy?
Oh, I didn't know we were talking about. I thought we were okay.
Well, that's who the option was.
Well, then I guess in that option, then yeah, I mean, yes. I
Okay. So it's like, why are we going to choose the guy that has already demonstrated he doesn't care about us? Because when you engage in sexual violence, you're demonstrating that you don't care about anybody outside of yourself. Let's just get it clear.
Well, I mean, yes, that's true, but there's also plenty of other things.
So you accept that Trump doesn't care about us?
All of us as people, no.
Okay, then let's not make him president. I want a president who cares about us.
I mean, I think that's fair, but it can't just be based on someone's past and what they've done.
Well, if he doesn't care about us, then he's not going to pass good policy just because it benefits us. Because why would he? He doesn't care.
I 100% believe that most politicians don't truly care about any of us. And if you believe that any of them truly care...
But when we look at Kamala Harris's policy, I mean, it sure demonstrated she cares about us. Tax cuts for the working class, okay, reducing the price of healthcare for everybody, trying to get us more towards a single-payer option, towards a public option for healthcare. Okay, trying to fight unfair institutions in this country, ensuring that women and girls have access to the healthcare they deserve. Right, all those things prove she cared. What has Trump done to prove he's cared? Increase the price of gas? That's bad. Take healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 51,000 that die every year via lack of access to healthcare? That's bad. For using to fund food stamps even after court ordered him to, meaning he was breaking the law just to make people starve? That's bad. Started another war in the Middle East that it's only hurt us and hurt them? That's bad. All right? Maybe the reason why all of his policy just hurts us is because he doesn't care about us, and he doesn't care about us because of who he is as a person, which would, of course, necessitate a conversation surrounding him admitting to sexual exploitation and having a court finding him guilty of rape, right? Clearly, these things matter.
No, I agree. I like I said, I'm middle ground on everything, but I truly will never believe that any politician truly cares about us.
Okay, well, then the issue is why Trump? If he doesn't truly care about us and the other option was better, why Trump?
I think it's just one of those things where I grew up in a Republican household, and I've always learned more about him, heard better things about him. So I'm honestly not fully educated to even talk on it. And obviously I can tell you're educated. I can tell you know what you're talking about and all that. And it's kind of more of a thing where I just wanted to learn because,
Okay. I appreciate you for coming up, and I think if you just want to learn, I'd highly recommend tuning into the live stream because you'll be able to hear us go over these things. And I hope that you consider them. We really shouldn't support these people as president, man. We shouldn't. They're terrible. They're really terrible, man. Just don't do it.
Hey, Dean, I know I didn't speak much. I'm going to actually get off right now because I actually have to do something for a few hours. I might be on later, though.
Cool, man. You have a good rest of your day, Parker.
You as well. Have a good rest of your stream.
Welcome in IIVY. Do you support Trump?
I think he's a patriot.
Are you driving?
No.
Pull over, and I can talk to you. If you don't pull over, I just gotta kick you.
Not driving, though.
I'm not an idiot?
Passenger.
Oh, okay. Have the driver say hey?
Alright, hold on.
Can you have the driver say hi?
Hey. What? Hey, hello. Hello.
Okay. And then second of all, could you take your phone off of Bluetooth, please?
Yeah, hold on.
Because we can't hear shit. Do you not? It's very muffled.
Well, how about now? Is that better?
No. Do you want to come back up later when you're no longer in the car? Because you're not disconnecting Bluetooth. You have to completely disconnect Bluetooth.
Yeah, I'll come up later.
Oh, well, now it's clear.
Alright.
Just come up later, bro. Just come up later, bro. I mean, I'm sorry. Just the quality of the mic isn't there. We're going to move on to the next guest. You guys only up inside of that queue. If you support Trump, please and thank you. We're going to get that next guest connected right now. I'm getting a little hungry. Maybe I should have eaten more before I hopped on. All right, we got Sean Cody connecting. Yo, on Venmo, thank you so much, Boss, for the $20. Thank you so much for that love, Boss. I want to see 200 Boss W's in the comment section for such an incredible... Oh, thank you so much, Layla, for the $25 donation. I appreciate you, Layla. Fuck yeah, thank you, Layla. Layla with the 25 says, I'm always so worried about all these trolls and crazy people that are going to discourage you from doing this amazing work. So please keep it up. You make my day easier to get through, and I love watching your live, so thank you. Well, thank you, Layla. Don't worry, they don't discourage me. In fact, they just keep me going harder. I appreciate you. Let's get 250 Layla W's down below in the comment section. Hey, Sean, are you here?
Oh, you just woke me up from my nap, bro.
Oh, okay. Good. I'm happy. Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, of course I am.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, I'm going to thank a couple more donors.
Oh, my goodness, dude.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, the horror. Oh, I have to be patient. Oh, I don't get my way. Oh, shut up. Melissa, thank you for the $15 donation over on PayPal. I want to see 500 Melissa W's down below in that comment section. That is so kind of you, Melissa. Thank you, Melissa. Fuck yeah, show some love to Melissa in that chat. Melissa with the $50 says, when you cook, the dishes are always delish. Thank you, Melissa. You are awesome. Let's get 500 Melissa W's. I also want to get 100 Lord T W's for the $10 donation on Super Chat, who says a person's past guides their present and future. A politician's past shows that what they may potentially do to hurt others who are less fortunate. I could not agree more. Lord T, show some up to Lord T and Melissa and all the donors. If you want to support the stream, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal in the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on the other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the E. A great way to support what we do. All right, buddy. Why do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Dipey Don?
You are done?
I don't know. Done for now.
Done for now, aren't you? How many more donations do you think you need before you've clocked in? You know, you got all the money that you deserved.
I'm grift maxing. So there's a no cap. No cap. I just need more.
No cap? What do you mean no cap?
There's just no cap to the income. I just need more and more and more.
You grift on here all day. You do this 7 days a week.
Yes,
bro. I'm outside. I'm in touch with nature.
Yes.
I'm not like you, little boy.
You're in touch with nature. No.
Yes, I am.
The only thing that you're in touch with is maybe a first grade classroom because you couldn't get to second, and that's why you support Trump. Speaking of the grift, Kate, thank you for the $15 donation on Venmo. I appreciate that, Kate. I want to get 150 Kate W's. That's Kate with a K. Thank you so much for the love, Kate. I appreciate you, and also congratulations on finally legally cutting yourself from your MAGA ex. Let's go. Show some love to Kate in that chat. Clayton, thank you for the $10. Who says, I can't believe people complain that you and Parker make money. Grassroots, because they're pissed. Thank you for the $10. Quentin, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much for supporting the grift. You are awesome. Thank you so much. And then Sean, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey Dean, I'm a full-time DoorDasher when I'm driving.
Bro, who was that?
I somebody else named John who just wanted to support the grift. Sean, I'm really happy that you enjoyed the stream. Thank you. And then Ray, thank you so much for the $10. Quite frankly, thank you for supporting the grift for the $10 donation, Ray.
What are we doing here, Dean?
Grifting!
Off all of your donations for so.
I just have to grift.
You got more donations and then you.
Yeah, because I'm grifting.
How many times? How many times does this have to happen?
At least one more, because we just got a $10 donation from Phil on Venmo, who says, Dean Army. Thank you, Phil.
Wow, Dean.
Oh, Grace, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo, who said, for the grift. Let's go, Grace, $20. I want to get 200 Grace W's in that comment section for the $20.
I need to thank my fans for all their donations. Let me see.
But you don't have any.
Oh, I have 36 coins. Do you see that? 36, right next to my profile. How much money is that? You would know, wouldn't you?
7 cents.
7 cents. Let's go. Thank you guys for the 7 cents. Can you get some more donations here?
Can you stop grifting?
I'm not grifting, bro.
Yes, you are. It's honestly despicable.
Of my money. You get 30% of the money here.
Oh, true. 4 cents, not 7. Hey, Aaron, thank you for the $4 donation on Venmo just to piss Sean off.
Bro, Chacho, little bro, you're not tough. Nobody likes you. I literally mock you.
Are you positive about that?
I am 100% positive, you little soy boy.
I would argue the fact that I have over 11 million followers on all platforms combined would definitely suggest that at least one person likes me.
Because you're a little soy boy that grifts online.
Oh, little soy boy? By what metric?
What do you get when you go to the?
Well, Dunkin' Donuts. Well, I don't go to Dunkin'.
When you get, how much was your? I heard someone say you had like a crazy expensive latte machine, don't you?
Oh yes, my espresso machine. Yes.
Yeah, your espresso machine. How much was that? Like $1,000 or something?
It was about $550. $550.
By your little grifties.
Yes.
You are the grifter and they're the grifties.
Okay, can I be honest?
Grifted here.
I just think that you're very jealous, Sean, and I'm going to have you calm down. You're clearly cortisol maxing.
Dean.
Like, you're just calling me a grifter because I make money from working a job. Okay, yeah, calm down.
No, I have a job too. I'm working all day. I'm pimping out here.
No, you don't.
Making sales. Yes,
I
do.
Don't. You don't have a job. You're unemployed, Sean.
I'm a salesman.
Okay, yeah, stop lie maxing.
No, I don't lie max. I'm truth maxing.
Amy, thank you for the $10. She says more for the grift to piss off Sean. Thank you for the $10, Amy. Matthew, oh my God, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo.
Who's giving up their $50?
Matthew's giving up the $50.
Half of this money. You know, TikTok takes half of this money.
That wasn't on TikTok. No.
Boy.
That wasn't on TikTok. Thank you, Matthew. 1 second. Can you calm down while I thank Matthew for the $50? Matthew with the $50 says, keep the grift alive, Dean. Oh, it's more alive than ever today, Matthew. I want to see 500 Matthew W's. Grace with the $10 who says, we love Dean. Laura with the $10 just to be about that guy more. Martha with the $15 who says, thank you for the work. Well, thank you for the $15 to support the grift. Oh my goodness, we are grifting hard today. We are grifting away, folks. Thank you so much. Oh my God.
These are bots. These are DNC bots. What is that?
You know who isn't a DNC bot? Alan, who just sent a $100 donation on PayPal.
You do not deserve a penny of that.
Oh my God.
Little apartment all day.
You're pissed. You're mad. You're mad, kid. You're mad, Maxine. You're mad, Maxine. I want to see at least 1,000 Alan W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the $100
I want to see 1,000 Sean Cody W's in the comments.
Shut up, soy boy. Alan with $100 says, here's $100 to the goated Griff Maxer. Nobody does it better than me. Nobody does it better than me. I am the Grift Maxer. Thank you for the $100. On a real note, Alan, that is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much for the love and support. Guys,
put a 2 in the comments if you support Sean Cody. 2 in the comments for me.
Kimberly, thank you for the $15 for the love of grifting. Thank you so much for that support, Kimberly. Show some love to Kimberly down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for that love and support, Kimberly. Thank you so much for supporting the grift. I appreciate you. Guys, put a 1 in the comment if you support me. Put a 2 in the comments if you support him.
Come on, guys, let's get... Oh, I'm seeing so many 2s here.
I don't see a single 2.
I see so many 2s.
Can you point?
Okay. Scroll up, boy.
Name one person that is sending a 2 right now.
Well, let me. Oh, Triple T. Triple T. Thank you.
No. On God, I'm not seeing a single 2.
You were just blind. You're a blind little boy.
I'm looking at the chat.
There's not with being blonde and being blind. So,
wait. There's one person that's spamming it 2. Their name is Triple T.
Oh, thank you, Triple T. My number 1 supporter here.
Do you know how many viewers we have right now?
Let's see. 12.8 thousand.
So one person out of 13,000.
I have 12.7 thousand fans here.
You got one.
They all
person.
came into the live when they saw Sean Cody was here.
That's my friend. You got one person out of 13,000. No, I can't believe that.
DNC bots.
I can't. I legitimately. That's crazy. That's crazy. I need to thank some more people for the grift. Shut up, soy boy. Lauren, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you for the $50 donation to support the grift. That is fucking mad. Thank you, Lauren. Show some love to Lauren down below in that comment section. Lauren with the 50 says, hey, Dean, Trump supporters don't often believe in anything. They enjoy the permission structure to be an asshole he created. Like this idiot. Thank you for the $50, Lauren. I really appreciate you for supporting the job that we work. Thank you so much on Venmo. Jeff! Thank you for the $100, Jeff! Oh my God! What the fuck? Oh my God, I want to see 1,000 Jeff W's! Jeff just sent a $100 donation who says, keep kicking MAGA ass. Seeing them flounder in the face of logic and reason is like meditation for me. You're a gift with gifts. Thank you, Jeff. That is so kind of you. Not just a donation, but the incredibly kind words. I really appreciate that you're supporting the grift. You know, thank you so much for supporting me stealing money from your bank account to fund the bots watching the live. Thank you for the $100. That is nuts. As well as Joseph, thank you so much for the $24 donation. Thank you so much, Joseph. Thank you. Yeah, try making this guest say how I'm a DNC bot. No, we won't explain how, Joseph. He'll just say that you are. Clearly. Thank you for the $24 to support the grift. Phil with the $15 to support the grift. Boy. Tyler with the $5 to support the grift. Andrew with the $20 to support the grift. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you so much. And then another Joseph with a $75 donation on Venmo for the grift. Oh my God. That shut up while I'm thanking the people who are funding my grift lifestyle. I want to see 750 Joseph W's for the $75 $5 donation to support the grift, who says, I'm not a goddamn bot. I support right and logic. Clearly, you're misinformed. To be polite, I'm avoid calling you an idiot. Yeah, dude, Joseph just spent $75 to call you an idiot. How do you feel? I guess we'll never know, because I'm going to thank Lucilia for the $15 to support the grift, Dory with the $5 to support the grift, Clayton with the $5 to support the grift, Haley with the $10 to support the grift, Thong, thank you for the $25 to upgrade to the $1,000 espresso machine, thank you for the $25 to support the grift, Tamir with the $15 to support the grift, Emma with the $5 for the grift, Morgan with the $10 for the grift, Amy with the $10 for the grift, Matthew with the $15 to support the grift. Thank you so much, Matthew. Wait, I think I already thanked you earlier. I'm just like spamming at this point. Thank you so much, Matthew, though, once again. As well as Hannah with the $10 to support the grift, Jaden with the $50 to support the grift. Oh my God, Jaden with the $50 just says, tell Sean to thank you. Can you thank Jaden for the $50 to support the grift?
Jaden, thank you so much for the $50 supporting Griff.
Good
I really appreciate
boy.
it.
Tracy, thank you for the $50 as well to support the Griff. Show some love to Tracy.
Stop saying Sean
and
L,
all
guys.
of the
That's
other
not funny.
donors.
It's not funny.
I legitimately don't even know what's going on. You guys are being so fucking kind. Thank you so much
Oh
for the
my
$50, Tracy. Thank you for the $10, Hannah. Here's another bot dono for the Griff. Thank you so much, Hannah. Thank you, Jaden. Thank you,
These are
S. Thank you,
fraudulent.
everybody.
They're going to get taken away. You're going to lose these.
Is Sean Cody your name?
What do you mean, bro? In real life?
Yeah.
Sean is my middle name, or no, Cody is my middle name, and Sean is my first name.
Okay, Sean.
What?
Now that I have grifted quite a bit, would you like to tell us why you support Trump?
Oh my goodness, Dean, can we just kiss already?
What a fucking weirdo! What the fuck was that? Dude comes up here, gets really pissed off about the donations. What, dude? What the fuck? Oh my God. Okay, I'm not okay. I just popcorn. Did you hear him, popcorn?
Yeah. I did.
Why did you say it like? Yeah. Oh God. Okay. All right, Bob.
Yeah, that last part got me. I was.
So
I actually
what?
dropped my phone, but.
So what's the reason you still continue to support an admitted sexual exploiter as president?
Yeah, because what we seen 2 days ago, the 11 charges against the Southern Poverty Law Center and the indictment against them for them funneling money to the Triple K and other groups, to include the Charlottesville event. They actually funded transportation, according to the court documents. Just wondering your opinion on that.
Yeah, okay, I could give you my opinion on Southern Poverty Law Center. So first and foremost, I think it's a very nuanced take. The first thing that I'll say here is that it seems to be the case that a lot of people on the right are saying, well, they're paying these visceral hate groups to stoke the flame and create an enemy to then get paid in an attempt to defeat. Okay, then a lot of people on the left are saying, well, they were just paying insiders to give them inside information about these violent, hateful organizations to stop hate crimes before they happen, or to learn more about their methods of operation. Now, my opinion is, I don't think we'll know until the court case has been processed and finalized, and we see an end result from the jury with a ruling and why that was their ruling. I'm going to wait for discovery, and I'm going to wait for deliberation. But what I will say on top of that is I'm not just automatically disputing the view that they were funding these hate groups to create an enemy to make more money themselves, because I don't think that people in positions of power that want more power and more money is exclusive to the right. We'll also see that on the left. And it is absolutely possible that we see a group of very sick and depraved individuals, okay, who will make money from taking on lawsuits against hate groups, while then simultaneously funding those hate groups to create more lawsuits. But if that's true, which we don't know yet, okay, this is not a reflection upon the party as a whole. This is not a reflection on the left as a whole. And this is not a reflection on why anybody should support Trump. Like we could just as easily point towards the hate groups in of themselves who have consistently endorsed the Republican candidates, who Trump's dad was a part of the KKK in of itself. And we'll throw the Nazi salute, then say, go vote for Trump, like many groypers on the internet.
Yeah, so I'll admit that. Well, no, I'm not going to bring that up. But so dealing with the first thing you mentioned, the informants, right? So many of those people were leaders within that organization, and one of them is still the leader of that organization now. He's the president, and so the argument of it being an informant. It's kind of hard to say that when you're paying the leader of the entire organization.
Personally, I don't think that changes much. I think that a leader of like a KKK organization could just as easily be swooned by the $sign to give information about the organization. Like I said, I would just want to wait for the court date, see how it plays out, see what the Southern Poverty Law Center says in court, and I'll be paying attention. I absolutely will, because I want to know, okay, which organizations exist, regardless if they're on the right or the left, have the best interests of the people that they're supposed to represent in heart. And honestly, I could tell you that myself and many individuals have this feeling of disillusionment just seeing that law center was paying them at all, regardless if it was for information or for controlled opposition. Okay. But like once again, like we're not neither. I don't think anybody has the right to act as if this is a representation of the left as a whole, or all democratic institutions from the left as a whole. That's unfair, or a reason to support Trump.
Right. Okay. I hear you. And then I also had a question about Eric Swalwell and how you felt on the fact that it seems like the Democratic Party has swept all that under the rug for years, because I look back at his time. I knew it was following Eric Swalwell before his thing with the Chinese spy and all that. But for years, I kind of felt or had, I guess, the idea based on news reports and all that he was doing this kind of stuff. He's not the only one, but for them to have him drop out of that governor's race now, I think using that information that they had on him, or dirt that they had on him, how do you feel about the Democratic Party kind of sweeping that under the rug for years?
I think that the Democratic Party did the opposite of sweep it under the rug. I think once we saw the 5 credible accusations come out against Eric Swalwell, even his best friend in Congress came out and told him to resign from the race and drop out of his seat, and that's exactly what happened less than 48 hours later on both of the two fronts. And I think that you, alongside every other member of the GOP that believes Eric Swalwell is a rapist because of 5 credible accusations, as a goddamn hypocrite when you won't call for Donald Trump to resign from his position of the presidency in consideration of his 40-plus accusations, including a credible accusation from the Epstein files in a court that determined he raped a woman. It is by far the most clear point of hypocrisy that we have seen from the GOP in years. Okay, it's more clear than J6. Okay, it's more clear than Donald Trump saying that he's going to help the middle class and raising taxes on them effectively with a big, beautiful bill. It is the clearest point we have ever fucking seen. He has 40-plus credible accusations, a court case that determined he's a rapist. He admitted to sexual exploitation. He's credibly accused in the Epstein files. He was best friends with Epstein. He hit on a 10-year-old girl. He hit on his own daughter. He was talking about Lindsay Lohan's boobs when she was 18. And you don't care. But then as soon as a Democrat has credible accusations against him, all of a sudden, case closed, he's a rapist because we believe survivors. And I'm not telling you that you're wrong for believing Eric Swalwell is a rapist. I'm telling you that you're wrong for being a goddamn hypocrite about it when it comes to Trump.
Yeah, so I'm not calling for the head of Eric Swalwell. I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy on the left. I
think it was a shining example of how the left is not hypocritical.
Yeah, I disagree.
Then why did the left call for him to resign?
Yeah, but like the lady that came out and I saw spoke, I didn't feel there was sincerity there. I just, it's like that Bailey Pink girl that's going around here, TikTok or whatever. There just seems to be a little bit of that
Why did
going
the
on.
left call for him to resign? Can you answer the question?
I don't know.
You don't know, all right? Because you can't posit a reason why the left called for him to resign because you're arguing the left is hypocritical.
yes.
Therefore, it's not because he's a rapist, okay? And you can't argue it's because of pressure from the right. Because then if it's from pressure on the right that that the left inevitably called for him to resign, well, then you're arguing that the right is hypocritical because they'll place that pressure on a Democrat, but they won't place that pressure on a Republican.
I can answer that. So the reason why they did that is because there's too many Democrats in the race, and the two leaders now have been Republicans, or there's at least one Republican, but they're trying to ensure that there's not two Republicans to go to the runoff, so that way there's no Democratic representation in that runoff. That's why they had them drop out. That's why they released this information, and because they were, I think we've all seen in the media that they were asking people, hey, you need to step down, man. These Republicans are going to win. And that's why they ended up doing this to Eric Swalwell. So that to me tells me that was already known by all these people.
You're wrong. So first and foremost, there were a lot of Democrats in the media calling on Democrats to drop out of the gubernatorial race in California, but they were not calling on Eric to drop out because Eric was a front runner. They were more so calling on every other Democrat in the race to drop out. So then there wasn't like a collection of 5 different options to vote for Democrats in the primary or in the election. Therefore, just giving the election to the Republicans. So you're already wrong. Nobody ever called for Eric to drop out prior to the gubernatorial election until after the accusations came out. They were calling for everybody else to drop out. Now, second of all, it doesn't matter if Eric Swalwell drops out or not. There's still going to be 2 Republicans with some support in that race. And in fact, now the Democrat who's in second place now has to scurry to figure out how to pull where Eric Swalwell was by pulling together even more funding, okay, and even more support amongst the people in which Eric Swalwell had already represented in public office. Okay, so I don't understand why the left would want the frontrunner who the people already know, who the people are already represented by, to drop out of it just makes it worse for the Democrat in the election. No, they wanted him to drop out because he had 5 credible accusations. And in fact, I want to ask you a question. We saw nearly every single member of the GOP in Congress come out swinging against Eric Swalwell when those accusations dropped, demanding that he be dropped from Congress, demanding that he resign from the race. Do you agree with those Republicans or do you disagree with those Republicans?
I disagree with those Republicans to a certain extent.
Oh my God! Because if you agreed with them, then you'd be a hypocrite because you're totally fine with people like Trump being in office, even when they admit to sexual exploitation. Do you think that Trump should resign from the presidency like Swalwell resigned from
you're mad that I'm not a
for the
hypocrite,
gubernatorial race, considering the fact that we literally have Trump on tape admitting to sexual exploitation?
Dean, does it bother you that I'm not a hypocrite? You sound a little upset that I'm not a hypocrite.
Okay, well, I posit you are a hypocrite by even invoking Eric Swalwell's names. Like even just by invoking his name, want to talk about a Democrat with SA accusations. How about the president that admitted to sexual exploitation?
Yeah, I mean, he's got his faults. I'm not going to sit here and act like, but everybody already knew. We all knew who Trump is. There was nothing hidden.
I don't think people... Can we agree that people who are guilty of sexual violence, one of the worst things that one person could ever do to another, should not be allowed to run for the presidency, which is the most powerful position available to any human alive?
Well, my problem with E. Jean Carroll is the fact that...
I never said E. Jean Carroll's name.
Oh. Okay, then who are you talking about? Because there's no other evidence.
I never said anybody's name. I never even said Trump's name. I just asked you a very blanket and fair question. Can we agree that people who are guilty of sexual violence, should not be able to be president?
It depends on the case that you speak of, because there is this thing called lawfare.
So you think that there's some cases of sexual violence that are okay?
No, not at all. There's no cases where that is okay.
When I say guilty, I mean truly guilty. Should we prevent people who are truly guilty of sexual violence from ever being president?
If they're truly guilty, absolutely 100%.
Okay, yeah, you're cooked, buddy. So,
but Trump's not truly guilty.
Yes, he is.
So,
yes, he is.
No,
a form of A form of sexual violence is sexual exploitation.
All right, man.
Donald Trump admitted to sexual exploitation on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005. In fact, you just acknowledged that he admitted
It
to
is
sexual
subjective
exploitation on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005.
absolutely
Because after I brought it up, you said, yeah, Trump has his faults. But now you just agreed that that fault should disqualify him from the presidency. So are you going to turn a new leaf? Are you going to revoke your support from Trump? Let me be clear on the answer options that you have here, because I don't want you to pivot. You either are going to have to walk back on your claim that people who are truly guilty of sexual violence, should not be able to serve as presidents, or you're going to have to argue that Donald Trump did not admit to sexual violence. Those are your only two options. So, Popcorn, I'll go ahead and shut the hell up. The ball is in your court. Which one of those two options are you going to chase down today?
Yeah, was Emmett Till guilty of SA?
No.
Okay, then why was he persecuted on the streets?
Because of racism.
There you go. And that same system that allowed that and promoted that is the same system that is now being used to go after people's political opponents. That's what we're seeing. So this case here was a prime example.
Wow, that is so fucking
when
disrespectful.
Eugene Carroll comes out and says
I never
there's
mentioned
21
Eugene
men
Carroll's
that
name.
violated her in some way.
So first and foremost, I'm putting you on mute because you're pivoting. Second of all, you are such a disgusting motherfucker to trying to compare Emmett Till to Donald Trump. That is so unbelievably, I just can't even, it's so gross. And then third of all, okay, you didn't tell me which answer you want to select here. Okay, are you going to go with the argument that you want to walk back your suggestion that people who are truly guilty of sexual violence should not be allowed to be president? Or are you going to argue that Donald Trump did not actually admit to sexual violence when he said he'd barge into the dressing rooms of naked people and look at them? Okay, I never invoked Eugene Carroll's name. What we're talking about is his admittance of guilt to sexual exploitation, which is a variant of sexual violence to Howard Stern in 2005. Once again, your two options are either walk back your claim that people who are guilty of sexual violence should not be able to be president, or argue that Donald Trump did not admit to sexual violence when he said he'd barged into the dressing rooms of people to then look at their naked bodies inconsensually. Which one?
I would say that the claim that it is S8 or violence is inaccurate. Yes, Trump admitted that he went back there and inspected as the head guy of the pageant. But to say that he essayed and try to tie in, this mental gymnastics that you're doing, it just, you
can't even answer. So I define sexual violence.
Relate, dude.
So I define sexual violence as any sexual act that is unconsensual.
Okay.
Do you agree?
I think it goes beyond that.
Like what?
So if somebody enters a room and they're changing.
No, give me an example of sexual violence that would go beyond the definition. Any sexual act that's unconsensual.
So again, if I walk into a room and there's somebody in there changing or something, and they feel violated, but I didn't mean to do that. Obviously, I'm not guilty of any kind of violence. So that's all I'm saying.
Can you give? So you're not giving me an example of a sexual act that's unconsensual. Wait, I'm so sorry. You're not giving me an example of sexual violence that goes beyond an unconsensual sexual act, right? Like, do you accept that the definition of sexual violence is engaging in unconsensual sexual acts?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. So then Donald Trump is guilty of sexual violence because he admitted to engaging in an unconsensual sexual act.
But it wasn't an unconsensual sexual act.
It was. It was unconsensual because he didn't do it with their permission. He did it with his permission.
But how is it sexual?
Yeah, because he sought out the naked bodies of women to then look at the naked bodies of women, to then go tell Howard Stern how much he enjoyed looking at the naked bodies of these women when Howard Stern asked him about the sexual things he'd do with the women that competed at his pageants.
Okay, and those
he
are
said
women,
it was sexual.
Right, so women that put on bikinis and strut their stuff to the world is worried about the owner of the pageant coming backstage and seeing them naked.
Yes, because
Are you
even
kidding me?
women who wear bikinis have consent. If you wanted to argue that women who wear bikinis don't have consent, then essentially no woman who's ever been to a public beach has consent. You are so gross. You are so gross. So unfathomably gross. So
Why are you
fucking
crashing?
gross.
Why are you crashing?
Because you just told me women who wear bikinis, in default of that fact, then consent to have men violate them at any time they want. That's why I'm upset, because that's upsetting. And that should be upsetting to anybody that's not a psychopath.
Well, I mean, all those years that he did the pageants, and all you can come up with is like 2 or 3 women or 4 women.
His
out of all
admission
those
of guilt?
thousands and
That's not
thousands of
true.
women,
But his admission
Nah.
of guilt?
I don't believe it.
You don't believe his admission of guilt?
No, I don't think it was as bad as you.
As what he said?
No, I mean if
Because
like, hey,
he
Trump's coming in,
said he'd go into
hey,
a private.
Trump's coming in. All right, come on in, see my naked body.
Oh, where did Donald Trump say in the clip that he'd give them a heads up? Let's listen.
I would also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So where in that clip did he say that he'd ensure that a woman would first go inside of the private women's only dressing room to ensure that everybody in that space had clothes on and was okay with Donald Trump coming in? Where did he say that?
Well, I mean, if it was an issue, it would be bigger than 2 or 3 women.
Oh, okay. So you basically don't have a response to the claim. You're just saying, well, if it truly was unconsensual,
is.
then everybody would have known about this years ago. So, hey, do you know about every action of SA, rape, or unconsensual sexual conduct that has ever occurred in America?
No, absolutely.
Oh,
not.
okay. You probably only know about a handful, right?
Probably. Well, yeah, a handful. Yeah.
Less than what? 15?
No, I see stuff all the time. About that. So.
Okay, let's say 500.
But me personally,
So are you saying that during your
personally,
lifetime there's only been 500 instances of like sexual violence that have taken place because you don't know about the other ones, and if they really were an issue, then you would know about the other ones? Oh wait, because that's the argument that you're making about these women and girls. The burden is that you would know about them prior to Donald Trump running for president if they really did happen. Or the argument is that the courts would know about them prior to Trump being president if it really did happen. But then you have to deal with the issue of RAINN.org that would tell us only 2% of rapists are ever held fully legally accountable in the court of law. So it's either the case that you think that only around 500 instances of sexual violence have occurred because those are the only instances in which you've learned about, or only 2% of rape actually occurred because the other 98% goes unchecked by courts. The fact that matters is every single day across the world, including in America, women and girls are taken advantage of, and their stories are never told because they're scared as shit to tell them. Okay? That happens, and you can't deny it. And you are denying it because you're saying even though Trump admitted to sexual violence, because they never told their story before him running for president, it didn't happen. And that is so grotesque, it is brutalistic, and you are the problem. Because it is men like you that will laugh at these women, disavow them, say, well, they would strut in a bikini, therefore I don't care, Donald Trump took advantage of them backstage in the dressing rooms, that makes these women and girls not want to come out, because they feel like if they do, they'll be fucking laughed at by shitheads like you.
Okay, so can I respond?
Yeah, tell me how I'm wrong.
As much as the left has been going after Trump, creating all this stuff from Russia collusion, still dossier going after Trump in Georgia, if all they can find is 3 or 4 women to come forward and go against Trump and speak out against them, out of thousands of women, that right there should give you enough indication that, okay, so as much as the left goes after Trump and digs up stuff and creates even things out of thin air, they would have came up with more than 3 or 4. So
how? Because
not
the
an
people
issue.
that created. Well, let's just assume
Not an
that
issue.
everything about what you posit to be lawfare on the left is true. Let's just assume that there's a super secretive DNC deep state that has been attacking Trump from day one. The super secretive DNC deep state came up with the Russian collusion hoax, came up with J6, came up with the felonies, came up with E. Jean Carroll, came up with the 2 lawsuits in New York, the 1 lawsuit at Mar-a-Lago, came up with the raids upon his private estate, and has been terrorizing this innocent man all of his life with the most money and power in the world because they are the DNC deep state. Okay? Are the women that competed as pageants the DNC deep state that have come up with all these fake hoaxes? Or are they just average Americans like you and I trying to live their goddamn life?
No, but
see,
you
that's
got
what
people
you
out
fucking
there-
miss. That's what you miss in this argument. You could demonize the left all you want. You could demonize the elusive deep state that doesn't fucking exist all you want. You could demonize the Democratic Party all you want. But guess what? Okay, the people that competed at these beauty pageants that had this occur to them and then were scared fucking shitless because this billionaire just exploited them. He signs their paychecks. He controls
yet
their
they
career.
still
He was
show
given
up.
an Ellis Island reward. Okay,
Yet
for
they
what?
still show up.
And okay, all right, perfect. Now the argument is that they just didn't come forward, was tossed out the window, and now the argument is yet they still show up. First question: how the fuck do you know that? How do you know that there's not countless stories of women and girls out there that competed at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, whatever, okay, had Donald Trump barge into their dressing rooms, went home quiet, finish out that year at the pageant, and then never returned again? How do you know?
Looking at the years that they competed.
Show me it. Show me it. I want you to show me. I want you to show me it. Show me it right now. Show me right now that every single year, every woman that showed up that year showed up the year after, and then the year after that. Show me that.
Dean, stop crashing, bro.
Oh, by asking you to show me the evidence you don't have because you're just a
Dean,
fucking
you
rape
lost.
apologist without a
Dean, you
brain?
lost. You got cooked.
Says the guy that cannot give evidence to support his undeniably anti-woman, pro-rape
Dean,
arguments?
you got cooked, bro.
Continue to tell that to yourself all you fucking want, but until the day you could materialize evidence to support your claim, you're a little fucking weasel with no brain that lacks a spine that stands for everything I and any other reasonable person alive stands
Dean, you
against.
got cooked.
Produce the evidence.
Dean, you're getting cooked.
You could say that when you produce the evidence.
Dean, you got cooked.
You could say that when you produce
Just
the
take the
evidence.
L.
I'll take the L when you produce the
take the
evidence.
L.
When you produce the evidence, sure as hell I will.
Anyway.
No, not
Joe
anyway.
Legend
Produce
does
the
it again.
evidence. No
Popcorn
anyway.
does it
No
again.
pivot. No anyway. No pivot. No deflection. Produce the evidence. Your words will not cook my
Yep, your
argument.
popcorn.
Your words will not defeat me. Evidence, okay, to describe that reality is not as how I describe it will cook me and defeat my argument. But you don't have that. You could just say, oh, Dean, well, the reason why I know that there wasn't an abundance of women and girls who had this happen to them that were then scared shitless, finished the pageant, and then went home for the year and never came back is because, well, they came back the next year and I know it. Then I'm like, okay, show me that. Every single woman at every single year of the beauty pageants he owns left the pageant with a smile on their face and came back the next year, and you can't do it. So instead, what are you gonna whine? What are you gonna say? You're gonna whine like a little child and say that you won and I lost because the last thing you could handle is getting sat down and fact checked like the little fucking immature moron you are. You sound bizarrely defensive when you continue to reiterate that you won the debate and I got cooked when you can't produce evidence to support your claim.
Popcorn cooks again. Dean.
Yeah, bizarrely defensive for a man with no evidence.
Popcorn out.
Yeah, and popcorn ran away. Honestly, dude, I'm so happy that I drilled into him. I rarely do that. I rarely fucking do that, okay? Because I try to keep it cool. Because I really try to keep it cool on this live. But you know what? That time I didn't. I didn't keep it cool. I didn't reserve myself. I didn't moderate my statements, and it felt pretty damn good. Okay, and it caused that little weasel to run away with a request for evidence to support his beliefs, like the little coward he is, tucking his tail and running. That felt good. Popcorn got fucking burnt. Welcome in, Santana. How you doing?
Good. You're better than me. That's why I don't talk to that idiot. Like that, he brings nothing, and every single time When you pin him into a corner, he just declares, I won, and popcorn out. Like, it's just such a weird thing. If you have to declare yourself a winner after providing no facts, evidence, or even a counter argument, I don't think you won.
Well, I mean, I like it when people do that, like the whole "you got cooked, I'm out now," because it tells me that they know they're losing. Oftentimes, we'll have people who will join the live who are genuinely just like not smart enough to know that they're losing a debate. But he was. And we know he was smart enough to know that he was losing because of the complete denial of the request to provide evidence, the assertion that he won, and then the exit off stage left really fast. You know, that told me that he was competent enough to know that he was given a losing argument, and he had to save face and run.
Yeah, he's just disingenuous.
Yeah. We're going to go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, y'all. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could follow the rules. Welcome in, Stewart. Do you support Trump? Stewart, you're on the live. Are you here?
Stewart AI.
Stewart is not here. Okay, goodbye, Stewart.
Hey, we're gonna go to your debate with ChatGTP earlier.
Yeah, that happens frequently. No, man, I feel like a lot of people think that if they debate me with ChatGPT, then they'll have a pretty easy time. But it, in fact, just makes things much harder for them. Because once they get the first argument out, which is just regurgitated to them by AI, and then I refute it, then they're just left in the dust. They're completely deserted. They just don't know what to say.
They never think about the counter argument. They never think about the rebuttal. It's just getting past that first line.
Yeah. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I really appreciate it if you guys could please follow the rules of the live stream. Wow, that felt good. I've not cooked that hard in a long time.
You've been on one today, Dean. Like from start to now, you've been like BTA, belt to ass.
Dude, on God. Yo, Sir Hab, do you support Trump?
Wait, time out. I can't hear you. Can you say that again?
Do you support Trump?
I don't, but I just have a question. It's really quick.
I really appreciate you for coming up. Unfortunately, tonight, me and Santana are just looking for Trump supporters, and I hope that you have a great rest of your evening, man. Happy Thursday. We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter up into the box right now, folks. We got Lisa K loading in on PayPal. Thank you for the $25, Joseph, from the one person who likes you. Oh, yeah, when that last guy was arguing that nobody liked me. Thank you so much for the $24, Joseph. Let's get 250 Joseph W's. Valerie with the $2 saying there's something wrong with that guest. Then Manavan, thank you so much for the $17 donation who didn't attach a message to the love. Just sent that dono through. Thank you so much for the love, Manavan. Manavan, I know that you're in here nearly every day, and just know that I'm so very grateful for you and all the love in which you've continued to show me. Same thing to Ali. Thank you for the $10 for the quote-unquote coffee money. Let's go, Ali. Thank you. Then Amoni, thank you for the $5. Stormy, thank you for the $5. And Rachel, thank you for the $5. We are all caught up over there on PayPal. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, can you debate my grandma?
Is she with you right now?
Yeah, she's right here.
What? Did you get prior approval?
Give me a second. She's about to open her door.
Well, I mean, did you already talk to her about this?
Yeah, I've been trying for a very long time.
Okay.
Don't get like that. That's crazy, bro.
Yo, I got Dean Weather right here. Can you debate him, please?
I know, I'm not.
All right, let's go to move on to the next guest. Folks, I am more than willing to debate the family members of yours if they are with you and they are MAGA. I love doing that. In fact, that's oftentimes more rewarding than just debating the random Trump supporters that come in here from their FYP. But just make sure that you ask them in advance. I don't want to coerce anybody into a debate or, even just on the flip side, wasting my time. Dude, this came through over on Super Chat. Alex, thank you so very much for the $1 $100 on Super Chat. Alex, you are a madman in the very best possible way. Thank you so fucking much. That is beyond kind, and I'm so very, 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 very grateful for you. Huge shout out to Alex down below in that chat who says, long time listener, first time gifter. Alex, well, what a kind first time gift. Seriously, thank you. I really appreciate you so much. Trainwreck with the $10 says, Dean, as a woman, thank you. It means the world to me to know that my daughter have people like you in her generation that speak up. Oh, thank you, Train. I really appreciate you. Welcome in, Sandra Marie. Do you support Trump?
I'm sorry. You can kick me off.
Okay. Moving on to the next guest, we got a couple people loading up, just trying to find anybody. Where did Nathan go? Hi, do you support Trump?
Absolutely not. I think Trump is an absolute fucking imbecile.
Okay.
Hello, Dean.
All right. They were both kids.
I think you remember me, Dean, right? That's right. Yankee News. You know who I am, right?
Oh, you come up here to get cooked again?
Do you support Israel?
No.
Really? Are you a Zionist?
Do you support Israel?
I do not.
Mm.
I was hoping you were a supporter of Israel so I could debate you.
Show us
on
your
that.
Apex
You're
stipends.
actually somewhat woke.
Are you still a Trump supporter?
It's tough. It's a tough. I vote for him over Kamala Harris, but I'm not really happy with him right now. The whole Iranian conflict.
Why would you vote for him over Harris?
Border.
Actually, before you get into that, I want to thank a couple people here. Lori, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you. Isabella, thank you for the 5. Joseph, thank you for the 25. Who says for being so on target and cooking MAGA idiots. I'm trying my best today, Joseph, and I feel locked in as fuck. Appreciate you for the $25, Joseph. Same thing to you, Mary. Thank you for the $20. Who says thank you for supporting SA survivors. Well, I appreciate you for the $20, Mary, and that's just common sense, man. Thank you so much. Hannah, thank you for the $10. Who says I've been listening for always a year. Popcorn doesn't deserve a platform. He comes up all the time. Yeah, I don't think he does. Haley, thank you for the $25. She says, as a woman, thank you for standing up for us. Popcorn is a sad, uneducated man. Dude, literally, fuck that guy. Thank you for the $25, Haley. Then Alicia, thank you for the $15. Who says, listening to men like Popcorn that come up on these lives is horrifying and infuriating. Yeah, dude, it is so fucking horrifying. I understand. I completely understand. Thank you for the $15. Then Tass, thank you for the $5. Hannah, thank you for the 10. Holly, thank you for the 8. And with that, it looks like we are all caught up for now. Yankee, why Trump over Harris?
So my biggest gripe right now with Trump is the whole Iranian conflict. Not happy with it at all, but, I think he still is doing a lot better than what Kamala Harris would have done. Her campaign policy was defending Israel, which is what the administration is claiming to do now. So whether you can't really gauge whether or not she'd be better or worse. But I personally, I think the conflict would still be in existence if she was president. Her being a woman, just in general, I think she'd probably act more on impulse and stuff like that. So I think, biologically speaking, she'd probably
Wait, you mean impulse like seeing a commercial that's being played in Canada about tariffs and getting so mad that you cancel like all trade agreements and negotiation with our neighbors to the north? You mean something like that?
Men can act with impulse or act emotionally, but I just think biologically speaking, women are more likely to. Trump's got an ego, so he acts on it.
Okay, yeah. This one is going to be very quick. Yeah. So tell us, why do you think that men are better at leading than women?
Well, I think they can handle pressure better. A lot of women crack under pressure while they're driving. Regular conversations, minimal arguments. Women crack. They get emotional. They get.
So it reduces down to women being more emotional?
What's this?
So your claim ultimately reduces down to women being more emotional?
For the Iranian conflict, yeah, because Kamala Harris.
Why do you think that women are more emotional than men?
I just told you.
And can you justify that with data? Yeah. No.
Well,
no,
I mean,
no.
before we get even to the question of like empirical evidence, we first just need to solidify the claim on its face value, because you didn't just tell me. No. Your argument is that men handle pressure better than women, and then ultimately you reduce the claim that men handle pressure better than women to women are more emotional than men. So then I asked you why you think that women are more emotional than men, and then it just went back to a circle insofar as the fact that you think men handle pressure better than women. So that'd be a circular argument. You'd have to give external reason insofar as why you believe that women women are more emotional than men, or you'd have to give other justification that men handle pressure better than women outside of the claim that they're more emotional.
You're leaving portions of my statement out. You talk over
What portion?
me. That's why debating in person, like I did, was much easier because I actually was able to control the conversation. If you
But
remember,
I still handed you your ass on a plate. I know.
Where was it? Where was it?
Our conversation in person?
Yeah.
Outside of the Kirk event in Arizona.
That's correct. Well, you actually do remember. No, you didn't hand me shit. So this is what you do on your live. You talk over, you leave portions of the statement. At least Santana here. I've never met Santana, but he actually goes further with the conversation with leading with questions to try to like develop the debate. Shoot it down right out.
You invoking me is not the W that you think it is. You're better off with Dean. Just trust me. You should probably check with the chat. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I just used to like do debates specifically on this claim like all day long. It is one of my favorite topics to debate in the world, and I love to shit on misogynists specifically on this point. I actually find it more personally rewarding than shitting on a Trump supporter because of economic policy or related
So
concerns.
who's more emotional biologically speaking, men or women?
Men.
How?
Okay, for sure. I'll give you my argument that men are more likely compared to women to lead their decision-making processes with emotion. So first and foremost, we're going to start out with empirical data points in which seem to represent this claim to be true. Men are more likely to drunk drive. Men are more likely to recklessly drive. Men are more likely to commit a vast majority of all violent crimes, including those in which do not place any necessity on the use of physical strength, such as cyberbullying, arson, or gun-related crimes. Men are more likely to self-unalive. When men have more money, men live better lives on average compared to women, so why would that be the case? Men are more likely to abuse hard DRUGS as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions. Meanwhile, in the inverse of that, I think that women are more likely to engage in more rational thought processes due to the fact that they just literally have a higher EQ on average, when an EQ is supposed to measure one's emotional maturity, which would be one's ability to deal with their emotions rationally. Women, biologically speaking, are designed to deal with and handle stress and pain better than men. Evolution gave this advantage to them due to the fact that they can give birth to children. Not saying that they have to, but just simply saying that because they have that ability, okay, they could deal with stress and pain better on average. That's because of more dendrites in the context of their neuroanatomy. And we see that fact play itself out in society too, such as the fact that if you're operated on by a woman surgeon compared to a man surgeon, you're significantly less likely to die or to experience negative postoperative outcomes because women are able to better handle the stress of surgery. What do men do when they get stressed out or angry? They go commit 92% of all violent crimes in the country. Okay, so because of all of these reasons and many more, I believe that men are more likely to guide their decision-making processes with emotion compared to women. I'm not saying that you can't have reasonable men. I think I'm a reasonable man. I'm not saying that you can't have logical men. I think I'm a logical man. I'm not saying that you can't have good men, but what I am saying is that on average, seemingly women do have the upper hand here. Now, when I asked you, all right, for the argument insofar as why you think that women are more emotional than men, you didn't really tell me. You said the word pressure. You crashed out on me for interrupting you, then you interrupted me. But hopefully, after you shifted the burden to me to prove the opposite to be true, I did so with sufficient reason and intellectual rigor.
Okay, so when you list all these points off, you're talking about men doing this, men doing that. You said you have data to back up your statement. So I want to know exactly where you achieved this data, where you got it from yourself. You just listed off talking points. I didn't hear any sources from you.
He left.
Ain't no fucking way.
No fucking way.
I wanted to tell him about the Forbes study. Hey, so did you see the Forbes study where they reviewed like the fact that women make up 10% of the Fortune 500 CEOs?
Yeah.
But when there's at least 30% of women in leaderships, that companies are 12 times more likely to be in the top 20 percentile of financial performance.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
also
yeah.
with the
wait 1 second. I'm sorry. I have to pause you real quick.
Yeah,
there's a couple people inside of the chat saying that I kicked him because I couldn't give sources. My source for the claim that men commit 92% of violent crimes is the FBI. My source for the claim that women have thicker dendrites in the context of their neuroanatomy, therefore they're better equipped to deal with stress and pain. That would be PubMed. My source for the claim that women are significantly more likely to perform better under surgery, particularly as it would result to patient outcomes and not killing their patients, would come from the American Medical Association in conjunction with the Journal of the American Medical Association. That was was actually a study done over the course of 10 years on 1.4 million patients. My source for the claim that more men are more likely to drunk drive and recklessly drive is also coming from crime statistics given to us by the FBI. My source that women have a higher EQ on average is another source coming from the NIH, that is the National Institute of Health. And what were the other claims I made? My source that men are more likely to self-unalive is also coming from the NIH. And then my source that men are more likely to abuse hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions is also the NIH. Sorry, I apologize for interrupting you, Santana. Feel free to continue. He left because he didn't know what to say in response to the great argument I gave him. So he started speaking as if he was to ask a counter question, i.e., what are your sources? And then he intentionally left in the middle of him asking that question to make it look like I dropped him, so then he wouldn't look bad. But like clearly, if I were to be kicking him in that scenario, then falsely accusing him of leaving, it would be because I couldn't answer the question that he was asking. Dean, give me your sources. So I thought I'd just quickly interject, give all of the sources. So that guy is known for nothing more than a fraud. But Santana, like I said, I apologize. Continue.
No, you're good. And I just love to call out the fact that that's what happens when like they have something that they can't contend with. They say, well, what's your source? Because they're used to saying things without any type of source-based knowledge. And so they think that, well, since I just make random claims, everyone makes random claims. So we're all good. I'll just say, if anyone wants to check it out, the Forbes study, it's called New Research, Women More Effective Than Men in All Leadership Measures. It's a great comprehensive breakdown of the financial impact, the emotional leadership, and a study that was completed with 1.5 million people that was done that compared like different attributes of leaders, and women all scored higher. Like they literally are, by all statistical measurements, now better leaders.
I stray away from that claim that women are better leaders because it's very difficult for me to ever say that one gender, regardless of the gender, men or women, is going to be better at, leading, for instance. I just think that gender is something so arbitrary and unrelated to one's leadership abilities that we're like better off just kind of leaving it out of that question, which is exactly why I go so hard against all the men who will say men are better at leading than women. But of course, gun to my head, Santana, right? I have to, give a gender that's better at leading or else I'm dead. I would agree with you and say women.
I like to push it to the limit. I enjoy going extreme, so
yeah. I don't want to come off as like the put down all men, because I feel like then that would just be something used as propaganda by the right to then say, oh, men, you shouldn't listen to Dean Withers. And, I want men to listen to me, so then hopefully I could change their minds. For all the men out there, you are so capable of being a good leader. You just need to learn how to regulate your emotions, how to not put your bias and your preferences in front of what is best for whomever or whatever you are leading, and not, chut out and get wholly emotional when a woman does the job better.
I think it's just the devaluation of women, which irks me so much, and not saying, to your point, I mean, just generalizing and saying this group is better than this group. Yes, there's empirical data that shows that women have the advantage in certain measurements. We understand individual cases, but the thing that just rubs me the wrong way is how men automatically devalue women, and they try to do it based off of physical traits and no actual information, and that just chaps my ass.
Yeah. No, I get that. I completely understand. Killer Calloway, do you support Trump?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely based, but today we are just looking to talk to some Trump supporters, so I'm going to go ahead and drop you. Take care.
But
let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Noah loading in.
Hello.
Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I actually wanted to apologize to Santana. I don't know if he remembers me, but I was in his live a week ago, and I asked him to twerk if I sent him $100. I just want to apologize.
You didn't send my $100, Bub. I would have threw that thing in a circle Like they come up and they try to be weird because they think they can like somehow make me embarrassed, not knowing that like people don't embarrass me. And again, I am not above doing something strange for a little piece of change, but I'm not gonna do it for free.
Dude, I was actually watching that. Yeah, I remember that. I remember somebody asking you to twerk for 100.
I said to hit the pay links.
Doing something strange for a piece of change.
Fucking hit the pay links. I'll do it.
Yeah, man. I was laughing. I think I was in the gym. I was laughing my ass off. It's hilarious. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. Love to have you up here for the debate. Alrighty, let's gotta get the next guest connected. We got Joshua Doan loading up into the box.
The box.
Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Box.
Okay, Joshua is not connected. Moving on to the next guest. Girl Gnarly. Please do not be a Cat's Eye reference. Oh my god. Oh, wait. I have a platform. I forget about that sometimes. They piss me off, man. Something about their music. Have you ever read the lyrics to a Cat's Eye song, Santana?
Dean, I don't know who Cat's Eyes is.
Good for you. Good for you.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
Welcome in, Girl Gnarly. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, you said that there was no metric that you could base a woman being president or a leader, and it was something I would like you to address.
Do you mean like the guest?
I mean like I had heard you say. No, I had heard you say that like there's no metric.
I think what you heard him say was there's no empirical metric that absolutely says women, period, are better than men, period, as a leader. That's what he was saying, not that there's no measurements.
I just generally think that gender shouldn't be like an evaluative tool that we use to measure one's leadership ability.
Mm-hmm. For sure, but like that was a little problematic for me. So
explain why.
Because we haven't had a big metric for women as leaders.
Okay, yeah, because of misogyny, the patriarchy, so on and so forth. How does that invalidate the claim that ultimately gender is something irrelevant to the determination of one's leadership ability? Right? Like, if anything, the sentiment that gender is irrelevant to the determination of one's leadership ability would be a feminist, anti-patriarchy stance, since the mainstream popular belief held by many individuals, especially on the right, is that gender is relevant to determining one's leadership ability, and that's why men are better at leading than women. So why is that stance problematic?
What I'm saying is I feel like it kind of perpetuates the fact that, like, a lot of men feel like there isn't, we have no metric, you know, they're like, oh, no, women have never been a leader, so they can't do it. And
no, it certainly doesn't, because that would be an argument that gender does matter in determining one's leadership ability, because women haven't led historically, therefore women a gender are not, or would not be as good at leading today. Like, no, the statement that gender is irrelevant to determining one's leadership ability does not perpetuate the notion that gender is relevant to determining one's leadership ability, as that is quite literally the antecedent of the claim.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying as well. What I'm saying is, like, I think a lot of people are going to hear this and they're going to think that, like, because women have never been a leader, like, they're going to be like, well, you know what? Women suck.
Well, they wouldn't take that that belief away from anything I've said.
Yeah, also, I would love to call out the fact that he did give additional context. I don't know if you may or may not have heard everything that he said. And like, honestly, I'm sorry. I feel like this point is you're being kind of pedantic with the premise that no one is saying that there is no evidence to show women being better leaders than men. Like we said that you can quantify the metrics where women are better leaders than men, but saying that men or women specifically are better, like that's not a thing. And then using gender as the base just to determine the quote unquote better leader, that's unfounded. That's the entire point.
Yeah, bro, and like I'm just gonna be honest, like I'm low-key like an abolitionist of all prescriptive claims based on gender. I don't think that your gender determines who you are or what you could do in literally any sense. I think that we should just completely abolish all prescriptive claims insofar as if you're a woman or man, therefore here are your abilities. Or I don't like putting people into boxes based upon their gender identity or what's in between their legs. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that at all. And that's exactly why, when prompted, I brought up the fact, well, hey, we just spent all this time arguing about why women can lead just as good as men, or more so arguing against the claim that men are better at leading than women, completely refuted that. And then it brought up that, well, maybe because of everything that I said, therefore women are better at leading than men. Okay, well, that's a prescriptive claim based on somebody's gender that I don't think is fair to make. I don't think that gender is relevant towards one's abilities and any sense of what that means. Can we evaluate things that are true typically based on gender? Sure. Okay, like the fact that women have higher EQs, IQs, that women are more likely to engage in decision-making processes because of a lower level of emotion involved in those processes? Yes. But am I saying that that's because they're women? No, because then it'd be saying that the reason why men are more emotional, more violent is because they're men. And that's all of a sudden an excuse for violent criminals that are men to say, well, the only reason why I raped this woman is because I've higher levels of testosterone and a penis. But at the end of the day, it has more to do with how we're socialized in this country and the downstream consequences of the patriarchy, teaching men that they could kind of do whatever they want because of their gender, teaching men that it's okay to be more violent and more irrational because of their gender, and teaching women that it's not okay to be as violent or irrational because of their gender. And I think if we were to restructure society in a sense that did not socialize anybody into holding to any prescriptive notions in relation to their gender, then we actually wouldn't see that women are better at leading on average than men, which is why I make that claim, due to the fact that I want to abolish all prescriptive gender norms.
I think that is very fair. I just want to say, though, that, like, there's part of me where it's like, I want to know about, like, women leadership more so, like,
yeah, me
because
too.
we don't have it, and so that's what I'm saying. And, like, I was getting a little bit, like, butthurt in the fact that it was like, well, hey, wait a minute, there was this thing where it's like, women, we don't know that they wouldn't be good, but we also don't know that they would be bad, blah, blah, blah.
No, that's not what that claim means. Me saying, okay, that women aren't better at leading than men is not me saying that we don't know women would be good at leading. Like, hello? Like, those are two very different things. Because one claim is indexed to all women, then the second claim would be indexed to some women in which want to lead. I feel like at this point you're just kind of talking in circles and like grossly misrepresenting what I said in an attempt to continue to hold on to your position.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, like, do it that way. It was just, like, the way that I heard it, where, like, I do feel like I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, like, I feel like other people might be hearing it differently, where it's like, it doesn't matter about gender and stuff like that, but, like, there is, like, this weird thing about where we don't have women leaders.
Okay, we do. We just don't have as much as men. And the argument that we don't have women leaders completely undermines the value in the fact, the value that the women leaders we do have hold.
No,
right?
I'm not.
I would still reference that Forbes study that I spoke about, that talked about the fact that women CEO yield better results than men CEOs. There's empirical data, and we do bring up that empirical data. But overall, to Dean's point, having certain norms within our society that are subscribed to gender is just harmful, period. And that puts limitations on people and keep us from being able to actually advance in multiple ways. And that's the highlighted point.
Preach. On God. Fire. 10 out of 10.
And I kind of felt like what was being said before, like, made it seem like we can dismiss gender roles, which is fine, but at the same time, we don't have big impact by, like, AFAB people, like, so I feel like there's still this like downfall of like people like me or represent as me, where I want to be in a leadership role, and I might not be able to because I live in a misogynistic society.
Okay.
Well, you should be advocating for the abolishment of gender and abolishment of the patriarchy, which, like, we understand that women are. Let's keep it serious. Women are looked at as second-class citizens by so many people when that's just not true. And so, what you're saying, as far as like having a lack of opportunities based off of just gender representation, and that's women and femme-presenting people, like all of it is something that we actively have to fight against. And I think that sometimes we can get locked in so much on the struggle of one group that we don't think about the whole.
I just want to make sure that we're being very direct here, right?
Sure.
Do you still contend the point that it's bad for me to say, like, all like women aren't better at leading than men? In the sense that, like, I don't think that there's any prescriptive gender norms in which we should apply to people, and I don't think that anybody should be boxed into what their gender allows them to be in accordance with claims such as men are better at leading than women, or women are better at leading than men.
Can I say this, Dean? I do like what you're saying, but I also wanted to ask Santana to like reiterate their point. Okay. No, but
I'm
like
sorry.
Seriously,
I just have you on the live specifically for conversation about the point that you made about what I said. So, do you still do you still like hold to the belief that it's wrong for me to not place any prescriptive gender norms on anybody, even if it means not placing the prescriptive gender norm on women, that they're better at leading than men? Do you still argue that's wrong for me to do?
Well, I'm like 50-50 because like
So in like 2 sentences or less, convince me that I should place a prescriptive gender norm on women and argue that they're better at leading than men innately because they're women and because men are men.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we have a lot of people who are talking about how men are, whatever their prescriptive thing is that they're better at leading, and women are always worse. And you hear a lot about this, about Kamala, right?
Better at leading. Okay, so So what to do with the fact that there's misogynistic people out there that think men are better at leading than women means that I should place a prescriptive judgment on women and argue that they're better at leading than men, instead of just being honest and say that gender has nothing to do with leadership abilities, and applying that honesty to debunking people that will say men are better at leading than women.
Hey, I'm not saying that at all.
It is. Then I'm unclear on what your argument is. Because if that's not what you're saying, then I don't know what the hell you're saying.
Can I just call out this point? So, like, the position that you're taking, I know you said that you're a gender abolitionist, but the position that you're taking is one of more so womanism and feminism.
No, I didn't say that at all.
No, I'm saying that's the position that you're giving, right? And I understand the position. Like I get it. I think that what Dean is saying is that he's taking the true position, which would be a gender abolitionist position, which would be the destruction of all gender norms and roles and those assignments within society. And the way that you do that is, yes, like you do combat the premise that men are better than women, but then you also highlight that anyone, just like I said, well, women are better, and he said, well, I don't want to say that because then that's diametrically opposed to what we just debated. So, like, I think the entire premise is, while we want to highlight the ability of women and femme-presenting people at all times, we never want to say that that's solely highlighted because it's women and femme-presenting, and just like we never want to say it's men. So, like, the abolishment of those norms across the board would be more beneficial than just saying, make sure you just highlight this one thing. It's combating the stance from each side when it happens.
Yeah, and I I have nothing against what either of you guys are saying. Like, I think there might be a misunderstanding, but like, I'm into what you both stand for real. Like,
Well, you came up here and you told me that what I stood for is problematic. Let's not misrepresent. Let's not misrepresent that.
Dean, I
I'm
said
sorry,
that for
but like
for
the
a
claim,
moment,
Dean, what you believe in is
you-
problematic is different than the claim, Dean, I'm into what you stand for 110%.
Okay, well, Dean, am I allowed to change my position? Because, like,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying now.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Perfect. Awesome.
So,
I'm so
like-
happy that you could understand. I appreciate you for the conversation. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. We are going to go and head back to abide by the rules here, folks. I hope that you have a good rest of your day, ma'am. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. We probably have time for one more debate. Only up inside of the queue if you are MAGA.
You always get caught up on side quests.
I don't know. I do it every once in a while. Like, you know, especially when people tell me that I believe in things that are problematic, right? Like, I'm open to hearing people out, and like, I want to hear people out, because if I believe in something which is problematic, well, I'll change my mind, and I'm willing to hear it out when people make that argument, because I'm willing to change my mind. But like, at the same time, that doesn't mean that I'm not going to give pushback on it to like see if the position that I believe in something problematic is true or false. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do have I have a hot take that I want to share.
Trump's word, I'm going to go to ban you. And the chat, she just said, no, you aren't. Listen, just because your argument that I believed in something problematic ended up being false, it does not mean that I'm not open to hearing arguments out that aim to conclude that I am problematic. Like you just, like inevitably, you sometimes have to accept that you're wrong, if that makes any sense. And just because people are not willing to act as if something in which is true, sorry, that something in which is false is actually true, it doesn't mean that I'm not willing to hear out critique. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Chloe?
Dean Z. How are
It's
you?
Chloe. Yeah. Are you still like insane or whatever?
Insane? That's subjective.
Well,
Okay.
well, I mean, that's my subjective judgment.
Right, exactly. So you can't just be like, are you still insane? You have to say, are you still insane in my opinion? Right? You'd have to.
Well, I mean, do you believe God exists?
Do I believe that God exists?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Would God consider it to be insane to support a blasphemer as the most powerful human alive? If so, then it is objectively true that you are insane, because that is God's consideration.
Dinsey, he's a healer. Donald Trump is a healer. Okay?
No, he's not. He can't heal people with his hands. That's not true.
He's a healer. He's
That's not-
healing
it's just
our
not
country. Come on, man. Come on, man.
How's he healing the country? Sky high in gas prices, soaring unemployment, bunch of layoffs, most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010.
Well, I can tell you he's not supporting the Triple K.
Well, I mean, the
much.
Triple K supports him. The national leader of the Triple K endorsed him as president
Really? When did that happen?
before the election.
Can we see that?
Dennis
Yes.
Duke is one of his biggest supporters. Also, not just the KKK, but also the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the Boogaloo Boys. Like, this is such a horrible argument that you're trying to make.
But also,
is that a fake Southern accent?
What'd you say?
Are you putting on a fake Southern accent, like a
No,
Southern
every
belle?
time that Dean, I come up on Dean's panel, he makes. Well, there was one time, the last time I talked to him, he was like, "I'm a Trump supporter," and I think it's funny because I'm from the South, you know. So now Dean's from the South. We're all from the South.
I'm literally from the South.
A bunch of white supremacists support Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, a shit ton of them. That's why I said this is such a horrible argument. Like, this is a really bad argument.
Here's an
Define white
example.
supremacy. Define white supremacy.
Well, yeah, Santana will give you a great definition of white supremacy here in a
Yes,
moment.
I want to hear it.
But one
White
really good
supremacy. Oh, go ahead, Dean.
I was just going to say real quick, one really good example of a white supremacist with a pretty big platform supporting Donald Trump would be Jared Taylor, who said that Trump has given, quote unquote, white interests a voice and a reason to act. Jared Taylor, if you don't know, is a massive white supremacy. He has been for a while. In fact, he spoke at the local university in Grand Junction, Colorado. I went to his speech. It was terrible. I can't even believe they allowed that on campus. Go ahead, Santana.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say white supremacy is the not only the belief that you are a part of a superior race, but it's also upholding the concept of whiteness and to ensure the disenfranchisement of non-white people in order to control power and resources within the society.
Okay, so couldn't we just say that about every other race?
No.
Why not?
What race is the majority race in the country?
Well, being majority and having superiority.
It's just the first point. What race is the majority race in the country?
That would be white people.
Of the 250-year history of our country, 90% of all members of Congress, House, Senate, Republican, have been what?
White.
White men, specifically. When the Constitution was first written, it was written specifically for who?
Oh, I don't know. I think
white men that
American
own
citizens?
land. White men that own land. Everyone else after that received their actual rights. The construct of race, who was it created by and for what purpose?
Sorry, I'm putting on deodorant. Hold on.
Sure, I'll just give you the answer. It was created by a Portuguese man by the name of Gomes Inez de Zurara. He was a chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator. He created the construct of race to justify chattel slavery, which the Catholic Church published 2 papal bulls in order to actually justify it. And upholding the construct of race, i.e. through racism, ensures that the disenfranchise of non-white people continues. So, like when you talk about white supremacy, the actual premise of whiteness throughout the social construct of race, it can only be perpetuated with people that have access to those phenotypical characteristics. So, no, you can't just have like black supremacy or Asian supremacy or indigenous supremacy. It doesn't work that way.
Okay, so you would concede, right, based upon what you just told me, you would concede that we are the supreme race then, yes?
No.
Because nothing that you just gave me proved that we were supreme in any type, way, shape, or form.
I'm telling you, the entire construct is geared towards upholding whiteness and white supremacy in order to justify that power. The way that the power has been used is through a monopoly of violence. Like the monopolization of violence is the only reason or the only way that you can continue to uphold white supremacy, and i.e. anyone who stands between white supremacy upholding whiteness, even if you are white, you lose access to white privilege and you become dispensable. That's what happened to Renee Good and Alex Preddy. They stood in between white supremacy and they lost white privilege. That's literally what happens.
Okay. So what
you're way out of your like you should have on floaties and go back to the kid pool. I don't think you're ready for this conversation. Like maybe we should just stick to politics. Sure, but okay, cool.
You're not even letting me respond. Okay, so you just claimed that white people have white privilege, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You would say that no other race in the United States has any type of privilege, correct?
No. Do you understand what white privilege is?
Well, based upon the definition of white supremacy that you just gave me, I would assume
white supremacy and white privilege are 2 different things. Do you know what white supremacy is? I'm sorry, white privilege is.
You literally just broke it down for me. I'm using your definition to combat you right now.
White supremacy and white privilege are 2 different things. Do you know what white privilege is?
I just gave you your definition back to you. I said that if white people are born in America, are they automatically given white privilege considering you claim that we were built upon privilege?
Yes, white privilege is the ability to move through society without the additional barriers of race, i.e. it does not mean that you are lacking any type of hardships or any type of struggles. It just means that you don't receive the additional barriers that other races receive. That's all that it means.
Can I give you a undeniable example of white privilege?
Are you gonna say the Veil of Darkness study? I heard. Yep, fucking love the Veil of Darkness.
It is an undeniable example of white privilege.
I love to bring up redlining and the fact that in 2024, 2025, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and Navy Federal Credit Union were all successfully sued for redlining, which is the practice of separating people due to their race. And it is a practice of white supremacy. And white people who were caught up in that, they didn't do anything wrong. They didn't even know, but they benefited from white privilege because there was racial profiling that was used, i.e. white supremacy.
Yeah, but Chloe, can I give you an example of undeniable white privilege? Can I?
Of course.
Veil darkness study. During the daytime, when police officers could see the race of a person driving a car, black people are like 4 or 5 times more likely to get pulled over than any other race. But during the nighttime, when police officers can't see the race of the person driving a car because it's dark out, dark inside the vehicle, black people are just as likely as any other race to get pulled over. How can you possibly explain this without invoking white privilege?
Well, let me just make something clear. I have no evidence that that's even factual. So I would like for you to show me that.
It's very much factual. Not only was the study completed by Stanford, it was actually upheld by the NIH, and this was based off an original study that had a smaller sample set, and so they replicated the study with 9 million traffic violations across the entire United States of America.
Damn.
Yeah.
So how do you explain this without invoking, I don't know, some seemingly systemic prejudice against black people, in which then directly impacts them via some actuator of force, not on the interpersonal level, but rather on the state level? How do you explain this without white privilege? How do you do it?
I still want to see this study. I'm not going to talk about it anymore until I see it.
Pull it up. It's the study was completed by Stanford. It was also upheld by the NIH. Chloe, can I be honest with you just for half a second?
You can, of course.
I don't think that you're tall enough to ride this ride. I think we should just stick to politics, because I think you're way out of your depth with this one, if I'm going to be really honest.
That, Santana, that really affects my life. I'm so sad.
So now that Santana has given the means to your disposal to find the study, I'll ask you the following question. Given that everything we've said about the study is accurate, how do you describe it without white privilege? Or would you admit that given the study's accurate, it seems to prove white privilege?
Well, I'll have to take a gandy at it. Give me un momento, por favor.
I don't think that
Wait, so you got to process the whole study in moments.
I don't think that you're understanding my question. My question is, given that everything we've said about it is true, would the conclusion be that therefore white privilege exists?
What would you explain a privilege to be?
Santana already described to you what white privilege is. You didn't.
Not white privilege, privilege in itself. We have to break this down.
Well, I'll just use simpler terms. Given that everything we've said about the study is true, would you be able to agree that therefore black people face barriers, okay, that non-black people don't? Such as this barrier of being pulled over because of their race at disproportionately high levels in comparison to any other race. Okay, in that circumstance, would you agree? Like, if the study is true, if everything we said about it was true, then would you agree?
No, because I'd have to look at the statistics behind those drivers.
Perfect. So then, if everything that we said about the study was true, then what would your explanation of the study be?
Sorry, guys.
How do you explain that? How do you explain that black people are significantly more likely to get pulled over because they're black? How do you explain that?
So did any white people get pulled over?
Yes, there were 9 million traffic violations. And just to chime in, FYI, you said you need to take a look at the study. I've been through this entire exercise with disingenuous people just like yourself who said the same thing. And I downloaded the entire case study for one specific area, because you can go to the study, you look through the data, you can see all the traffic infringements for every single state, every single area. If you pick one, the actual download of data is massive. I downloaded it onto my computer, and then the person just ran. And so I processed and went through the data myself. I'm telling you, there is a complete representation across the board. There is no area that was left unchecked. Rural city, West Coast, East Coast, all of the above. Again, 9 million traffic infringements. And then they also started to look at the exonerations. They started to take a look at the what the traffic infringements were. And then they looked at the disproportion of the actual traffic infringements towards non-white people, specifically black people. Yeah, it's a complete representation.
Also, you're wrong about something, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It's not 9 million. It's 95.
Wait, Wait, was it 95? I could have sworn it was only 9 million.
95. It analyzed 95 million traffic stops from 21 state patrol agencies and 35 municipal police forces from 2011 to 2018. So what we found after analyzing 95 million traffic stops, Chloe, is that black people are 5 times more likely to get pulled over than white people during the day. Yet they're not more likely at all
Why have I said
to get
9
pulled over
million?
than white people at night when the cops can't see the race of the person driving the car. How do you explain
I've been
that?
Quoting the wrong number.
Well, now
That is
you know.
insane.
How do
Maybe
you
I'm thinking about the original study because
Yeah.
the original study was a smaller sample set, and then they redid it to have a better representation. Holy
Yeah.
fuck!
I in my mind, it is genuinely like the best study to like get somebody to understand that they've been wrong all of their life about racism. You know, like coming from somebody that like grew up in a very white family with very indoctrinated Republican beliefs. Like I remember when I just didn't think that racism was a big issue, and if racism were to ever be experienced, it would be experienced equally by all races because of comments made by people in society. And this is like by far, at least in my mind, I think if I was shown this study at like 14, I would have just had this epiphany that I've just been wrong all along. And there's just like no way to make sense of black people being 5 times more likely to get pulled over during the day, yet not at night when they can't be seen, outside of agreeing with the fact that black people are disproportionately targeted by systems of power and corruption, meaning that our institutions are racist, right? And the reason why I'm asking Chloe, like, how does she make sense of this, is because there's just no other way. There's no other way to make sense of it. So I'm waiting for Chloe to tell us, how do we make sense of this without concluding that our institutions are racist?
I would just love to highlight the fact that one other thing, because a lot of people hear white privilege and they think that people are saying like, oh, the white people are bad, or oh, white people, are automatically wealthy or successful. That's not what white privilege is, and I think that calling that out is super important for people to understand what's being said. And like this study represents it really well. But if you also take a look at, like, there's a study completed on the amount of time given to black people or non-white people for the exact same sentence, same crimes with the same history, and black men are 30% more, or get 30% more time than white men for the exact same crime with the exact same criminal history. Like, if you take a look at these things, and so the situation that I'm saying is like the white people that got less time, they didn't do anything special. They were still criminals, and they had to serve time as well, but they just got less time because they were white instead of being black. There was nothing that they did, and they didn't even know of it. Like, one of the actual factors of white privilege is not knowing that you have white privilege. That's literally a thing.
Okay, so I'm reading here. It says that that is one of the several examples that they analyzed 95 million traffic stop records filed by police officers with 21 state patrol agencies and 35 municipal police forces from.
Repeat everything I've already said.
No, I'm just reading it back to you from 2011 to 2018.
Dean has already said that.
Like,
Yeah,
like on
I'm
God,
reading
can you
it.
just read it to yourself?
I'm sorry, do I not have the freedom to speak here, Dean?
You can if
Being
you
a
want.
fascist?
It's just like kind of
Hello?
annoying.
Fascism is not okay, Dean. You should know this. Okay, so I'm curious to know if what you said, right, is accurate and in correlation with this report. I'm curious to know how you would feel if you found out that half of these people that pulled BLK people over were BLK themselves.
Black
Would you
people
change your
pulling black
mind?
people. No.
You wouldn't change-
Anti-blackness exists. Like, you do
Within
understand
the-
that's literally a thing. People
That's where
are
we lead.
anti-black due to the actual society that we live in.
Really?
Yes, that's actually, that's why, like, I'm telling you, Chloe, this is not, you're way out of your depths, but no, it doesn't
Are we
change the
sure?
study, it doesn't change the factors. Yes, she did lose her accent. Someone said, did she lose her accent? Yeah, she did. Megan, thank you for the 15. I will. It is time to get my wife some new flowers. I will
You're, like,
definitely
totally
be doing that.
right. That's
I'm sorry?
crazy.
Where did you find that half the cops were black?
I didn't find that half the cops were. I
It was
just
a
asked you a
hypothetical.
question.
She
I
tried-
said, what if half of the cops
Okay.
that pulled
Okay, well, yeah, we beat your
these people
hypothetical.
over?
So
I was just
how do you
asking
make
if you would change your opinion.
how do you make sense of this study without invoking racism in our institutions? How do
I
you
just don't
make
think
sense
it
of
can
it?
be accurate. I just don't think this report can be accurate at all.
Why?
How would they make the determination?
Wait. I just want to clarify. Like, you're just saying that it's inaccurate. Okay, well, like, I hate to be that guy, but like, this is like not that hard of a study. It's rather simple. Okay, you just need enough time with enough people to sit down and skim through 95 million traffic stops, likely at like large groups at a time, because we're talking about databases here. Okay,
Yeah.
so then you just look at the race of the person that was stopped. You look at the time of day. You go on an Excel spreadsheet. You say, if the time of day is like before 7 p.m., for instance, you know, like, take how many black people were arrested and put it in this box. Take how many white people were stopped and put it in this box. If the time of the day was after 7 p.m., but like before 5 a.m., take the amount of black people that were stopped and put it in the second box. And then take the amount of white people that were stopped and put it in this fourth box. And then you do the ratio of white people to black people for the hours of like 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then you do the second ratio of black people to white people after 7 p.m. and before 5 a.m. Like, the methodology of this study is like so easy that at scale, like, you could do it right now on sheets.google.com. Like, if I was to like make like a small database of like maybe 100 entries and send it your way, you could open it on sheets.google.com right now and do the study yourself. So you're saying that the study's wrong. Where did they go wrong? Because it seems like a really easy methodology.
Also, just to highlight, this is not the first study of this. Again, this is the second iteration that was based off of a study, and then also NIH did an iteration based off of this to get more comprehensive data, specifically talking about like the biases that cause cops to perceive black people as threats, i.e. if they see them with a cell phone, they visualize the cell phones as guns. Like, NIH did a correlation study using the Veil of Darkness to do a more in-depth study. So not only is this widely acceptable across the board because it's the second iteration with a large sample set with such an actual adverse way of, not adverse, but a detailed way of looking at all the information, it's been replicated and used to create additional studies. So yeah, to Dean's question, how are you saying that this is wrong?
Well, because of the reporting of these stops, right? If you take all of the sources, it would be really hard to make an accurate report based upon the different, the varied sources that these reports come from. I just told you
they all come
that
from the
within
same
this
source.
report,
They
no,
literally
it's not
do.
the same source.
No, they all
You
come
just
from
talked
it's
about
the Open
21
Policing
state
Project.
patrol agencies and 35 police forces. Those
Oh,
are
you mean
two
the
different.
individual law enforcement entities? That's what you're saying.
No,
Yeah,
not
but,
even
like,
that itself. But we're talking about
So
the
law enforcement agencies are required by law to record this information, and then their records departments are required by law to make that publicly accessible to anybody that would request it through FOIA. So it's actually not that hard to do reliable data collection whatsoever, because they just go straight to the records department of the law enforcement agencies.
Yes, law
So what's like
enforcement
difficult
agencies,
about
but
that?
Those are varied.
Where does the unreliability factor into the equation? You just call the records department of the law enforcement agency. Why is that data unreliable?
Also,
Because they come from varied sources. I just told you that.
Wait.
That would
But
make
they
it
all
more
come.
reliable.
Yeah. If anything, that'd make it more reliable. Because if it was just like one law enforcement agency, if like they were wrong about a ledger entry, and instead of typing in that this month they pulled over 50 black people, they accidentally put 2 extra zeros, 5,000. Oh fuck, ratio's thrown off because of one simple human error. But when you go to like 100 agencies across America, well, then your data can't just be thrown off by one simple human error. But I mean, like, once again, they're not allowed to make those errors. Those errors lead to lawsuits. The lawsuits lead to the county tax, collector county tax being spent, and then that leads to these law enforcement agencies being underfunded and not respected. So they reliably collect their data. They reliably report their data inside of their internal records department, and then their internal records department have to reliably give that data based upon a FOIA request to anybody who asks. So, do you understand how you're wrong in suggesting that the fact that it was from a lot of agencies makes the data unreliable? Because such as Santana was saying, it makes it more reliable.
More inconsistencies, 110%. But I
Can
would
you show
also
us
say,
one of those inconsistencies? Just one.
well, I would have to be the one reporting them, right? To be able
Okay,
to say
so just to clarify, you're basically
Let's just sit
assuming
here and
that
say that it's
just to
completely
clarify,
accurate. It's just as bad as my claim.
just to clarify, why?
Just as bad as my claim.
Why? Prove it's inaccurate. We have reason to believe that it's
Well, you
accurate
can't prove
due to
it's
FOIA.
accurate, so I can't prove it's inaccurate. You
Wait,
see?
I
I wanna
actually I
understand.
can give you really good reason to believe that it's accurate, because if they don't accurately track their data, then they get shut down. Okay, and there is not a single municipal police department, nor a single law enforcement agency otherwise inside of the data set that you'd be able to point towards and demonstrate that they've produced inaccurate data, right? Like, now you're just saying that like the data as a whole is inaccurate. This is like saying that like crime stats as a whole are inaccurate. This is like saying that we can't reliably trust the FBI to tell us how many people were arrested for arson last year, but then you trust those stats. I know that you sure as hell trust the stats about undocumented immigrants, but I guess you can't, because you can't prove to me that it's accurate. Like, this is just like so like clearly, right, like a bad faith argument to make, especially when this data and its accuracy is approved by Stanford, the NIH.
Mhm.
Okay, not to mention that these law enforcement agencies have to do quarterly audits on their data, right? Can you point me towards a single one of the quarterly audits from any of the agencies involved in the data collection to demonstrate that they had made a revision that wasn't accounted for by Stanford?
I can give you plenty of examples of law enforcement agencies that have been shut down for inaccuracies, 110%. You made the claim that they never get shut down for inaccuracies, but I see inconsistencies right here, and I have reports of all of the agencies that were shut down due to bad
Yeah, so you admit when they do an internal audit and they discover that their data is inaccurate, they get fucked for it. So show me one agency involved in this study that got fucked for an internal audit that demonstrated data to be inaccurate. Do it.
Yeah, let me look up the agencies. Give me un momento.
Like, Chloe, you're just like a legit droid, bro. Like, you're an actual bot. I hope you know that you're just like an actual
You continue to
bot.
put me up here, so why is that?
Oh yeah, good point. No, good point. Fair.
Like, I'll just call this out. Like, challenging the idea of like white privilege or white supremacy or any of that. Like, I'm good with that. Like, I'm more than happy for us to go back and forth and stress test the logical consistencies behind what we believe. But then when people unbasedly and unfoundly like question empirical data and like the experts, like that really gets to me, because for people to pretend as if they have the ability, or if they've even taken the time to actually comb through data and analyze the data and ensure that it's all accurate without actually even being able to like process it, it's like, that's the thing that gets me. You're gonna criticize the methodology and the data without ever looking at it.
Yeah, but then they never criticize the methodology and the data behind the disproportionate arrest rate of Black Americans without ever looking at it. They don't criticize it.
They
Because
just
if they did
accept it.
look at it, then they'd account for like the exoneration rate of like 84% for 14% of our population. Dude, it's like, yeah, they will never criticize this data without ever looking at it. But then they will only criticize this other data without ever looking at it. It just, there's not a, dude. Can't be a more clear example of like bias maxing outside of Clueless Chloe. And she actually did make a good point there when I kicked her. She said, Dean, well, if I'm such a bot, if I'm bot maxing and I'm just like an idiot and I go nowhere inside of these conversations, why do you have me up here? No, actually, I had no counter objection. She gagged me. So I kicked her less than like 3 fucking picoseconds later. J-Dub, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Super Chat. I really appreciate you so much, J-Dub. J-Dub with the $50 says, I was up like 3 hours ago and he was frying them, lol. It doesn't matter when I show up because Dean is always cooking. My guy, thank you, J-Dub. It's good to see you again. I know that you'll always hang out in here with us. Just know that I really appreciate you. Show some love to J-Dub down below. Marnie, thank you for the $14 who says, you're golden. I wish my mom would talk to you. Bro, get her to talk to me. I'd love to debate her if she's MAGA, Marnie. Thank you for the 14. Elida, thank you so much for the $10 who says, I was told I want to be a good GM because I'm a woman. Fuck them. You know what? I became the first female GM in my franchise and led to the top store for 2+ years. That is awesome. I'm so proud of you. Good for you. And Ondine, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal as well. Also, Madeline and Caleb, I appreciate you for the $5 and the $1. And then SJ, thank you for the $20 who says, yesterday's live was awesome towards the end, especially. I hated that I missed today. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yesterday's live was really fun. We whipped out that piano. I appreciate you for the $20, SJ.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then Elizabeth, thank you for the $11. And Robert, thank you for the $42 donation who says Grifty for Dean and Popcorn got burnt. Totally a bot. Robert sent that one in when we absolutely cooked Popcorn. That was a good one. We fucking destroyed him. Thank you for the $42, man. I really appreciate you. Look at that. We're all caught up over there on PayPal. Let's get caught up on Venmo. Sarah, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Sarah. Huge shout out to you. Sarah with the 25 says, people like this lady and that Popcorn guy are why I have no hope for this country getting better within my lifetime. Here's to hoping it gets better within yours. Keep up the good work, Dean. Well, thank you for the $25, Sarah. And maybe something that'll be good for you to remember, Sarah, is that just because their voices are loud doesn't mean that they're of the majority. Okay? Right? Thank you for the $25. Andrew, thank you for the $10 as well. Oh, something else is, if the people in my live stream continue to get crazier and crazier and crazier, it's actually a good thing. It's really unintuitive why it's a good thing, though. This is when you just kind of have to trust the process. It's selection bias. If the people who join my live stream on a daily basis were more reasonable like you, were more calm like you, were more willing to engage in productive dialogue and change their mind based on the facts like you, then we'd be in trouble. Because that means a lot of people, including the reasonable Americans, are supporting something so unreasonably insane we're fucked and doomed. Mm-hmm. But when the people that start joining my live stream on a daily basis are like you in no sense, completely estranged, completely radical, completely lost their mind, okay? They're no longer representative of the majority of us. They're no longer representative of the reasonable faction of us. They're representative of such a small sliver of society as a whole. So that's a fun point. You know, it's very counterintuitive, okay? But it is true. Joseph, thank you for the $25 who says, hope you have a great night, Dean. Spend this on your girlfriend and Momo. Thank you for the $25, Joseph. Will do. You fucking got it. You fucking got it, dude. Sarah, thank you for the $5. And then Kirsten, thank you for the $50 donation for quote unquote being good at your job. Thank you, Kirsten. That is Kirsten. I want to see 500 Kirsten W's down below. Thank you so much for that love and support. Same thing to you, Haley. Thank you for the $10 who says society's lack of ability to hold and understand nuance is genuinely frightening. So fucking real. Jeanette, thank you for the $20 who says, I just want to say thank you for defending those of us who've been essayed. Jeanette, I stand for common sense. Okay, and that is the common sense approach to a real world issue that I wish more people would hold. Thank you for the $20, and please don't thank me for the bare minimum. Kira, thank you for the $10 as well. First time gifter. I'm currently 9 months pregnant with my daughter and they're due soon. It's scary thinking of the world that my little girl will grow up in, but I'm so happy that we have men like you to support women. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for the love and support, Kira. Same thing to Elise. Thank you for the $10 for quote unquote shitting on misogynist based. Phoebe, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I'm not even going to read that one out loud. Lori, thank you for the $5. And then Mary, thank you for the $20 for supporting SA Survivors. Thank you. And then Isabella, thank you for the $5. And Joseph, thank you so much for the $25 for shitting on the MAGA idiots. Then this is one last one in here over on Super Chat from Wendy. Thank you for the $50 Super Chat. Wendy didn't even attach a message to that love, just sent it right on through. Thank you so very much for the love and support, Wendy. You are always here. Just know that I really appreciate you. Show some love to all of the donors down below. Show some love.
I had a couple quick ones, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you to Nicole. Thank you for the 1. No, you're awesome. Melanie, thank you so much for the 5. would fabricate. Yeah, that was absolutely a wild take. I have no idea why she would say that. Jesse, thank you for the 2. That made no sense. Yeah, why would they try to actually deny it? Daisy, thank you so much for the 8 and love to Australia. Hannah, yeah, she lost her accent really quick. Thank you for the 10. Darius, thank you so much for the 2. Yes, they did get that from the 5 great nations. You're absolutely right. And Roxy, wow. Okay. Roxy, thank you for the 1. Thank you for letting me know that, and I'll follow up on that. Also, Kirby, thank you so much for the 10. They are absolutely insane. One last thing before you go, Dean. I see that while you were live, you got a package. You got to let me know.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about once I get off the stream. What's your schedule for the night?
I was thinking about going live, but it'll probably be, about 30 minutes or so. The draft is on, so I want to see who the Panthers pick first. So
cool, man. I'll shoot you a text maybe when you're on live, but maybe when you're off, I could give you a ring.
Yeah, all good.
Cool. I hope that you have a good rest of your night, and I appreciate you so much for coming up and co-hosting.
Yep. See you, bro. Appreciate you.
Take care. Show some love to Santana down below in that chat. All right, folks. I am going to hop off for the night. I appreciate everyone so much for pulling through today. We had some pretty crazy debates, but honestly, folks, I am beyond tired. Holding it together just for you guys to get us through the end. You should follow me on TikTok. You should subscribe to me on YouTube. It is completely free. And in turn, you'll get to see this content whenever you want. You got to watch every day, but I do it every day. So you could if you wanted to. 7 days a week, 4 hours a day. Hit that follow button. I appreciate you guys so much for the continued love and support. For everybody who supported on Venmo and PayPal today, Super Chat and TikTok gifts, just know that I really appreciate you guys. In fact, huge shout out to Madeline, Eric, Jay, M, Blue Girl, Misty, Riley, Bear, Eli. A couple of the TikTok donors. But I'm out. See you tomorrow. Peace, love. Good night and goodbye.
It's down all aboard.
Exactly.